Section 1 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2 by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 6, Chapters 1 through 10. Book 6, BC 389 to 366. The Reconciliation of the Orders. Chapter 1. The history of the Romans from the foundation of the city to its capture, first under kings, then under consuls, dictators, decemvirs, and consular tribunes, the record of foreign wars and domestic dissensions, has been set forth in the 5 preceding books. The subject matter is enveloped in obscurity, partly from its great antiquity, like remote objects which are hardly discernible through the vastness of the distance, partly owing to the fact that written records, which formed the only trustworthy memorials of events, were in those times few and scanty, and even what did exist in the pontifical commentaries and public and private archives, nearly all perished in the conflagration of the city. Starting from the second beginnings of the city, which, like a plant cut down to its roots, sprang up in greater beauty and fruitfulness, the details of its history, both civil and military, will now be exhibited in their proper order, with greater clearness and certainty. At first the state was supported by the same prop by which it had been raised from the ground, Marcus Furius, its chief, and he was not allowed to resign office until a year had elapsed. It was decided that the consular tribunes, during whose rule the capture of the city had taken place, should not hold the elections for the ensuing year. Matters reverted to an interregnum. The citizens were taken up with the pressing and laborious task of rebuilding their city, and it was during this interval that Quintus Fabius, immediately on laying down his office, was indicted by Gnaeus Marcius, a tribune of the plebs, on the ground that after being sent as an envoy to the Gauls to speak on behalf of the Clusians, he had, contrary to the law of nations, fought against them. He was saved from the threatened proceedings by death, a death so opportune that many people believed it to be a voluntary one. The interregnum began with Publius Cornelius Scipio as the first interrex. He was followed by Marcus Furius Camillus, under whom the election of military tribunes was conducted. Those elected were Lucius Valerius Publicola for the second time, Lucius Virginius, Publius Cornelius, Aulus Manlius, Lucius Aemilius, and Lucius Postumius. Proceedings in the Senate. They entered upon their office immediately, and their very first case was to submit to the Senate measures affecting religion. Orders were made that in the first place search should be made for the treaties and laws, these latter including those of the 12 tables and some belonging to the time of the kings, as far as they were still extant. Some were made accessible to the public, but those which dealt with divine worship were kept secret by the pontiffs, mainly in order that the people might remain dependent on them for religious guidance. Then they entered upon a discussion of the days of prohibition. The 18th of July was marked by a double disaster, for on that day the Fabii were annihilated at the Cremera, and in after years the battle of the Aelia, which involved the ruin of the city, was lost on the same day. From the latter disaster the day was called the Day of the Alia, and was observed by a religious abstinence from all public and private business. The consular tribune Sulpicius had not offered acceptable sacrifices on July 16th, the day after the Ides, and without having secured the goodwill of the gods, the Roman army was exposed to the enemy 2 days later. Some think that it was for this reason that on the day after the Ides in each month all religious functions were ordered to be suspended, and hence it became the custom to observe the second and the middle days of the month in the same way. 2. War with the Volscians and Equi. They were not, however, long left undisturbed whilst thus considering the best means of restoring the Commonwealth after its grievous fall. On the one side, the Volscians, their ancient foes, had taken up arms in the determination to wipe out the name of Rome. On the other side, traders were bringing in reports of an assembly at the fane of Voltumna, where the leading men from all the Etruscan cantons were forming a hostile league. Still further alarm was created by the defection of the Latins and Hernicans. After the battle of Lake Regillus, these nations had never wavered for 100 years in their loyal friendship with Rome. As so many dangers were threatening on all sides, and it became evident the name of Rome was not only held in hatred by her foes, but regarded with contempt by her allies, the Senate decided that the state should be defended under the auspices of the man by whom it had been recovered, and that Marcus Furius Camillus should be nominated dictator. He nominated as his master of the horse Gaius Servilius Ahala, and after closing the law courts and suspending all business, he proceeded to enroll all the men of military age. Those of the seniors who still possessed some vigor were placed in separate centuries after they had taken the military oath. When he had completed the enrollment and equipment of the army, he formed it into 3 divisions. One he stationed in the Veientine territory fronting Etruria. The second was ordered to form an entrenched camp to cover the city. Aulus Manlius, as military tribune, was in command of this division, whilst Lucius Aemilius in a similar capacity directed the movement against the Etruscans. The 3rd division he led in person against the Volscians and advanced to attack their encampment at a place called Admesium, not far from Lanuvium. They had gone to war in a feeling of contempt for their enemy, as they believed that almost all the Roman fighting men had been annihilated by the Gauls. But when they heard that Camillus was in command, they were filled with such alarm that they raised a rampart round them and barricaded the rampart with trees piled up round it to prevent the enemy from penetrating their lines at any point. As soon as he became aware of this, Camillus ordered fire to be thrown on the barricade. The wind happened to be blowing strongly towards the enemy, and so it not only opened up a way through the fire, but by driving the flames into the camp, it produced such consternation amongst the defenders, with the steam and smoke and crackling of the green wood as it burnt, that the Roman soldiers found less difficulty in surmounting the rampart and forcing the camp than in crossing the burnt barricade. The enemy were routed and cut to pieces. After the capture of the camp, the dictator gave the booty to the soldiers, an act all the more welcome to them as they did not expect it from a general by no means given to generosity. In the pursuit he ravaged the length and breadth of the Volscian territory, and at last, after 70 years of war, forced them to surrender. From his conquest of the Volscians he marched across to the Equi, who were also preparing for war, surprised their army at Boli, and in the first assault captured not only their camp but their city. 3. War with Etruria. While these successes were occurring in the field of operations where Camillus was the life and soul of the Roman cause, in another direction a terrible danger was threatening. Nearly the whole of Etruria was in arms and was besieging Sutrium, a city in alliance with Rome. Their envoys approached the Senate with a request for help in their desperate condition, and the Senate passed a decree that the dictator should render assistance to the Sutrians as soon as he possibly could. Their hopes were deferred, and as the circumstances of the besieged were such as to admit of no longer delay, their scanty numbers being worn out with toil, want of sleep, and fighting which always fell upon the same persons, they made a conditional surrender of their city. As the mournful procession set forth, leaving their hearths and homes, without arms and with only one garment apiece, Camillus and his army happened just at that moment to appear on the scene. The grief-stricken crowd flung themselves at his feet. The appeals of their leaders, wrung from them by dire necessity, were drowned by the weeping of the women and children who were being dragged along as companions in exile. Camillus bade the Sutrians spare their laments. It was to the Etruscans that he was bringing grief and tears. He then gave orders for the baggage to be deposited, and the Sutrians to remain where they were, and leaving a small detachment on guard, ordered his men to follow him with only their arms. With his disencumbered army he marched to Sutrium, and found, as he expected, everything in disorder. As usual after a success, the gates open and unguarded, and the victorious enemy dispersed through the streets carrying plunder away from the houses. Sutrium was captured accordingly twice in the same day. The lately victorious Etruscans were everywhere massacred by their new enemies. No time was allowed them either to concentrate their strength or seize their weapons. As they tried each to make their way to the gates on the chance of escaping to the open country, they found them closed. This was the first thing the dictator ordered to be done. Then some got possession of their arms. Others who happened to be armed when the tumult surprised them called their comrades together to make a stand. The despair of the enemy would have led to a fierce struggle had not criers been dispatched throughout the city to order all to lay down their arms, and those without arms to be spared. None were to be injured unless found in arms. Those who had determined in their extremity to fight to the end, now that hopes of life were offered them, threw away their arms in all directions, and, since fortune had made this the safer course, gave themselves as unarmed men to the enemy. Owing to their great number, they were distributed in various places for safe keeping. Before nightfall, the town was given back to the Sutrians uninjured and untouched by all the ruin of war, since it had not been taken by storm but surrendered on conditions. 4. Growth of the Republic. Camillus returned in triumphal procession to the city, after having been victorious in 3 simultaneous wars. By far the greatest number of the prisoners who were led before his chariot belonged to the Etruscans. They were publicly sold, and so much was realized that after the matrons had been repaid for their gold, 3 golden bulls were made from what was left. These were inscribed with the name of Camillus, and it is generally believed that previous to the fire in the Capitol, they were deposited in the chapel of Jupiter before the feet of Juno. During the year, those of the inhabitants of VIII, Campani, and Fidenae who had gone over to the Romans whilst these wars were going on, were admitted into full citizenship and received an allotment of land. The Senate passed a resolution recalling those who had repaired to Veii, and taken possession of the empty houses there to avoid the labor of rebuilding. At first they protested and took no notice of the order. Then a day was fixed, and those who had not returned by that date were threatened with outlawry. This step made each man fear for himself, and from being united in defiance they now showed individual obedience. Rome was growing in population, and buildings were rising up in every part of it. The state gave financial assistance. The aediles urged on the work as though it were a state undertaking. The individual citizens were in a hurry to complete their task through need of accommodation. Within the year, the new city was built. Renewed fighting in Etruria. At the close of the year, elections of consular tribunes were held. Those elected were Titus Quintius Cincinnatus, Quintus Servilius Fidenas for the 5th time, Lucius Julius Jullus, Lucius Aquilus Corvus, Lucius Lucretius Tricipitinus, and Servius Sulpicius Rufus. One army was led against the Equi, not to war, for they acknowledged that they were conquered, but to ravage their territories so that no strength might be left them for future aggression. The other advanced into the district of the Tarquini. There, Cortuosa and Contenebra, towns belonging to the Etruscans, were taken by assault. At Cortuosa there was no fighting. The garrison were surprised, and the place was carried at the very first assault. Contenebra stood a siege for a few days, but the incessant toil without any remission day or night proved too much for them. The Roman army was formed into 6 divisions, each of which took its part in the fighting in turn every 6 hours. The small number of the defenders necessitated the same men continually coming into action against a fresh enemy. At last they gave up, and an opening was afforded the Romans for entering the city. The tribunes decided that the booty should be sold on behalf of the state, but they were slower in announcing their decision than in forming it. Whilst they were hesitating, the soldiery had already appropriated it, and it could not be taken from them without creating bitter resentment. The growth of the city was not confined to private buildings. A substructure of squared stones was built beneath the Capitol during this year, which, even amidst the present magnificence of the city, is a conspicuous object. 5. Domestic affairs. Whilst the citizens were taken up with their building, the tribunes of the plebs tried to make the meetings of the assembly more attractive by bringing forward agrarian proposals. They held out the prospect of acquiring the Pomptine territory, which, now that the Volscians had been reduced by Camillus, had become the indisputable possession of Rome. This territory, they alleged, was in much greater danger from the nobles than it had been from the Volscians, for the latter only made raids into it as long as they had strength and weapons, but the nobles were putting themselves in possession of the public domain, and unless it was allotted before they appropriated everything, there would be no room for plebeians there. They did not produce much impression on the plebeians, who were busy with their building and only attended the assembly in small numbers, and as their expenses had exhausted their means, they felt no interest in land which they were unable to develop owing to want of capital. In a community devoted to religious observances, the recent disaster had filled the leading men with superstitious fears. In order, therefore, that the auspices might be taken afresh, they fell back upon an interregnum. There were interreges in succession: Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, Servius Sulpicius Camerinus, and Lucius Valerius Potitus. The last of these conducted the election of consular tribunes. Those elected were Lucius Papirius, Gaius Cornelius, Gaius Sergius, Lucius Aemilius for the 2nd time, Lucius Maninius, and Lucius Valerius Publicola for the 3rd time. They immediately entered office. In this year the temple of Mars, which had been vowed in the Gaulish War, was dedicated by Titus Quintius, one of the 2 custodians of the Sibylline books. The new citizens were formed into 4 additional tribes: the Stelatine, the Tramontine, the Sabbatine, and the Arnian. These brought up the number of the tribes to 25. 6. Wars with the Volscians and Etruscans. The question of the Pomptine territory was again raised by Lucius Sicinius, a tribune of the plebs, and the people attended the assembly in greater numbers and showed a more eager desire for land than they had done. In the Senate, the subject of the Latin and Hernican wars was mentioned, but owing to the concern felt about a more serious war, it was adjourned. Etruria was in arms. They again fell back on Camillus. He was made consular tribune, and 5 colleagues were assigned to him: Servius Cornelius Malaginensis, Quintus Servilius Fidinus for the 6th time, Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, Lucius Horatius Pulvillus, and Publius Valerius. At the beginning of the year, public anxiety was diverted from the Etruscan war by the arrival in the city of a body of fugitives from the Pomptine territory, who reported that the Antiates were in arms, and that the Latin cantons had sent their fighting men to assist them. The latter explained in their defense that it was not in consequence of a formal act of their government. All they had done was to decline prohibiting anyone from serving where he chose as a volunteer. It was no longer the fashion to think lightly of any wars. The Senate thanked heaven that Camillus was in office, for certainly had he been a private citizen he must have been nominated dictator. His colleagues admitted that when any alarm arose of threatened war, the supreme direction of everything must be in one man's hands, and they had made up their minds to subordinate their powers to Camillus, feeling assured that to enhance his authority in no way derogated from their own. This action of the consular tribunes met with the hearty approval of the Senate, and Camillus, in modest confusion, returned thanks to them. He went on to say that a tremendous burden had been laid upon him by the people of Rome in making him practically dictator for the 4th time. A heavy responsibility had been put upon him by the Senate, who had passed such a flattering judgment upon him, heaviest of all by his colleagues and the honor they had done him. If it were possible for him to show still greater activity and vigilance, he would strive so to surpass himself that he might make the lofty estimation which his fellow citizens had with such striking unanimity formed of him a lasting one. As far as war with the Antiates was concerned, the outlook was threatening rather than dangerous. At the same time he advised them, whilst fearing nothing, to treat nothing with indifference. Rome was beset by the ill will and hatred of its neighbors, and the interests of the state therefore required several generals and several armies. He proceeded: "You, Publius Valerius, I wish to associate with myself in council and command, and you will lead the legions in concert with me against the Antiates. You, Quintus Servilius, will keep a 2nd army ready for instant service encamped by the city, prepared for any movement, such as recently took place, on the part of Etruria or on the side of the Latins and Hernicans who are causing us this fresh trouble. I am quite certain that you will conduct the campaign in a manner worthy of your father, your grandfather, yourself, and your 6 tribuneships. A 3rd army must be raised by Lucius Quinctius from the seniors and those excused from service on grounds of health, to garrison the defenses of the city. Lucius Horatius is to provide armor, weapons, corn, and everything else required in a time of war. You, Servius Cornelius, are appointed by us, your colleagues, as president of this council of state, and guardian of everything pertaining to religion, of the assembly, the laws, and all matters touching the city." All gladly promised to devote themselves to the various duties assigned them. Valerius, associated in the chief command, added that he should look upon Marcus Furius as dictator and regard himself as his master of the horse, and the estimation in which they held their sole commander should be the measure of the hopes they entertained as to the issue of the war. The senators, in high delight, exclaimed that they at all events were full of hope with regard to war and peace and all that concerned the Republic. There would never be any need for a dictator when they had such men in office, with such perfect harmony of feeling, prepared equally to obey or command, conferring glory on their country instead of appropriating their country's glory to themselves. 7. After proclaiming a suspension of all public business and completing the enrollment of troops, Furius and Valerius proceeded to Satricum. Here the Antiates had massed not only Volscian troops drawn from a new generation, but also an immense body of Latins and Hernicans, nations whose strength had been growing through long years of peace. This coalition of new enemies with old ones daunted the spirits of the Roman soldiers. Camillus was already drawing up his men for battle when the centurions brought reports to him of the discouragement of his troops, the want of alacrity in arming themselves, and the hesitation and unwillingness with which they were marching out of camp. Men were even heard saying that they were going to fight 1 against 100, and that such a multitude could hardly be withstood even if unarmed, much less now that they were in arms. He at once sprang on his horse, faced the line, and, riding along the front, addressed his men. "What is this gloom, soldiers, this extraordinary hesitation? Are you strangers to the enemy, or to me, or to yourselves? As for the enemy, what is he but the means through which you always prove your courage and win renown? And as for you, not to mention the capture of Falerii and Veii, and the slaughter of the Gaulish legions inside your captured city, have you not, under my leadership, enjoyed a triple triumph for a threefold victory over these very Volscians, as well as over the Equi and over Etruria? Or is it that you do not recognize me as your general because I have given the battle signal not as dictator but as a consular tribune? I feel no craving for the highest authority over you, nor ought you to see in me anything beyond what I am in myself. The dictatorship has never increased my spirits and energy, nor did my exile diminish them. We are all of us, then, the same that we have ever been, and since we are bringing just the same qualities into this war that we have displayed in all former wars, let us look forward to the same result. As soon as you meet your foe, everyone will do what he has been trained and accustomed to do. You will conquer, they will fly." 8. Then, after sounding the charge, he sprang from his horse, and catching hold of the nearest standard-bearer, he hurried with them against the enemy, exclaiming at the same time, "On, soldier, with the standard!" When they saw Camillus, weakened as he was by age, charging in person against the enemy, they all raised the battle cry and rushed forward, shouting in all directions, "Follow the general!" It is stated that by Camillus' orders the standard was flung into the enemy's lines in order to incite the men of the front rank to recover it. It was in this quarter that the Antiots were first repulsed, and the panic spread through the front ranks as far as the reserves. This was due not only to the efforts of the troops, stimulated as they were by the presence of Camillus, but also to the terror which his actual appearance inspired in the Volscians, to whom he was a special object of dread. Thus, wherever he advanced he carried certain victory with him. This was especially evident in the Roman left, which was on the point of giving way when, after flinging himself on his horse and armed with an infantry shield, he rode up to it, and by simply showing himself and pointing to the rest of the line who were winning the day, restored the battle. The action was now decided, but owing to the crowding together of the enemy, their flight was impeded, and the victorious soldiers grew weary of the prolonged slaughter of such an enormous number of fugitives. A sudden storm of rain and wind put an end to what had become a decisive victory more than a battle. The signal was given to retire, and the night that followed brought the war to a close without any further exertions on the part of the Romans, for the Latins and Hernicans left the Volscians to their fate and started for home, after obtaining a result correspondent to their evil counsels. When the Volscians found themselves deserted by the men whom they had relied upon when they renewed hostilities, they abandoned their camp and shut themselves up in Satricum. At first Camillus invested them with the usual siege works, but when he found that no sorties were made to impede his operations, he considered that the enemy did not possess sufficient courage to justify him in waiting for a victory of which there was only a distant prospect. After encouraging his soldiers by telling them not to wear themselves by protracted toil, as though they were attacking another Veii, for victory was already within their grasp, he planted scaling ladders all round the walls and took the place by storm. The Volscians flung away their arms and surrendered. 9. The general, however, had a more important object in view: Antium, the capital of the Volscians and the starting point of the last war. Owing to its strength, the capture of that city could only be effected by a considerable quantity of siege apparatus, artillery, and war machines. Camillus therefore left his colleague in command and went to Rome to urge upon the Senate the necessity of destroying Antium. In the middle of his speech, "I think it was the will of heaven that Antium should remain some time longer," envoys arrived from Nepete and Sutrium begging for help against the Etruscans and pointing out that the chance of rendering assistance would soon be lost. Fortune diverted Camillus's energies from Antium to that quarter, for those places fronting Etruria served as gates and barriers on that side, and the Etruscans were anxious to secure them whenever they were meditating hostilities, whilst the Romans were equally anxious to recover and hold them. The Senate accordingly decided to arrange with Camillus that he should let Antium go and undertake the war with Etruria. they assigned to him the legions in the city which Quinctius was commanding, and though he would have preferred the army which was acting against the Volsci, of which he had had experience and which was accustomed to his command, he raised no objection. All he asked for was that Valerius should share the command with him. Quinctius and Horatius were sent against the Volscian in succession to Valerius. When they reached Sutrium, Furius and Valerius found a part of the city in the hands of the Etruscans. In the rest of the place the inhabitants were with difficulty keeping the enemy at bay behind barricades which they had erected in the streets. The approach of succors from Rome and the name of Camillus, famous amongst allies and enemies alike, relieved the situation for the moment and allowed time to render assistance. Camillus accordingly formed his army into 2 divisions and ordered his colleague to take one round to the side which the enemy were holding and commence an attack on the walls. This was done not so much in the hope that the attack would succeed, as that the enemy's attention might be distracted so as to afford a respite to the wearied defenders and an opportunity for him to effect an entrance into the town without fighting. The Etruscans, finding themselves attacked on both sides, the walls being assaulted from without and the townsmen fighting within, flung themselves in one panic-stricken mass through the only gate which happened to be clear of the enemy. A great slaughter of the fugitives took place both in the city and in the fields outside. Furius's men accounted for many inside the walls, whilst Valerius' troops were more lightly equipped for pursuit, and they did not put an end to the carnage till nightfall prevented their seeing any longer. After the recapture of Sutrium and its restoration to our allies, the army marched to Nepete, which had surrendered to the Etruscans and of which they were in complete possession. It looked as if the capture of that city would give more trouble, not only because the whole of it was in the hands of the enemy, but also because the surrender had been effected through the treachery of some of the townsfolk. Camillus, however, determined to send a message to their leaders requesting them to withdraw from the Etruscans and give a practical proof of that loyalty to allies which they had implored the Romans to observe towards them. Their reply was that they were powerless. The Etruscans were holding the walls and guarding the gates. At first it was sought to intimidate the townsmen by harrying their territory. As, however, they persisted in adhering more faithfully to the terms of surrender than to their alliance with Rome, fascines of brushwood were collected from the surrounding country to fill up the fosse. The army advanced to the attack. The scaling ladders were placed against the walls, and at the very first attempt the town was captured. Proclamation was then made that the Nepicines were to lay down their arms, and all who did so were ordered to be spared. The Etruscans, whether armed or not, were killed, and the Nepicines, who had been the agents of the surrender, were beheaded. The population who had no share in it received their property back, and the town was left with a garrison. After thus recovering 2 cities in alliance with Rome from the enemy, the consular tribunes led their victorious army, covered with glory, home. During this year satisfaction was demanded from the Latins and Hernici. They were asked why they had not for these last few years furnished a contingent in accordance with the treaty. A full representative assembly of each nation was held to discuss the terms of the reply. This was to the effect that it was through no fault or public act of the state that some of their men had fought in the Volscian ranks. These had paid the penalty of their folly. Not a single one had returned. The reason why they had supplied no troops was their incessant fear of the Volscians. This thorn in their side they had not, even after such a long succession of wars, been able to get rid of. The Senate regarded this reply as affording a justifiable ground for war, but the present time was deemed inopportune. End of Section 1. Read by Jeffrey Allen Stumpf, Portland, Oregon, April 2022. Section 2 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 6, Chapters 11 through 20. Chapter 11. The Treason of Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. The consular tribunes who succeeded were Aulus Manlius, Publius Cornelius, Titus and Lucius Quinctius Capitolinus, Lucius Peparius Cursor for the 2nd time, and Gaius Sergius for the 2nd time. In this year a serious war broke out, and a still more serious disturbance at home.
The war was begun by the Volscians, aided by the revolted Latins and Hernici. The domestic trouble arose in a quarter where it was least to be apprehended, from a man of patrician birth and brilliant reputation, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. Full of pride and presumption, he looked down upon the foremost men with scorn. One in particular he regarded with envious eyes, a man conspicuous for his distinctions and his merits, Marcus Furius Camillus. He bitterly resented this man's unique position amongst the magistrates and in the affections of the army, and declared that he was now such a superior person that he treated those who had been appointed under the same auspices as himself, not as his colleagues, but as his servants. And yet, if anyone would form a just judgment, he would see that Marcus Furius could not possibly have rescued his country. When it was beleaguered by the enemy, had not he, Manlius, saved the capital and the citadel? Camillus attacked the Gauls while they were off their guard, their minds preoccupied with obtaining the gold and securing peace. He, on the other hand, had driven them off when they were armed for battle and actually capturing the citadel. Camillus's glory was shared by every man who conquered with him, whereas no mortal man could obviously claim any part in his victory. With his head full of these notions, and being unfortunately a man of headstrong and passionate nature, he found that his influence was not so powerful with the patricians as he thought it ought to be. So he went over to the plebs, the first patrician to do so, and adopted the political methods of their magistrates. He abused the Senate and courted the populace, and, impelled by the breeze of popular favor more than by conviction or judgment, preferred notoriety to respectability. Not content with the agrarian laws which had hitherto always served the tribunes of the plebs as the material for their agitation, he began to undermine the whole system of credit, for he saw that the laws of debt caused more irritation than the others. They not only threatened poverty and disgrace, but they terrified the freemen with the prospect of fetters and imprisonment. And, as a matter of fact, a vast amount of debt had been contracted owing to the expense of building, an expense most ruinous even to the rich. It became, therefore, a question of arming the government with stronger powers, and the Volscian War, serious in itself but made much more so by the defection of the Latins and Hernici, was put forward as the ostensible reason. It was, however, the revolutionary designs of Manlius that mainly decided the Senate to nominate a dictator. Aulus Cornelius Cossus was nominated, and he named Titus Quinctius Capitolinus as his master of the horse. Chapter 12. The Volscian War. Although the dictator recognized that a more difficult contest lay before him at home than abroad, he enrolled his troops and proceeded to the Pomptine territory, which, he heard, had been invaded by the Volscians. Either he considered it necessary to take prompt military measures, or he hoped to strengthen his hands as dictator by a victory and a triumph. I have no doubt that my readers will be tired of such a long record of incessant wars with the Volscians, but they will also be struck with the same difficulty which I have myself felt whilst examining the authorities who lived nearer to the period, namely, from what source did the Volscians obtain sufficient soldiers after so many defeats? Since this point has been passed over by the ancient writers, what can I do more than express an opinion such as anyone may form from his own inferences? Probably, in the interval between one war and another, they trained each fresh generation against the renewal of hostilities, as is now done in the enlistment of Roman troops, or their armies were not always drawn from the same districts, though it was always the same nation that carried on the war, or there must have been an innumerable free population in those districts, which are barely now kept from desolation by the scanty tillage of Roman slaves, with hardly so much as a miserably small recruiting ground for soldiers left. At all events, the authorities are unanimous in asserting that the Volscians had an immense army in spite of their having been so lately crippled by the successes of Camillus. Their numbers were increased by the Latins and Hernici, as well as by a body of Circians, and even by a contingent from Velitri, where there was a Roman colony. On the day he arrived, the dictator formed his camp. On the morrow, after taking the auspices and supplicating the favor of the gods by sacrifice and prayer, he advanced in high spirits to the soldiers who were already in the early dawn arming themselves according to orders against the moment when the signal for battle should be given. "Ours, soldiers," he exclaimed, "is the victory, if the gods and their interpreters see at all into the future. Let us then, as becomes men filled with sure hopes, who are going to engage an enemy who is no match for us, lay our javelins at our feet, and arm ourselves only with our swords. I would not even have any running forward from the line. Stand firm and receive the enemy's charge without stirring a foot. When they have hurled their ineffective missiles and their disordered ranks fling themselves upon you, then let your swords flash, and let every man remember that it is the gods who are helping the Romans. It is the gods who have sent you into battle with favorable omens. You, Titus Quinctius, keep your cavalry in hand and wait till the fight has begun. But when you see the lines locked together, foot to foot, then strike with the terror of your cavalry those who are already overtaken with other terrors. Charge and scatter their ranks while they are in the thick of the fight. Cavalry and infantry alike fought in accordance with their instructions. The commander did not disappoint his soldiers, nor did fortune disappoint the commander. Chapter 13. The vast host of the enemy, relying solely on their numbers and measuring the strength of each army merely by their eyes, went recklessly into the battle and as recklessly abandoned it. Courageous enough in the battle shout, in discharging their weapons, and making the first charge, they were unable to stand the foot-to-foot fighting and the looks of their opponents, glowing with the ardor of battle. Their front was driven in, and the demoralization extended to the supports. The charge of the cavalry produced fresh panic. The ranks were broken in many places. The whole army was in commotion and resembled a retreating wave. When each of them saw that as those in front fell, he would be the next to be cut down, they turned and fled. The Romans pressed hard upon them, and as long as the enemy defended themselves whilst retreating, it was the infantry to whom the task of pursuit fell. When they were seen to be throwing away their arms in all directions and dispersing over the fields, the signal was given for the squadrons of cavalry to be launched against them, and these were instructed not to lose time by cutting down individual fugitives and to give the main body a chance of escaping. It would be enough to check them by hurling missiles and galloping across their front, and generally terrifying them until the infantry could come up and regularly dispatch the enemy. The flight and pursuit did not end till nightfall. The Volscian camp was taken and plundered on the same day, and all the booty, with the exception of the prisoners, was bestowed on the soldiers. The majority of the captives belonged to the Hernici and Latins, not men of the plebeian class, who might have been regarded as only mercenaries. They were found to include some of the principal men of their fighting force, a clear proof that those states had formerly assisted the enemy. Some were also recognized as belonging to Circii and to the colony at Velletri. They were all sent to Rome and examined by the leaders of the Senate. They gave them the same replies which they had made to the dictator, and disclosed without any attempt at evasion the defection of their respective nations. Chapter 14. The Proceedings against Manlius. The dictator kept his army permanently encamped, fully expecting that the Senate would declare war against those peoples. A much greater trouble at home, however, necessitated his recall. The sedition which, owing to its ringleader's work, was exceptionally alarming, was gaining strength from day to day, for to anyone who looked at his motives, not only the speeches, but still more the conduct of Marcus Manlius, though ostensibly in the interest of the people, would have appeared revolutionary and dangerous. When he saw a centurion, a distinguished soldier, led away as an adjudged debtor, he ran into the middle of the forum with his crowd of supporters and laid his hand on him. After declaiming against the tyranny of patricians and the brutality of usurers and the wretched condition of the plebs, he said, "It was then in vain that I with this right hand saved the Capitol and citadel if I have to see a fellow citizen and a comrade in arms carried off to chains and slavery, just as though he had been captured by the victorious Gauls." Then, before all the people, he paid the sum due to the creditors, and after thus freeing the man by copper and scales, sent him home. The released debtor appealed to gods and men to reward Manlius, his deliverer and the beneficial protector of the Roman plebs. A noisy crowd immediately surrounded him, and he increased the excitement by displaying the scars left by wounds he had received in the wars against the Veii and the Gauls, and in recent campaigns. Whilst, he cried, I was serving in the field, and whilst I was trying to restore my desolated home, I paid in interest an amount equal to many times the principal, but as the fresh interest always exceeded my capital, I was buried beneath the load of debt. It is owing to Marcus Manlius that I can now look upon the light of day, the forum, the faces of my fellow citizens. From him I have received all the kindness which a parent can show to a child. To him I devote all that remains of my bodily powers, my blood, my life. In that one man is centered everything that binds me to my home, my country, and my country's gods." The plebs, wrought upon by this language, had now completely espoused this one man's cause, when another circumstance occurred, still more calculated to create universal confusion. Manlius brought under the auctioneer's hammer an estate in the VIII territory which comprised the principal part of his patrimony, in order, he said, that as long as any of my property remains, I may prevent any of you quirites from being delivered up to your creditors as judgment debtors. This roused them to such a pitch that it was quite clear that they would follow the champion of their liberties through anything, right or wrong. To add to the mischief, he delivered speeches in his own house, as though he were haranguing the assembly, full of calumnious abuse of the Senate. Indifferent to the truth or falsehood of what he said, he declared, among other things, that the stores of gold collected for the Gauls were being hidden away by the patricians. They were no longer content with appropriating the public lands unless they could also embezzle the public funds. If that affair were brought to light, the debts of the plebs could be wiped off. With this hope held out to them, they thought it a most shameful proceeding that whilst the gold got together to ransom the city from the Gauls had been raised by general taxation, this very gold, when recovered from the enemy, had become the plunder of a few. They insisted, therefore, on finding out where this vast stolen booty was concealed, and as Manlius kept putting them off and announcing that he would choose his own time for the disclosure, the universal interest became absorbed in this question to the exclusion of everything else. There would clearly be no limit to their gratitude if his information proved correct, or to their displeasure if it turned out to be false. Chapter 15. Whilst matters were in this state of suspense, the dictator had been summoned from the army and arrived in the city. After satisfying himself as to the state of public feeling, he called a meeting of the Senate for the following day, and ordered them to remain in constant attendance upon him. He then ordered his chair of office to be placed on the tribunal in the comitium, and, surrounded by the senators, as a bodyguard, sent his officer to Marcus Manlius. On receiving the dictator's summons, Manlius gave his party a signal that a conflict was imminent, and appeared before the tribunal with an immense crowd round him. On the one side the Senate, on the other side the plebs, each with their eyes fixed on their respective leaders, stood facing one another as though drawn up for battle. After silence was obtained, the dictator said, "I wish the Senate and myself could come to an understanding with the plebs on all other matters as easily as, I am convinced, we shall about you and the subject on which I am about to examine you. I see that you have led your fellow citizens to expect that all debts can be paid without any loss to the creditors out of the treasure recovered from the Gauls, which you say the leading patricians are secreting. I am so far from wishing to hinder this project that, on the contrary, I challenge you, Marcus Manlius, to take off from their hidden hoards those who, like sitting hens, are brooding over treasures which belong to the state. If you fail to do this, either because you yourself have your part in the spoils, or because your charge is unfounded, I shall order you to be thrown into prison, and will not suffer the people to be excited by the false hopes which you have raised." Manlius said in reply that he had not been mistaken in his suspicions. It was not against the Volscians, who were treated as enemies whenever it was in the interest of the patricians so to treat them, nor against the Latins and Hernici, whom they were driving to arms by false charges, that a dictator had been appointed, but against him and the Roman plebs. They had dropped their pretended war and were now attacking him. The dictator was openly declaring himself the protector of the usurers against the plebeians. The gratitude and affection which the people were showing towards himself were being made the ground for charges against him which would ruin him. He proceeded, "The crowd which I have round me is an offense in your eyes, Aulus Cornelius, and in yours, senators. Then why do you not each of you withdraw it from me by acts of kindness, by offering security, by releasing your fellow citizens from the stocks, by preventing them from being adjudged to their creditors, by supporting others in their necessity out of the superabundance of your own wealth? But why should I urge you to spend your own money? Be content with a moderate capital, deduct from the principal what has already been paid in interest, then the crowd round me will be no more noticeable than that round anyone else. But do I alone show this anxiety for my fellow citizens? I can only answer that question as I should answer another. Why did I alone save the capital and the citadel? Then I did what I could to save the body of citizens as a whole. Now I am doing what I can to help individuals. As to the gold of the Gauls, your question throws difficulties round a thing which is simple enough in itself. For why do you ask me about a matter which is within your own knowledge? Why do you order what is in your purse to be shaken out from it, rather than surrender it voluntarily, unless there is some dishonesty at bottom? The more you order your conjuring tricks to be detected, the more, I fear, will you hoodwink those who are watching you. It is not I who ought to be compelled to discover your plunder for you. It is you who ought to be compelled to publicly produce it. The dictator ordered him to drop all subterfuge, and insisted upon his either adducing trustworthy evidence or admitting that he had been guilty of concocting false accusations against the Senate and exposing them to odium on a baseless charge of theft. He refused, and said he would not speak at the bidding of his enemies, whereupon the dictator ordered him to be taken to prison. When apprehended by the officer, he exclaimed, "Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, Queen Juno, Minerva, all ye gods and goddesses who dwell in the Capitol, do ye suffer your soldier and defender to be thus persecuted by his enemies? Shall this right hand with which I drove the Gauls from your shrines be manacled and fettered?" None could endure to see or hear the indignity offered him, but the state, in its absolute submission to lawful authority, had imposed upon itself limits which could not be passed. Neither the tribunes of the plebs nor the plebeians themselves ventured to cast an angry look or breathe a syllable against the action of the dictator. It seems pretty certain that after Manlius was thrown into prison, a great number of plebeians went into mourning. Many let their hair grow, and the vestibule of the prison was beset by a depressed and sorrowful crowd. The dictator celebrated his triumph over the Volscians, but his triumph increased his unpopularity. Men complained that the victory was won at home, not in the field, over a citizen, not over an enemy. One thing alone was lacking in the pageant of tyranny. Manlius was not led in procession before the victor's chariot. Matters were rapidly drifting towards sedition, and the Senate took the initiative in endeavoring to calm the prevailing unrest. Before any demand had been put forward, they ordered that 2,000 Roman citizens should be settled as colonists at Satricum, and each receive 2½ jugera of land. This was regarded as too small a grant, distributed amongst too small a number. It was looked upon, in fact, as a bribe for the betrayal of Manlius, and the proposed remedy only inflamed the disease. By this time the crowd of Manlian sympathizers had become conspicuous for their dirty garments and dejected looks. It was not till the dictator laid down his office after his triumph, and so removed the terror which he inspired, that the tongues and spirits of men were once more free. Chapter 17. Men were heard openly reproaching the populace for always encouraging their defenders till they led them to the brink of the precipice, and deserting them when the moment of danger actually came. It was in this way, they said, that Spurius Cassius, while seeking to get the plebs on to the land, and Spurius Maelius, whilst staving off famine at his own cost from the mouths of his fellow citizens, had both been crushed. It was in this way that Marcus Manlius was betrayed to his foes, whilst rescuing a part of the community who were overwhelmed and submerged by usurious extortion, and bringing them back to light and liberty. The plebs fattened up their own defenders for slaughter. Was it not to be permitted that a man of consular rank should refuse to answer at the beck and call of a dictator? Assuming that he had previously been speaking falsely, and had therefore no reply ready at the time, was there ever a slave who had been thrown into prison as a punishment for lying? Had they forgotten that night which was all but a final and eternal night for Rome? Could they not recall the sight of the troop of Gauls climbing up over the Tarpeian rock, or that of Manlius himself as they had actually seen him, covered with blood and sweat, after rescuing, one might almost say, Jupiter himself from the hands of the enemy? Had they discharged their obligation to the saviour of their country by giving him half a pound of corn each? Was the man whom they almost regarded as a god, whom they at all events placed on a level with Jupiter of the Capitol by giving him the epithet of Capitolinus, was that man to be allowed to drag out his life in chains and darkness at the mercy of the executioner? Had the help of one man sufficed to save all, and was there amongst them all no help to be found for that one man? By this time the crowd refused to leave the spot even at night, and were threatening to break open the prison, when the Senate conceded that they were going to extort by violence, and passed a resolution that Manlius should be released. This did not put an end to the seditious agitation, it simply provided it with a leader. During this time the Latins and Hernici, together with the colonists from Circeii and Velletri, sent to Rome to clear themselves from the charge of being concerned in the Volscian War, and to ask for the surrender of their countrymen who had been made prisoners, that they might proceed against them under their own laws. An unfavorable reply was given to the Latins and Hernici, a still more unfavorable one to the colonists, because they had entertained the impious project of attacking their mother country. Not only was the surrender of the prisoners refused, but they received a stern warning from the Senate, which was withheld from the Latins and Hernici, to make their way speedily from the city, out of the sight of the Roman people, otherwise they would be no longer protected by the rights of ambassadors, rights which were established for foreigners, not for citizens. Chapter 18. At the close of the year, amidst the growing agitation headed by Manlius, the elections were held. The new consular tribunes were Servius Cornelius Meliginensis and Publius Valerius Batitus, each for the second time, Marcus Furius Camillus for the fifth time, Servius Sulpicius Rufus for the second time, Gaius Papirius Crassus and Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus for the second time. The year opened in peace, which was most opportune for both patricians and plebeians. For the plebs, because as they were not called away to serve in the ranks, they hoped to secure relief from the burden of debt, especially now that they had such a strong leader. For the patricians, as no external alarms would distract their minds from dealing with their domestic troubles, as each side was more prepared for the struggle, it could not long be delayed. Manlius, too, was inviting the plebeians to his house, and discussing night and day revolutionary plans with their leaders in a much more aggressive and resentful spirit than formerly. His resentment was kindled by the recent humiliation inflicted on a spirit unaccustomed to disgrace. His aggressiveness was encouraged by his belief that the dictator had not ventured to treat him as Quinctius Cincinnatus had treated Spurius Maelius, for not only had the dictator avoided the odium created by his imprisonment through resignation, but even the Senate had not been able to face it. Emboldened and embittered by these considerations, he roused the passions of the plebs, who were already incensed enough, to a higher pitch by his harangues. "How long, pray," he asked, "are you going to remain in ignorance of your strength, an ignorance which nature forbids even to beasts? Do at least reckon up your numbers and those of your opponents. Even if you were going to attack them on equal terms, man for man, I believe that you would fight more desperately for freedom than they for power. But you are much more numerous, for all you who have been in attendance on your patrons as clients will now confront them as adversaries. You have only to make a show of war, and you will have peace. Let them see you are prepared to use force. They will abate their claims. You must dare something as a body, or you will have to suffer everything as individuals. How long will you look to me? I certainly shall not fail you. See to it that fortune does not fail me. I, your avenger, when your enemies thought fit, was suddenly reduced to nothing, and you watched the man carried off to prison who had warded off imprisonment from so many of you. What have I to hope for if my enemies dare to do more to me? Am I to look for the fate of Cassius and Melius? It is all very well to cry in horror. The gods will prevent that, but they will never come down from heaven on my account. You must prevent it. They must give you the courage to do so, as they gave me courage to defend you as a soldier from the barbarian enemy, and as a civilian from your tyrannical fellow citizens. Is the spirit of this great nation so small that you will always remain contented with the aid which your tribunes now afford you against your enemies, and never know any subject of dispute with the patricians, except as to how far you allow them to lord it over you? This is not your natural instinct. You are the slaves of habit. For why is it that you display such spirit toward foreign nations as to think it fair and just that you should rule over them? Because with them you have been wont to contend for dominion, while against these domestic enemies it has been a contest for liberty, which you have mostly attempted rather than maintained. Still, whatever leaders you have had, whatever qualities you yourselves have shown, you have so far, either by your strength or your good fortune, achieved every object, however great, on which you have set your hearts. Now it is time to attempt greater things. If you will only put your own good fortune to the test, if you will only put me to the test, who have already been tested fortunately, I hope for you, you will have less trouble in setting up someone to lord it over the patricians than you have had in setting up men to resist their lording it over you. Dictatorships and consulships must be leveled to the ground in order that the Roman plebs may lift up its head. Take your places, then, in the forum. Prevent any judgment for debt from being pronounced. I profess myself the patron of the plebs, a title with which my care and fidelity have invested me. If you prefer to designate your leader by any other title of honor or command, you will find in him a more powerful instrument for attaining the objects you desire." It is said that this was the first step in his attempt to secure kingly power, but there is no clear tradition as to his fellow conspirators or the extent to which his plans were developed. Chapter 19. On the other side, however, the Senate were discussing this secession of the plebs to a private house, which happened to be situated on the Capitol, and the great danger with which liberty was menaced. A great many exclaimed that what was wanted was a Servilius Ahala, who would not simply irritate an enemy to the state by ordering him to be sent to prison, but would put an end to the intestine war by the sacrifice of a single citizen. They finally took refuge in a resolution which was milder in its terms, but possessed equal force, vis-a-vis that the magistrates should see to it that the Republic received no hurt from the mischievous designs of Marcus Manlius. Thereupon the consular tribunes and the tribunes of the plebs, for these latter recognized that the end of liberty would also be the end of their power, and had, therefore, placed themselves under the authority of the Senate, all consulted together as to what were the necessary steps to take. As no one could suggest anything but the employment of force and its inevitable bloodshed, while this would obviously lead to a frightful struggle, Marcus Menenius and Quintus Publilius, tribunes of the plebs, spoke as follows: "Why are we making that which ought to be a contest between the state and one pestilent citizen into a conflict between patricians and plebeians? Why do we attack the plebs through him when it is so much safer to attack him through the plebs, so that he may sink into ruin under the weight of his own strength? It is our intention to fix a day for his trial. Nothing is less desired by the people than kingly power. As soon as that body of plebeians become aware that the quarrel is not with them, and find that from being his supporters they have become his judges, as soon as they see a patrician on his trial, and learn that the charge before them is one of aiming at monarchy, they will not show favor to any man more than to their own liberty." Chapter 20. Amidst universal approval they fixed a day for the trial of Manlius. There was at first much perturbation amongst the plebs, especially when they saw him going about in mourning garb without a single patrician, or any of his relatives or connections, and, strangest of all, neither of his brothers, Aulus and Titus Manlius, being similarly attired. For up to that day such a thing had never been known, that at such a crisis in a man's fate even those nearest to him did not put on mourning. They remembered that when Appius Claudius was thrown into prison, his personal enemy, Caius Claudius, and the whole house of the Claudii were mourning. They regarded it as a conspiracy to crush a popular hero, because he was the first man to go over from the patricians to the plebs. What evidence strictly bearing out the charge of treason was adduced by the prosecution at the actual trial, beyond the gatherings at his house, his seditious utterances, and his false statement about the gold, I do not find stated by any authority, but I have no doubt that it was anything but slight, for the hesitation shown by the people in finding him guilty was not due to the merits of the case, but to the locality where the trial took place. This is a thing to be noted in order that men may see how great and glorious deeds are not only deprived of all merit, but made positively hateful by a loathsome hankering after kingly power. He is said to have produced nearly 400 people to whom he had advanced money without interest, whom he had prevented from being sold up and having their persons adjudged to their creditors. It is stated that besides this, he not only enumerated his military distinctions, but brought them forward for inspection, the spoils of as many as 30 enemies whom he had slain, gifts from commanders-in-chief to the number of 40, amongst them 2 mural crowns and 8 civil ones. In addition to these, he produced citizens whom he had rescued from the enemy, and named Gaius Servilius master of the horse, who was not present, as one of them. After he had recalled his warlike achievements in a great speech corresponding to the loftiness of his theme, his language rising to the level of his exploits, he bared his breast, ennobled by the scars of battle, and looking towards the Capitol, repeatedly invoked Jupiter and the other deities to come to the aid of his shattered fortunes. He prayed that they would, in this crisis of his fate, inspire the Roman people with the same feeling with which they inspired him when he was protecting the citadel and the Capitol and so saving Rome. Then turning to his judges, he implored them one and all to judge his cause with their eyes fixed on the Capitol, looking towards the immortal gods. As it was in the Campus Martius that the people were to vote in their centuries, and the defendant, stretching forth his hands towards the Capitol, had turned from men to the gods in his prayers, it became evident to the tribunes that unless they could release men's spellbound eyes from the visible reminder of his glorious deed, their minds, wholly possessed with the sense of the service he had done them, would find no place for charges against him, however true. So the proceedings were adjourned to another day, and the people were summoned to an assembly in the Petalin Grove outside the Flumentin Gate, from which the Capitol was not visible. Here the charge was established, and with hearts steeled against his appeals, they passed the dreadful sentence, abhorrent even to the judges. Some authorities assert that he was sentenced by the Duumvirs, who were appointed to try cases of treason. The tribunes hurled him from the Tarpeian Rock, and the place which was the monument of his exceptional glory became also the scene of his final punishment. After his death, 2 stigmas were affixed to his memory, one by the state. His house stood where now the temple and mint of Juno Moneta stand. A measure was consequently brought before the people that no patrician should occupy a dwelling within the citadel or on the Capitoline. The other by the members of his house, who made a decree forbidding anyone henceforth to assume the names of Marcus Manlius. Such was the end of a man who, had he not been born in a free state, would have attained distinction. When danger was no longer to be feared from him, the people, remembering only his virtues, soon began to regret his loss. A pestilence, which followed shortly after, and inflicted great mortality, for which no cause could be assigned, was thought by a great many people to be due to the execution of Manlius. They imagined that the Capitol had been polluted by the blood of its deliverer, and that the gods had been displeased at a punishment having been inflicted almost before their eyes on the man by whom their temples had been wrested from an enemy's hands. End of section 2. Read by Jeffrey Allen Stumpf, Portland, Oregon, April 2022.
Section 3 of The History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 6, Chapters 21 through 29. Chapter 21. Wars with the Volscians and Latins. The pestilence was followed by scarcity, and the widespread rumor of these 2 troubles was followed the next year by a number of wars. The consular tribunes were Lucius Valerius, for the 4th time, Aulus Manlius, Servius Sepulchrius, Lucius Lucretius, and Lucius Aemilius, all for the 3rd time, and Marcus Trebonius. In addition to the Volscians, who seemed destined by some fate to keep the Roman soldiery in perpetual training, in addition to the colonies of Circeii and Velitrae, who had long been meditating revolt, in addition to Latium, which was an object of suspicion, a new enemy suddenly appeared at Lanuvium, which had hitherto been a most loyal city. The Senate thought this was due to a feeling of contempt because the revolt of their countrymen at Velitrae had remained so long unpunished. They accordingly passed a decree that the people should be asked as soon as possible to consent to a declaration of war against them. To make the plebs more ready to enter on this campaign, 5 commissioners were appointed to distribute the Pomptine territory and 3 to settle a colony at Nepete. Then the proposal was submitted to the people, and in spite of the protests of the tribunes, the tribes unanimously declared for war. Preparations for war continued throughout the year, but, owing to the pestilence, the army was not let out. This delay allowed the colonists time for propitiating the Senate, and there was a considerable party amongst them in favor of sending a deputation to Rome to ask for pardon. But, as usual, the interest of the state was bound up with the interests of individuals, and the authors of the revolt, fearing that they alone would be held responsible and surrendered, in consequence, to appease the resentment of the Romans, turned the colonists from all thoughts of peace. Nor did they confine themselves to persuading their Senate to veto the proposed embassy. They stirred up a large number of the plebs to make a predatory incursion on Roman territory. This fresh outrage destroyed all hopes of peace. This year, for the first time, there arose a rumor of revolt at Praeneste, but when the people of Tusculum, Gabinii, and Labici, whose territories had been invaded, laid a formal complaint, the Senate took it so calmly that it was evident they did not believe the charge because they did not wish it to be true. Chapter 22. Spurius and Lucius Papirius, the new consular tribunes, marched with the legions to Velitrae. Their 4 colleagues, Servius Cornelius Malaganensis, Quintus Servilius, Gaius Sepulchrius, and Lucius Aemilius, were left to defend the city and to meet any fresh movement in Etruria, for danger was suspected everywhere on that side. At Velitrae, where the auxiliaries from Praeneste were almost more numerous than the colonists themselves, an engagement took place in which the Romans soon won the day, for as the city was so near, the enemy took to flight early in the battle and made for the city as their one refuge. The tribunes abstained from storming the place, for they were doubtful of success and did not think it right to reduce the colony to ruin. The dispatches to the Senate announcing the victory were more severe on the Praenestines than on the Velaternians. Accordingly, by a decree of the Senate confirmed by the people, war was declared against Praeneste. The Praenestines joined forces with the Volscians, and in the following year took by storm the Roman colony of Satricum, after an obstinate defense, and made a brutal use of their victory. This incident exasperated the Romans. They elected Marcus Furius Camillus as consular tribune for the 6th time, and gave him 4 colleagues, Aulus and Lucius Postumius Regalensis, Lucius Furius, Lucius Lucretius, and Marcus Fabius Ambustus. By special decree of the Senate, the war with the Volscians was entrusted to Marcus Furius Camillus. The tribune chosen by lot as his coadjutor was Lucius Furius, not so much, as it turned out, in the interest of the state as in the interest of his colleague, for whom he served as the means of gaining fresh renown. He gained it on public grounds by restoring the fortunes of the state which had been brought low by the other's rashness, and on private grounds because he was more anxious to win the other's gratitude after retrieving his error than to win glory for himself. Camillus was now advanced in age, and after being elected was prepared to make the usual affidavit declining office on the grounds of health, but the people refused to allow him. His vigorous breast was still animated by an energy unweakened by age, his senses were unimpaired, and his interest in political affairs was lost in the prospect of war. 4 legions were enrolled, each consisting of 4,000 men. The army was ordered to muster the next day at the Esquiline Gate, and at once march for Satricum. Here the captors of the colony awaited him, their decided superiority of numbers inspiring them with complete confidence. When they found that the Romans were approaching, they advanced at once to battle, anxious to bring matters to a decisive issue as soon as possible. They imagined that this would prevent the inferiority in numbers of their opponents from being in any way aided by the skill of their commander, which they looked upon as the sole ground of confidence for the Romans. Chapter 23. The same eagerness for battle was felt by the Roman army and by Camillus' colleague. Nothing stood in the way of their hazarding an immediate engagement except the prudence and authority of one man, who was seeking an opportunity, by protracting the war, for aiding the strength of his force by strategy. This made the enemy more insistent. They not only deployed their lines in front of their camp, but even marched forward in the middle of the plain and showed their supercilious confidence in their numbers by advancing their standards close to the Roman entrenchments. This made the Romans indignant, still more Lucius Furius. Young and naturally high-tempered, he was now infected with the hopefulness of the rank and file whose spirits were rising with very little to justify their confidence. He increased their excitement by belittling the authority of his colleague on the score of his age, the only possible reason he had for doing so. He declared that wars were the province of the younger men, for courage grows and decays in correspondence with the bodily powers. Camillus, he said, once a most active warrior, had now become a laggard. He, whose habit it had been, immediately on arriving at camps or cities, to take them at the first assault, was now wasting time and stagnating inside his lines. What accession to his own strength or diminution of the enemy's strength was he hoping for? What favorable chance, what opportune moment, what ground on which to employ his strategy? The old man's plans had lost all fire and life. Camillus had had his share of life as well as glory. What was gained by letting the strength of a state which ought to be immortal share in the senile decay of one mortal frame? By speeches of this kind, he had brought over the whole camp to his view, and in many quarters they were demanding to be led to immediate battle. Addressing Camillus, he said, "Marcus Furius, we cannot resist the impetuosity of the soldiers, and the enemy to whom we have given fresh courage by our hesitation are now showing intolerable contempt for us. You are one against all. Yield to the universal desire, and allow yourself to be overcome in argument, that you may the sooner overcome in battle." In his reply, Camillus said that in all the wars he had waged down to that day as sole commander, neither he nor the Roman people had had any reason to complain of either his generalship or his good fortune. Now he was aware that he had as a colleague one who was his equal in authority and rank, his superior in physical strength and activity. As for the army, he had been accustomed to direct and not to be directed, but as for his colleague, he could not hamper his authority. Let him do with the help of heaven whatever he considered best for the state. He begged that, owing to his years, he might be excused from being in the front line. Whatever duties an old man could discharge in battle, in these he would not show himself lacking. He prayed to the immortal gods that no mischance might make them feel that his plan, after all, was the best. His salutary advice was not listened to by men, nor was his patriotic prayer heard by the gods. His colleague, who had determined on battle, drew up the front line. Camillus formed a powerful reserve and posted a strong force in front of the camp. He himself took his station on some rising ground and anxiously awaited the result of tactics so different from his own. Chapter 24. No sooner had their arms clashed together at the first onset than the enemy began to retire, not through fear, but for tactical reasons. Behind them, the ground rose gently up to their camp, and owing to their preponderance in numbers, they had been able to leave several cohorts armed and drawn up for action in their camp. After the battle had begun, these were to make a sortie as soon as the enemy were near their entrenchments. In pursuing the retiring enemy, the Romans had been drawn on to the rising ground and were in some disorder. Seizing their opportunity, the enemy made their charge from this camp. It was the victors' turn now to be alarmed, and this new danger and the uphill fighting made the Roman line give ground. Whilst the Volscians, who had charged from the camp, pressed home their attack, the others who had made the pretended flight renewed the contest. At last, the Romans no longer retired in order. Forgetting their recent battle ardor and their old renown, they began to flee in all directions, and in wild disorder were making for their camp. Camillus, after being assisted to mount by those around, hastily brought up the reserves and blocked their flight. "Is this, soldiers," he cried, "the battle which you were clamoring for? Who is the man, who is the god that you can throw blame upon? Then you were foolhardy, now you are cowards. You have been following another captain, now follow Camillus and conquer, as you are accustomed to do under my leadership. Why are you looking at the rampart in the camp? Not a man of you shall enter there unless you are victorious." A feeling of shame at first arrested their disorderly flight. Then, when they saw the standards brought round and the line turning to face the enemy and their leader, illustrious through 100 triumphs, and now venerable through age, showing himself amongst the foremost ranks, where the risk and toil were greatest, mutual reproaches mingled with words of encouragement were heard through the whole field, till finally they burst into a ringing cheer. The other tribune did not show himself wanting to the occasion. Whilst his colleague was rallying the infantry, he was sent to the cavalry. He did not venture to censure them. His share in their fault left him too little authority for that. But dropping all tone of command, he implored them, one and all, to clear him from the guilt of that day's misfortunes. In spite, he said, of the refusal and opposition of my colleague, I preferred to associate myself with the rashness of all rather than the prudence of one. Whatever your fortunes may be, Camillus sees his own glory reflected in them. I, unless the day is won, shall have the utter wretchedness of sharing the fortunes of all, but bearing the infamy alone. As the infantry were wavering, it seemed best for the cavalry, after dismounting and leaving their horses to be held, to attack the enemy on foot. Conspicuous for their arms and dashing courage, they went wherever they saw the infantry force pressed. Officers and men emulated each other in fighting with a determination and courage which never slackened. The effect of such strenuous bravery was shown in the result. The Volscians, who a short time before had given ground in simulated fear, were now scattered in real panic. A large number were killed in the actual battle and the subsequent flight, others in the camp, which was carried in the same charge. There were more prisoners, however, than slain. Chapter 25. On examining the prisoners, it was discovered that some were from Tusculum, These were brought separately before the tribunes, and, on being questioned, admitted that their state authorized their taking up arms. Alarmed at the prospect of a war so close to the city, Camillus said that he would at once conduct the prisoners to Rome, so that the Senate might not remain in ignorance of the fact that the Tusculans had abandoned the alliance with Rome. His colleague might, if he thought good, remain in command of the army and camp. One day's experience had taught him not to prefer his own counsels to wiser ones. But even so, neither he nor anyone in the army supposed that Camillus would calmly pass over that blunder of his by which the Republic had been exposed to headlong disaster. Both in the army and at Rome, it was universally remarked that in the checkered fortune which had attended the Volscian campaign, the blame for the unsuccessful battle and flight would be visited on Lucius Furius. The glory of the successful one would rest with Marcus Furius Camillus. After the examination of the prisoners, the Senate resolved upon war with Tusculum, and entrusted the conduct of it to Camillus. He requested that he might have one coadjutor, and on receiving permission to choose whom he would, he selected, to everyone's surprise, Lucius Furius. By this act of generosity, he removed the stigma attaching to his colleague and won great glory for himself. But there was no war with the Tusculans. Unable to resist the attack of Rome by force of arms, they turned it aside by a firm and lasting peace. When the Romans entered their territory, there was no flight of the inhabitants from the places near their line of march. The cultivation of the fields was not interrupted. The gates of the city stood open, and the townsmen in civic attire came in crowds to meet the commanders, whilst provisions for the camp were brought ungrudgingly from town and country. Camillus fixed his camp in front of the gates and decided to ascertain for himself whether the peaceful aspect which things wore in the country prevailed within the walls as well. Inside the city, he found the doors of the houses standing open, and all kinds of things exposed for sale in the stalls, the workmen all busy at their respective tasks, and the schools humming with the voices of the children learning to read. The streets filled with crowds, including women and children, going in all directions about their business, and wearing an expression free not only from fear, but even from surprise. He looked everywhere in vain for some signs of war. There was not the slightest trace of anything having been removed or brought forward just for the moment. All things looked so calm and peaceful that it seemed hardly possible that the bruit of war could have reached them. Chapter 26. Disarmed by the submissive demeanor of the enemy, he gave orders for the Senate to be summoned. He then addressed them in the following terms: Men of Tusculum, you are the only people who have discovered the true weapons, the true strength with which you protect yourselves from the wrath of Rome. Go to the Senate at Rome. They will decide aright whether your past offense deserve punishment most, or your present submission pardon. I will not anticipate the grace and favor which the state may show you. You shall receive from me the permission to plead for forgiveness. The Senate will vouchsafe to your supplication the answer which shall seem good to them. After the arrival of the Tusculan senators in Rome, when the mournful countenances of those who a few weeks before had been staunch allies were seen in the vestibule of the Senate House, the Roman Senate were touched with pity and at once ordered them to be called in as guest friends, rather than as enemies. The dictator of Tusculum was the spokesman. Senators, he said, we against whom you have declared and commenced hostilities went out to meet your generals and your legions armed and equipped just as you see us now standing in the vestibule of your house. This civilian dress has always been the dress of our order and of our plebs, and ever will be, unless at any time we receive from you arms for your defense. We are grateful to your generals and to your armies because they trusted their eyes rather than their ears, and did not make enemies where none existed. We ask of you the peace which we have ourselves observed, and pray you to turn the tide of war where a state of war exists. If we are to learn by painful experience the power which your arms can exert against us, we will learn it without using arms ourselves. This is our determination. May the gods make it as fortunate as it is dutiful. As for the accusations which induced you to declare war, although it is unnecessary to refute in words what has been disproved by facts, still, even supposing them to be true, we believe that it would have been safe to admit them, since we should have given such evident proofs of repentance. Let us acknowledge that we have wronged you, if only you are worthy to receive such satisfaction. This was practically what the Tusculans said. They obtained peace at the time, and not long after, full citizenship. The legions were marched back from Tusculum. Chapter 27. Unrest in the city. War with Praeneste. After thus distinguishing himself by his skill and courage in the Volscian War, and bringing the expedition against Tusculum to such a happy termination, and on both occasions treating his colleague with singular consideration and forbearance, Camillus went out of office. The consular tribunes for the next year were Lucius Valerius, for the 5th time, and Publius, for the 3rd time, Gaius Sergius, also for the 3rd time, Lucius Menenius, for the 2nd time, Publius Papirius, and Servius Cornelius Malaganensis. This year it was found necessary to appoint censors, mainly owing to the vague rumors which were afloat about the burden of debt. The plebeian tribunes, in order to stir up ill feeling, exaggerated the amount, while it was underestimated by those whose interest it was to represent the difficulty as due to the unwillingness rather than the inability of the debtor to pay. The censors appointed were Gaius Sepulchrius Camerinius and Spurius Postumius Regalensis. They commenced a fresh assessment, but the work was interrupted by the death of Postumius, because it was doubtful whether the co-optation of a colleague, in the case of the censors, was permissible. Sepulchrius accordingly resigned, and fresh magistrates were appointed, but owing to some flaw in their election did not act. Religious fears deterred them from proceeding to a 3rd election. It seemed as though the gods would not allow a censorship for that year. The tribunes declared that such mockery was intolerable. The Senate, according to them, dreaded the publication of the assessment lists, which supplied information as to every man's property, because they did not wish the amount of the debtor to be brought to light, for it would show how 1/2 of the community was being ruined by the other half, while the debt-burdened plebs were all the time being exposed to one enemy after another. Excuses for war were being sought indiscriminately in every direction. The legions were marched from Antium to Satricum, from Satricum to Velitrae, from there to Tusculum. And now the Latins, the Hernici, and the Praenestines were being threatened with hostilities in order that the patricians might wreak their vengeance on their fellow citizens more even than upon the enemy. They were wearing out the plebes by keeping them under arms, and not allowing them any breathing time in the city, or any leisure for thoughts of liberty, or any possibility for taking their place in the assembly, where they might listen to the voice of a tribune urging the reduction of interest and the redress of other grievances. Why, if the plebs had spirit enough to recall to mind the liberties which their fathers won, they would never suffer a Roman citizen to be made over to his creditors, nor would they permit an army to be raised until an account was taken of the existing debt and some method of reducing it discovered, so that each man might know what he actually owed and what was left for himself, whether his person was free or whether that, too, was due to the stocks. The premium thus put upon sedition made it at once more active. Many cases were occurring of men being made over to their creditors, and in view of a war with Praeneste, the Senate had resolved that fresh legions should be enrolled. But both these proceedings were arrested by the intervention of the tribunes, supported by the whole body of the plebs. The tribunes refused to allow the judgment debtors to be carried off. The men whose names were called for enrollment refused to answer. The Senate was less concerned to insist upon the rights of creditors than to carry out the enlistment, for information had been received that the enemy had advanced from Praeneste and were encamped in the district of Gabii. This intelligence, however, instead of deterring the plebeian tribunes from opposition, only made them more determined, and nothing availed to quiet the agitation in the city but the approach of war to its very walls. Chapter 28. A report had reached Praeneste that no army had been raised in Rome, and no commander-in-chief selected, and that the patricians and plebeians had turned against one another. Seizing the opportunity, their generals had led their army by rapid marches through fields which they had utterly laid waste and appeared before the Colline gate. There was widespread alarm in the city. A general cry arose, "To arms!" and men hurried to the walls and gates. At last, abandoning sedition for war, they nominated Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus as dictator. He named Aulus Sempronius Atratinus as his master of the horse. No sooner did they hear of this, so great was the terror which a dictatorship inspired, than the enemy retired from the walls, and the men liable for active service assembled without any hesitation at the dictator's orders. Whilst the army was being mobilized in Rome, the camp of the enemy had been fixed not far from the Allia. From this point they spread devastation far and wide, and congratulated themselves that they had chosen a position of fatal import for the city of Rome. They expected that there would be the same panic and flight as in the Gaulish War. For, they argued, if the Romans regarded with horror even the day which took its name from that spot and was under a curse, how much more would they dread the Alia itself, the memorial of that great disaster? They would most assuredly have the appalling sight of the Gauls before their eyes and the sound of their voices in their ears. Indulging in these idle dreams, they placed all their hopes in the fortune of the place. The Romans, on the other hand, knew perfectly well that wherever he was, the Latin enemy was the same as the one who had been conquered at Lake Regillus and kept in peaceable subjection for 100 years. The fact that the place was associated with the memories of their great defeat would sooner stimulate them to wipe out the recollection of that disgrace than make them feel that any place on earth could be of ill omen for their success. Even if the Gauls themselves were to appear there, they would fight just as they fought when they recovered their city, just as they fought the next day at Gabii, when they did not leave a single enemy who had entered Rome to carry the news of their defeat and the Roman victory to their countrymen. Chapter 29. In these different moods, each side reached the banks of the Alia. When the enemy came into view in battle formation ready for action, the dictator turned to Aulus Sempronius. "Do you see," he said, "how they have taken their station on the Alia, relying on the fortune of the place? May heaven have given them nothing more certain to trust to, or stronger to help them. You, however, placing your confidence in arms and valor, will charge their center at full gallop, while I, with the legions, will attack them whilst in disorder. Ye deities, who watch over treaties, assist us, and exact the penalties due from those who have sinned against you and deceived us by appealing to your divinity." Neither the cavalry charge nor the infantry attack was sustained by the Praenestines. At the first onset and battle shout, their ranks were broken, and when no portion of the line any longer kept its formation, they turned and fled in confusion. In their panic, they were carried past their camp and did not stop their headlong flight until they were within sight of Praeneste. There the fugitives rallied and seized a position which they hastily fortified. They were afraid of retiring within the walls of their city, lest their territory should be wasted with fire, and after everything had been devastated, the city should be invested. The Romans, however, after spoiling the camp at the Alia, came up. This position, therefore, was also abandoned. They shut themselves in Praeneste, feeling hardly safe even behind its walls. There were 8 towns under the jurisdiction of Praeneste. These were successively attacked and reduced without much fighting. Then the army advanced against Velitrae, which was successfully stormed. Finally, they arrived at Praeneste, the origin and center of the war. It was captured, not by assault, but after surrender. After being thus victorious in battle, and capturing 2 camps and 9 towns belonging to the enemy, and receiving the surrender of Praeneste, Titus Quinctius returned to Rome. In his triumphal procession, he carried up to the capital the image of Jupiter Imperator, which had been brought from Praeneste. It was set up in a recess between the shrines of Jupiter and Minerva, and a tablet was affixed to the pedestal recording the dictator's successes. The inscription ran something like this: "Jupiter and all the gods have granted this boon to Titus Quinctius the dictator, that he should capture 9 towns. On the 20th day after his appointment, he laid down the dictatorship." End of section 3. Section 4 of The History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, Chapters 30 to 42. Chapter 30. Renewed fighting with the Volscians. When the election of consular tribunes took place, an equal number were elected from each order. The patricians were Publius and Gaius Manlius, together with Lucius Julius. The plebeians were Gaius Sextilius, Marcus Albinius, and Lucius Anstitius. As the 2 Manlii took precedence of the plebeians by birth and were more popular than Julius, they had the Volscians assigned to them by special resolution, without casting lots or any understanding with the other consular tribunes, a step which they themselves and the Senate who made the arrangement had cause to regret. They set out some cohorts to forage without previously reconnoitering. On receiving a false message that these were cut off, They started off in great haste to their support, without detaining the messenger, who was a hostile Latin and had passed himself off as a Roman soldier. Consequently, they fell straight into an ambuscade. It was only the sheer courage of the men that enabled them to make a stand on unfavorable ground and offer a desperate resistance. At the same time, their camp, which lay on the plain in another direction, was attacked. In both incidents, the generals had imperiled everything by their rashness and ignorance. If, by the good fortune of Rome, anything was saved, it was due to the steadiness and courage of the soldiers who had no one to direct operations. On the report of these occurrences reaching Rome, it was at first decided that a dictator should be nominated, but on subsequent information being received that all was quiet amongst the Volscians, who evidently did not know how to make use of their victory, the armies were recalled from that quarter. On the side of the Volscians, peace prevailed. The only trouble that marked the close of the year was the renewal of hostilities by the Praenestines, who had stirred up the Latin cantons. The colonists of Setia complained of the fewness of their number, so a fresh body of colonists was sent to join them. The misfortunes of the war were compensated by the quiet which prevailed at home owing to the influence and authority which the consular tribunes from the plebeians possessed with their party. Chapter 31. Domestic Troubles. The new consular tribunes were Spurius Furius, Quintus Servilius for the second time, Lucius Menenius for the third time, Publius Cloelius, Marcus Horatius, and Lucius Gaganius. No sooner had their year begun than the flames of a violent disturbance broke out, for which the distress caused by the debts supplied both cause and motive. Spurius Servilius Priscus and Quintus Cloelius Siculus were appointed censors to go into the matter, but they were prevented from doing so by the outbreak of war. The Volscian legions invaded the Roman territory and were committing ravages in all directions. The first imitation came through panic-stricken messengers, followed by a general flight from the country districts. So far was the alarm thus created from repressing the domestic dissensions that the tribunes showed all the greater determination to obstruct the enrollment of troops. They succeeded at last in imposing two conditions on the patricians: that none should pay the war tax until the war was over, and that no suits for debt should be brought into court. After the plebeians had obtained this relief, there was no longer any delay in the enrollment. When the fresh troops had been raised, they were formed into two armies, both of which were marched into the Volscian territory. Spurius Furius and Marcus Horatius turned to the right in the direction of Antium and the coast. Quintus Servilius and Lucius Gaganius proceeded to the left to Achetra and the mountain district. In neither direction did the enemy meet them, so they commenced to ravage the country in a very different method from that which the Volscians had practiced. These, emboldened by the dissensions, but afraid of the courage of their enemy, had made hasty depredations like freebooters dreading a surprise. But the Romans, acting as a regular army, wreaked their just anger in ravages which were all the more destructive because they were continuous. The Volscians, fearing lest an army might come from Rome, confined their ravages to the extreme frontier. The Romans, on the other hand, lingered in the enemy's country to provoke him to battle. After burning all the scattered houses and several of the villages, and leaving not a single fruit tree or any hope of harvest for the year, and carrying off as booty all the men and cattle that remained outside the walled towns, the two armies returned to Rome. Chapter 32. War with the Volscians and Latins. A short breathing space had been allowed to the debtors, but as soon as hostilities ceased and quiet was restored, large numbers of them were again being adjudged to their creditors, and so completely had all hopes of lightening the old load of debt vanished that new debts were being contracted to meet a tax imposed for the construction of a stone wall for which the censors had made a contract. The plebs were compelled to submit to this burden because there was no enrollment which their tribunes could obstruct. They were even forced by the influence of the nobility to elect only patricians as consular tribunes. Their names were Lucius Aemilius, Publius Valerius, for the fourth time, Gaius Veturius, Servius Sepulchrius, Lucius and Gaius Quinctius Cincinnatus. The patricians were also strong enough to effect the enrollment of 3 armies to act against the Latins and Volscians, who had united their forces and were encamped at Satricum. All those who were liable for active service were made to take the military oath. None ventured to obstruct. One of these armies was to protect the city, Another was to be in readiness to be dispatched wherever any sudden hostile movement might be attempted. The third, and by far the strongest, was led by Publius Valerius and Lucius Aemilianus to Satricum. Here they found the enemy drawn up for battle on favorable ground, and immediately engaged him. The action, though so far not decisive, was going in favor of the Romans when it was stopped by violent storms of wind and rain. The next day it was resumed and was kept up for some time on the part of the enemy with a courage and success equal to that of the Romans, mainly by the Latin legions who, through their long alliance, were familiar with Roman tactics. A cavalry charge disordered their ranks, and before they could recover, the infantry made a fresh attack, and the further they pressed forward, the more decided the retreat of the enemy became, and once the battle turned, the Roman attack became irresistible. The rout of the enemy was complete, and as they did not make for their camp but tried to reach Satricum, which was 2 miles distant, they were mostly cut down by the cavalry. The camp was taken and plundered. The following night they evacuated Satricum, and in a march which was much more like a flight made their way to Antium. And though the Romans followed almost on their heels, the state of panic they were in enabled them to outstrip their pursuers. The enemy entered the city before the Romans could delay or harass their rear. Some days were spent in harrying the country, as the Romans were not sufficiently provided with military engines for attacking the walls, nor were the enemy disposed to run the risk of a battle. Chapter 33. A quarrel now arose between the Antiots and the Latins. The Antiots, crushed by their misfortunes and exhausted by a state of war which had lasted all their lives, were contemplating peace. The newly revolted Latins, who had enjoyed a long peace and whose spirits were yet unbroken, were all the more determined to keep up hostilities. When each side had convinced the other that it was perfectly free to act as it thought best, there was an end of the quarrel. The Latins took their departure, and so cleared themselves from all association with a peace which they considered dishonorable. The Antiots, when once the inconvenient critics of their salutary consuls were out of the way, surrendered their city and territory to the Romans. The exasperation and rage of the Latins at finding themselves unable to injure the Romans in war, or to induce the Volscians to keep up hostilities, rose to such a pitch that they set fire to Satricum, which had been their first shelter after their defeat. They flung firebrands on sacred and profane buildings alike, and not a single roof of that city escaped except the temple of Mother Matuta. It is stated that it was not any religious scruple or fear of the gods that restrained them, but an awful voice which sounded from the temple, threatening them with terrible punishment if they did not keep their accursed firebrands far from the shrine. Whilst in this state of frenzy, they next attacked Tusculum, in revenge for its having deserted the national council of the Latins, and not only becoming an ally of Rome, but even accepting her citizenship. The attack was unexpected, and they burst in through the open gates. The town was taken at the first alarm, with the exception of the citadel. Thither the townsmen fled for refuge with their wives and children, after sending messengers to Rome to inform the Senate of their plight. With the promptitude which the honor of the Roman people demanded, an army was marched to Tusculum under the command of the consular tribunes Lucius Quinctius and Servius Sepulchrius. They found the gates of Tusculum closed, and the Latins, with the feelings of men who were at once besieging and being besieged, were in one direction defending the walls, and in the other attacking the citadel, inspiring terror and feeling it at the same time. The arrival of the Romans produced a change in the temper of both sides. It turned the gloomy forebodings of the Tusculans into the utmost cheerfulness, whilst the confidence which the Latins had felt in a speedy capture of the citadel, as they were already in possession of the town, sank into a faint and feeble hope of even their own safety. The Tusculans in the citadel gave a cheer. It was answered by a much louder one from the Roman army. The Latins were hard pressed on both sides. They could not withstand the attack of the Tusculans charging from the higher ground, nor could they repel the Romans who were mounting the walls and forcing the gates. The walls were first taken by escalade, then the bars of the gates were burst. The double attack in front and rear left the Latins no strength to fight and no room for escape. Between the two, they were killed to a man. Chapter 34. The Licinian Laws. The greater the tranquility which prevailed everywhere abroad after these successful operations, so much the greater became the violence of the patricians and the miseries of the plebeians, since the ability to pay their debts was frustrated by the very fact that payment had become necessary. They had no means left on which to draw, and after judgment had been given against them, they satisfied their creditors by surrendering their good name and their personal liberty. Punishment took the place of payment. To such a state of depression had not only the humbler classes, but even the leading men amongst the plebeians been reduced, that there was no energetic or enterprising individual amongst them who had the spirit to take up or become a candidate even for the plebeian magistracies. Still less to win a place amongst the patricians as consular tribune, an honor which they had previously done their utmost to secure. It seemed as though the patricians had for all time won back from the plebs the sole enjoyment of a dignity for which the last few years had been shared with them. As a check to any undue exaltation on the part of the patricians, an incident occurred which was slight in itself, but, as is often the case, led to important results. Marcus Fabius Ambustus, a patrician, possessed great influence amongst the men of his own order, and also with the plebeians, because they felt that he did not in any way look down on them. His 2 daughters were married, the elder one to Servius Sepulchrius, the younger to Gaius Licinius Stolo, a distinguished man, but a plebeian. The fact that Fabius did not regard this alliance as beneath him had made him very popular with the masses. The 2 sisters happened to be one day at Servius Sepulchrius's house, passing the time in conversation. When on his return from the forum, the tribune's apparitor gave the customary knocks on the door with his rod. The younger Fabia was startled at what was to her an unfamiliar custom, and her sister laughed at her and expressed surprise that she was ignorant of it. That laugh, however, left its sting in the mind of a woman easily excited by trifles. I think, too, that the crowd of attendants coming to ask for orders awoke in her that spirit of jealousy which makes everyone anxious to be surpassed as little as possible by one's neighbors. It made her regard her sister's marriage as a fortunate one, and her own as a mistake. Her father happened to see her whilst she was still upset by this mortifying incident, and asked her if she was well. She tried to conceal the real reason as showing but little affection for her sister and not much respect for her own husband. He kindly but firmly insisted upon finding out, and she confessed the real cause of her distress. She was united to one who was her inferior in birth, married into a house where neither honor nor political influence could enter. Ambustus consoled his daughter and bade her keep up her spirits. She would very soon see in her own house the same honors which she saw at her sister's. From that time he began to concert plans with his son-in-law. They took into their counsels Lucius Sextius, a pushing man who regarded nothing as beyond his ambition except patrician blood. Chapter 35. A favorable opportunity for making innovations presented itself in the terrible pressure of debt, a burden from which the plebes did not hope for any alleviation until they had raised men of their own order to the highest authority in the state. This, they thought, was the aim which they must devote their utmost efforts to reach, and they believed that they had already, by dint of effort, secured a foothold from which, if they pushed forward, they could secure the highest positions, and so become the equals of the patricians in dignity as they now were in courage. For the time being, Gaius Licinius and Lucius Sextius decided to become tribunes of the plebs. Once in this office, they could clear for themselves the way to all the other distinctions. All the measures which they brought forward after they were elected were directed against the power and influence of the patricians, and calculated to promote the interests of the plebs. One dealt with the debts, and provided that the amount paid in interest should be deducted from the principal, and the balance repaid in 3 equal yearly installments. The second restricted the occupation of land, and prohibited anyone from holding more than 500 jugera. The third provided that there should be no more consular tribunes elected, and that one consul should be elected from each order. They were all questions of immense importance, which could not be settled without a tremendous struggle. The prospect of a fight over those things which excite the keenest desires of men, land, money, honors, produced consternation among the patricians. After excited discussions in the Senate and in private houses, they found no better remedy than the one they had adopted in previous contests, namely, the tribunician veto. So they won over some of the tribunes to interpose their veto against these proposals. When they saw the tribes, summoned by Licinius and Sextus to give their votes, these men, surrounded by a bodyguard of patricians, refused to allow either the reading of the bills or any other procedure which the plebs usually adopted when they came to vote. For many weeks the assembly was regularly summoned without any business being done, and the bills were looked upon as dead. "Very good," said Sextius. Since it is your pleasure that the veto shall possess so much power, we will use the same weapon for the protection of the plebs. Come then, patricians, give notice of an assembly for the election of consular tribunes. I will take care that the word which our colleagues are now uttering in concert to your great delight, the word I forbid, shall not give you much pleasure. These were not idle threats. No elections were held beyond those of the tribunes and aediles of the plebs. Licinius and Sextius, when re-elected, would not allow any currile magistrates to be appointed, and as the plebs constantly re-elected them, and as they constantly stopped the election of consular tribunes, this dearth of magistrates lasted in the city for 5 years. Chapter 36. Fortunately, with one exception, there was a respite from foreign war. The colonists of Velitrae, becoming wanton in a time of peace and in the absence of any Roman army, made various incursions into Roman territory and began an attack on Tusculum. The citizens, allies of old and now citizens, implored help, and their situation moved not only the Senate but the plebes as well with a sense of shame. The tribunes of the plebes gave way and the elections were conducted by an interrex. The consular tribunes elected were Lucius Furius, Aulus Manlius, Servius Sepulchrius, Servius Cornelius, Publius and Gaius Valerius. They did not find the plebeians nearly so amenable in the enlistment as they had been in the elections. It was only after a very great struggle that an army was raised. They not only dislodged the enemy from before Tusculum, but forced him to take refuge behind his walls. The siege of Velitrae was carried on with far greater vigor than that of Tusculum had been. Those commanders who had commenced the investment did not, however, effect its capture. The new consular tribunes were Quintus Servilius, Gaius Veturius, Aulus and Marcus Cornelius, Quintus Quinctius, and Marcus Fabius. Even under these tribunes, nothing worth mention took place at Velitrae. At home, affairs were becoming more critical. Sextius and Licinius, the original proposers of the laws, who had been re-elected tribunes of the plebs for the 8th time, were now supported by Fabius Ambustus, Licinius Stolo's father-in-law. He came forward as the decided advocate of the measures which he had initiated, and whereas there had at first been 8 members of the College of Tribunes who had vetoed the proposals, there were now only 5. These 5, as usually happens with men who desert their party, were embarrassed and dismayed, and defended their opposition by borrowed arguments privately suggested to them by the patricians. They urged that as a large number of plebeians were in the army at Velitrae, the assembly ought to be adjourned till the return of the soldiers, to allow of the entire body of the plebs voting on matters affecting their interests. Sextius and Licinius, experts after so many years' practice in the art of handling the plebs, in conjunction with some of their colleagues in the consular tribune, Fabius Ambustus, brought forward the leaders of the patrician party and worried them with questions on each of the measures they were referring to the people. Have you, they asked, the audacity to demand that whilst 2 jugera are allotted to each plebeian, you yourselves should each occupy more than 500 jugera? So that while a single patrician can occupy the land of nearly 300 citizens, the holding of a plebeian is hardly extensive enough for the roof he needs to shelter him, or the place where he is to be buried? Is it your pleasure that the plebeians, crushed by debt, should surrender their persons to fetters and punishments sooner than that they should discharge their debts by repaying the principal? That they should be let off in crowds from the forum as the property of their creditors? That the houses of the nobility should be filled with prisoners, and wherever a patrician lives there should be a private dungeon? Chapter 37. They were denouncing these indignities in the ears of men, apprehensive for their own safety, who listened to them with stronger indignation than the men who were speaking felt. They went on to assert that after all there would be no limit to the seizure of land by the patricians, or the murder of the plebs by the deadly usury, until the plebs elected one of the consuls from their own ranks as a guardian of their liberties. The tribunes of the plebs were now objects of contempt, since their power was shattering itself by their own veto. There could be no fair or just administration as long as the executive power was in the hands of the other party, while they had only the right of protesting by their veto. Nor would the plebs ever have an equal share in the government till the executive authority was thrown open to them. Nor would it be enough, as some people might suppose, to allow plebeians to be voted for at the election of consuls. Unless it was made obligatory for one consul at least to be chosen from the plebs, no plebeian would ever become consul. Had they forgotten that after they had decided that consular tribunes should be elected in preference to consuls in order that the highest office might be open to plebeians, not a single plebeian was elected consular tribune for 44 years? What did they suppose? Did they imagine that the men who had been accustomed to fill all the 8 places when consular tribunes were elected would of their own free will consent to share 2 places with the plebs, or that they would allow the path to the consulship to be opened when they had so long blocked the one to the consular tribuneship? The people would have to secure by law what they could not gain by favor, and one of the 2 consulships would have to be placed beyond dispute as open to the plebs alone, for if it were open to a contest, it would always be the prey of the stronger party. The old, oft-repeated taunt could no longer be made now that there were no men amongst the plebs suitable for the curule magistracies. Was the government carried on with less spirit and energy after the consulship of Publius Licinius Calvus, who was the first plebeian to be elected to that post, than during the years when only patricians held the office? Nay, on the contrary, there had been some cases of patricians being impeached after their year of office, but none of plebeians. The quaestors also, like the consular tribunes, had a few years previously begun to be elected from the plebs. In no single instance had the Roman people had any cause to regret those appointments. The one thing that was left for the plebs to strive for was the consulship. That was the pillar, the stronghold of their liberties. If they arrived at that, the Roman people would realize that monarchy had been completely banished from the city, and that their freedom was securely established. For in that day, everything in which the patricians were preeminent would come to the plebs: power, dignity, military glory, the stamp of nobility, great things for themselves to enjoy, but greater still as legacies to their children. When they saw that speeches of this kind were listened to with approval, they brought forward a fresh proposal, namely, that instead of the Duumviri, the 2 keepers of the sacred books, a college of 10 should be formed, half of them plebeians and half patricians. The meeting of the assembly, which was to pass these measures, was adjourned till the return of the army which was besieging Velitrae. Chapter 38. The year passed away before the legions were brought back. Thus the new measures were hung up and left for the new consular tribunes to deal with. They were Titus Quinctius, Servius Cornelius, Servius Sepulchrius, Spurius Servilius, Lucius Papirius, and Lucius Veturius. The plebs re-elected their tribunes, at all events the same 2 who had brought forward the new measures. At the very beginning of the year, the final stage in the struggle was reached, and the proposers refused to be thwarted by the veto of their colleagues. The patricians, now thoroughly alarmed, took refuge in their last line of defense: supreme power and a supreme citizen to wield it. They resolved upon the nomination of a dictator, and Marcus Furius Camillus was nominated. He chose Lucius Aemilius as his master of horse. Against such formidable preparations on the part of their opponents, the proposers on their side prepared to defend the cause of the plebs with the weapons of courage and resolution. They gave notice of a meeting of the assembly and summoned the tribes to vote. Full of anger and menace, the dictator, surrounded by a compact body of patricians, took his seat, and the proceedings commenced as usual with a struggle between those who were bringing in the bills and those who were interposing their veto against them. The latter were in the stronger position legally, but they were overborne by the popularity of the measures and the men who were proposing them. The first tribes were already voting aye when Camillus said, "Since, Quirites, it is not the authority of your tribunes, but their defiance of authority that you are ruled by now, and their right of veto, which was once secured by the secession of the plebs, is now being rendered nugatory by the same violent conduct by which you obtained it, I, as dictator, acting in your own interests quite as much as in that of the state, shall support the right of veto and protect by my authority the safeguard which you are destroying. If, therefore, Gaius Licinius and Lucius Sextius give way before the opposition of their colleagues, I will not intrude the powers of a patrician magistrate into the councils of the plebs. If, however, in spite of that opposition they are bent on imposing their measures on the state, as though it had been subjugated in war, I will not allow the tribunician power to work its own destruction." The tribunes of the plebs treated this pronouncement with contempt, and persisted in their course with unshaken resolution. Thereupon Camillus, excessively angry, sent lictors to disperse the plebeians and threatened, if they went on, to bind the fighting men by their military oath and march them out of the city. The plebs were greatly alarmed, but their leaders were exasperated rather than intimidated by his opposition. But while the contest was still undecided, he resigned office, either owing to some irregularity in his nomination, as certain writers maintain, or because the tribunes proposed a resolution, which the plebs adopted, to the effect that if Camillus took any action as dictator, a fine of 500,000 asses should be imposed upon him. That his resignation was due to some defect in the auspices rather than to the effect of such an unprecedented proposal, I am led to believe by the following considerations: the well-known character of the man himself, the fact that Publius Manlius immediately succeeded him as dictator, for what influence could he have exerted in a contest in which Camillus had been worsted? The further fact that Camillus was again dictator the following year, for surely he would have been ashamed to reassume an authority which had been successfully defied the year before. Besides, at the time when, according to tradition, the resolution imposing a fine on him was passed, either he had as dictator the power to negative a measure which he saw was meant to circumscribe his authority, or else he was powerless to resist even those other measures on account of which this one was carried. But amidst all the conflicts in which tribunes and consuls have been engaged, the dictator's powers have always been above controversy. Chapter 39. Between Camillus' resignation of office and Manlius' entrance on his dictatorship, the tribunes held a council of the plebs as though an interregnum had occurred. Here it was evident which of the proposed measures were preferred by the plebs, and which their tribunes were most eager about. The measures dealing with usury and the allotment of state land were being adopted. That providing that one consul should always be a plebeian was rejected. Both the former would probably have carried into law if the tribunes had not said that they were putting them en bloc. Publius Manlius, on his nomination as dictator, strengthened the cause of the plebs by appointing a plebeian, Gaius Licinius, who had been a consular tribune, as his master of the horse. I gather that the patricians were much annoyed. The dictator generally defended his action on the ground of relationship. He pointed out, also, that the authority of a master of the horse was no greater than that of a consular tribune. When notice was given for the election of tribunes of the plebs, Licinius and Sextius declared their unwillingness to be re-elected, but they put it in a way which made the plebeians all the more eager to secure the end which they secretly had in view. For 9 years, they said, they had been standing in battle array, as it were, against the patricians, at the greatest risk to themselves, and with no advantage to the people. The measures they had brought forward and the whole power of the tribunes had, like themselves, become enfeebled by age. Their proposed legislation had been frustrated first by the veto of their colleagues, then by the withdrawal of their fighting men to the district of Velitrae, and last of all the dictator had launched his thunders at them. At the present time, there was no obstacle either from their colleagues, or from war, or from the dictator, for he had given them an earnest of the future election of plebeian consuls by appointing a plebeian as master of the horse. It was the plebs who stood in the way of their tribunes and their own interests. If they chose, they could have a city and a forum free from creditors and fields rescued from their unlawful occupiers. When were they ever going to show sufficient gratitude for these boons, if while accepting these beneficial measures they cut off from those who proposed them all hope of attaining the highest honors? It was not consistent with the self-respect of the Roman people for them to demand to be relieved of the burden of usury and placed on the land which they now wrongfully held by the magistrates, and then to leave the tribunes, though whom they won these reforms, without honorable distinction in their old age or any hope of attaining it. They must first make up their minds as to what they really wanted, and then declare their will by their votes at the election. If they wanted the proposed measures carried as a whole, there was some reason for their re-electing the same tribunes, because they would carry their own measures through. If, however, they only wished that to be passed which each man happened to want for himself, there was no need for them to incur odium by prolonging their term of office. They would not have the tribuneship themselves, nor would the people obtain the proposed reforms. Chapter 40. This determined language from the tribunes filled the patricians with speechless indignation and amazement. It is stated that Appius Claudius, a grandson of the old decemvir, moved by feelings of anger and hatred more than by any hope of turning them from their purpose, came forward and spoke to the following effect: "It would be nothing new or surprising to me, Quirites, to hear once more the reproach that has always been leveled against our family by revolutionary tribunes, namely, that from the very beginning we have never regarded anything in the state as more important than the honor and dignity of the patricians, and that we have always been inimical to the interests of the plebes. The former of these charges I do not deny. I acknowledge that from the day when we were admitted into the state and into the Senate we have labored most assiduously in order that the greatness of those houses amongst which it was your will that we should be numbered might be said in all truth to have been enhanced rather than impaired. In reply to the second charge, I would go so far as to assert on my own behalf and on that of my ancestors that neither as individuals nor in our capacity as magistrates have we ever done anything knowingly which was against the interest of the plebs, unless anyone should suppose that what is done on behalf of the state as a whole is necessarily injurious to the plebs as though they were living in another city. Nor can any act or word of ours be truthfully brought up as opposed to your real welfare, though some may have been opposed to your wishes. Even if I did not belong to the Claudian house, and had no patrician blood in my veins, but more simply one of the Quirites, knowing only that I was sprung from freeborn parents and was living in a free state, even then could I keep silence when I see that this Lucius Sextius, this Gaius Licinius, tribunes for life, good heavens, have reached such a pitch of impudence during the 9 years of their reign that they are refusing to allow you to vote as you please in the elections and in the enacting of laws? On one condition, they say, you shall reappoint us tribunes for the 10th time. What is this but saying, what others seek we so thoroughly despise that we will not accept it without a heavy premium? But what premium have we to pay that we may always have you as tribunes of the plebs? That you adopt all our measures en bloc, whether you agree with them or not, whether they are useful or the reverse. Now I ask you, you Tarquinian tribunes of the plebs, to listen to me. Suppose that I, as a citizen, call out from the middle of the assembly, allow us, with your kind permission, to choose out of these proposed measures what we think beneficial for us and reject the others. No, he says, you will not be allowed to do so. You would pass the measure about usury and the one about the distribution of land, for these concern you all. But you would not allow the city of Rome to witness the portentous sight of Lucius Sextius and Gaius Licinius as consuls, a prospect you regard with detestation and loathing. Either accept all, or I propose none. Just as if a man were to place poison together with food before someone famished with hunger, and bid him either abstain from what would support his life, or mix with it what would bring death. If this were a free state, would not hundreds of voices have exclaimed, "Begone with your tribuneships and proposals"? What? If you do not bring in reforms which it is to the people's advantage to adopt, is there no one else who will? If any patrician, if even a Claudius, whom they detest still more, were to say, either accept all or I propose none, which of you, Quirites, would tolerate it? Will you never have more regard for measures than for men? Will you always listen with approving ears to everything which your magistrate says, and with hostile ears to whatever is said by any of us? His language is utterly unbecoming a citizen of a free republic. Well, and what sort of proposal is it, in heaven's name, that they are indignant with you for having rejected? One, Quirites, which quite matches his language. I am proposing, he says, that you shall not be allowed to appoint whom you please as consuls. What else does his proposal mean? He is laying down the law that one consul at least shall be elected from the plebs, and is depriving you of the power of electing 2 patricians. If there were today a war with Etruria, such as when Porsenna encamped on the Janiculum, or such as that in recent times with the Gauls, when everything round us except the capital and the citadel were in the enemy's hands, and, in the press of such a war, Lucius Sextius were standing for the consulship, with Marcus Furius Camillus and some other patrician, could you tolerate Sextius being quite certain of election, and Camillus in danger of defeat? Is this what you call an equal distribution of honors, when it is lawful for 2 plebeians to be made consuls, but not for 2 patricians? When one must necessarily be taken from the plebs, while it is open to reject every patrician? What is this comradeship, this equality of yours? Do you count it little to come into a share of what you have had no share in hitherto, unless whilst you are seeking to obtain the half, you can carry off the whole? He says, I am afraid, if it is left open for 2 patricians to be elected, you will never elect a plebeian. What is this but saying, because you would not of your own will elect unworthy persons, I will impose upon you the necessity of electing them against your will? What follows? That if only one plebeian is standing with 2 patricians, he has not to thank the people for his election? He may say he was appointed by the law, not by their vote. Chapter 41. Their aim is not to sue for honors, but to extort them from you, and they will get the greatest favors from you without showing the gratitude due even for the smallest. They prefer seeking posts of honor by trusting to accident rather than by personal merit. There is many a man, too proud to submit his merits and claims to inspection and examination, who would think it quite fair that he alone among his competitors should be quite certain of attaining a post of honor, who would withdraw himself from your judgment and transfer your free votes into compulsory and servile ones. Not to mention Licinius and Sextius, whose years of uninterrupted power you number up as though they were kings in the capital, who is there in the state today in such humble circumstances as not to find the path to the consulship made easier by the opportunities offered in that measure for him than it is for us and our children. Even when you sometimes wish to elect us, you will not have the power. Those people you will be compelled to elect, even if you do not wish to do so. Enough has been said about the indignity of the thing. Questions of dignity, however, only concern men. What shall I say about the duties of religion and the auspices, the contempt and profanation of which specifically concern the gods? Who is there who knows not that it was under auspices that this city was founded, and that only after auspices have been taken is anything done in war or peace, at home or in the field? Who have the right to take the auspices in accordance with the usage of our fathers? The patricians, surely, for not a single plebeian magistrate is elected under auspices. So exclusively do the auspices belong to us, that not only do the people, when electing patrician magistrates, elect them only when the auspices are favorable, but even when, independently of the people, we are taken to an interrex, only do so after the auspices have been taken. We, as private citizens, have the auspices which your order does not possess even as magistrates. What else is the man doing who by the creation of plebeian consuls takes away the auspices from the patricians who alone can possess them? What else, I ask, is he doing but depriving the state of the auspices? Now, men are at liberty to mock at our religious fears. What does it matter if the sacred chickens do not feed, if they hesitate to come out of their coop, if a bird has shrieked ominously? These are small matters. But it was by not despising these small matters that our ancestors have achieved the supreme greatness of this state. Now, as though there were no need of securing peace with the gods, we are polluting all ceremonial acts. Are pontiffs, augurs, kings for sacrifice to be appointed indiscriminately? Are we to place the meter of the flamen of Jupiter upon anyone's head provided only he be a man? Are we to hand over the sacred shields, the shrines, the gods, and the care of their worship to men to whom it would be impious to entrust them? Are laws no longer to be passed, or magistrates elected in accordance with the auspices? Are the Senate no longer to authorize the assembly of centuries, or the assembly of curiaes? Are Sextius and Licinius to reign in this city of Rome as though they were a second Romulus, a second Tatius, because they give away other people's money and other people's lands? So great a charm is felt in preying upon other people's fortune, that it has not occurred to them that by expelling the occupiers from their lands under the one law, vast solitudes will be created, whilst by the action of the other all credit will be destroyed, and with it all human society abolished. For every reason, I consider that these proposals ought to be rejected, and may heaven guide you to a right decision. Chapter 42. The speech of Appius only availed to effect the postponement of the voting. Sextius and Licinius were re-elected for the 10th time. They carried a law providing that of the 10 keepers of the Sibylline books, 5 should be chosen from the patricians, and 5 from the plebeians. This was regarded as a further step towards opening the path to the consulship. The plebs, satisfied with their victory, made the concession to the patricians that for the present all mention of consuls should be dropped. Consular tribunes were accordingly elected. Their names were Aulus and Marcus Cornelius, each for the 2nd time, Marcus Gaganius, Publius Manlius, Lucius Veturius, and Publius Valerius for the 6th time. With the exception of the siege of Velitrae, in which the result was delayed rather than doubtful, Rome was quiet so far as foreign affairs went. Suddenly the city was startled by rumors of the hostile advance of the Gauls. Marcus Furius Camillus was nominated dictator for the 5th time. He named as his master of the horse Titus Quinctius Poenus. Claudius is our authority for the statement that a battle was fought at the Anio with the Gauls this year, and that it was then that the famous fight took place on the bridge, in which Titus Manlius killed a Gaul who had challenged him, and then despoiled him of his golden collar in the sight of both armies. I am more inclined, with the majority of authors, to believe that these occurrences took place 10 years later. There was, however, a pitched battle fought this year by the dictator Marcus Furius Camillus against the Gauls in the Alban territory. Although, bearing in mind their former defeat, the Romans felt a great dread of the Gauls, their victory was neither doubtful nor difficult. Many thousands of the barbarians were slain in the battle, many more in the capture of their camp. Many others, making chiefly in the direction of Apulia, escaped, some by distant flight, and others who had become widely scattered and in their panic had lost their way. By the joint consent of the Senate and plebs, a triumph was decreed to the dictator. He had hardly disposed of that war before a more alarming commotion awaited him at home. After tremendous conflicts, the dictator and the Senate were worsted. Consequently, the proposals of the tribunes were carried, and in spite of the opposition of the nobility, the elections were held for consuls. Lucius Sextius was the first consul to be elected out of the plebs. Even that was not the end of the conflict. The patricians refused to confirm the appointment, and matters were approaching a secession of the plebs and other threatening signs of appalling civic struggles. The dictator, however, quieted the disturbances by arranging a compromise. The nobility made a concession in the matter of a plebeian consul. The plebs gave way to the nobility on the appointment of a praetor to administer justice in the city who was to be a patrician. Thus, after their long estrangement, the two orders of the state were at length brought into harmony. The Senate decided that this event deserved to be commemorated, and if ever the immortal gods merited men's gratitude, they merited it then, by the celebration of the great games, and a fourth day was added to the 3 hitherto devoted to them. The plebeian aediles refused to superintend them, whereupon the younger patricians were unanimous in declaring that they would gladly allow themselves to be appointed aediles for the honor of the immortal gods. They were universally thanked, and the Senate made a decree that the dictator should ask the people to elect 2 aediles from amongst the patricians, and that the Senate should confirm all the elections of that year. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 7, Chapters 1 through 4. Book 7, BC 366 through 341, Frontier Wars. 1. This year will be noteworthy for the first consulship held by a plebeian, and also for 2 new magistracies, the praetorship and the curule aedileship. These offices the patricians created in their own interest as an equivalent for their concession of 1 consulship to the plebs, who bestowed it on Lucius Sextius, the man who had secured it for them. The patricians secured the praetorship for Septimus Furius, the son of old Camillus, and the 2 aedileships for Gnaeus Quintus Capitolinus and Publius Cornelius Scipio, members of their own order. Lucius Aemilius Mamercus was elected from the patricians as colleague to Lucius Sextius. The main themes of discussion at the beginning of the year were the Gauls, about whom it was rumored that after wandering by various routes through Apulia, they had reunited their forces, and the Hernici, who were reported to have revolted. All preparations were deferred with the sole purpose of preventing any action from being taken by the plebeian consul. Everything was quiet and silent in the city, as though a suspension of all business had been proclaimed, with the one exception of the tribunes of the plebs. They did not silently submit to the procedure of the nobility in appropriating to themselves 3 patrician magistrates, sitting in curule chairs and clothed in the praetexta like consuls, as they set off against one plebeian consul, the praetor even administering justice, as though he were a colleague of the consuls, and elected under the same auspices. The Senate felt somewhat ashamed of their resolution, by which they had limited the curule aediles to their own order. It had been agreed that they should be elected in alternate years from the plebs. Afterward it was left open. Pestilence in Rome. Death of Camillus. The consuls for the following year were Lucius Ganutius and Quintus Servilius. Matters were quiet as regarding domestic troubles or foreign wars, but, lest there should be too great a feeling of security, a pestilence broke out. It is asserted that one of the censors, one of the curule aediles, and 3 tribunes of the plebs fell victims, and in the population generally there was a corresponding proportion of deaths. The most illustrious victim was Marcus Faustus Camillus, whose death, though occurring in ripe old age, was bitterly lamented. He was, it may be truly said, an exceptional man in every change of fortune. Before he went into exile, foremost in peace and war, rendered still more illustrious when actually in exile, by the regret which the state felt for his loss, and the eagerness with which, after its capture, it implored his assistance, and quite as much so by the success with which, after being restored to his country, he restored his country's fortunes together with his own. For 25 years after this, he lived fully up to his reputation, and was counted worthy to be named next to Romulus as the 2nd founder of the city. 2. Scenic representations first introduced. The pestilence lasted into the following year. The new consuls were Gaius Sulpicius Pecticus and Gaius Licinius Stolo. Nothing worth mentioning took place, except that in order to secure the peace of the gods, a lectisternium was instituted, the 3rd since the foundation of the city. Footnote: that was the first institution of this peculiar solemnity in Rome. The 2nd instance of its observance Livy has not mentioned, but he speaks of this as the 3rd. It was essentially a banquet of the gods. Richly covered couches were placed round tables which were loaded with offerings from the sacrifices which were going on in the temples and in private houses throughout the city. On these couches were laid either the emblems of the particular deity or draped wax effigies. Whether it was an importation from Greece or an old Italian rite seems doubtful. End of footnote. But the violence of the epidemic was not alleviated by any aid from either men or gods, and it is asserted that as men's minds were completely overcome by superstitious terrors, they introduced, amongst other attempts to placate the wrath of heaven, scenic representations, a novelty to a nation of warriors who had hitherto only had the games of the circus. They began, however, in a small way, as nearly everything does, and small as they were borrowed from abroad. The players were sent for from Etruria. There were no words, no mimetic action. They danced to the measures of the flute, and practiced graceful movements in Tuscan fashion. Afterwards, the young men began to imitate them, exercising their wit on each other in burlesque verses, and suiting their actions to their words. This became an established diversion, and was kept up by frequent practice. The Tuscan word for an actor is istrio, and so the native performers were called histriones. These did not, as in former times, throw out rough extempore effusions like the Fescennine verse, but they chanted satirical verses, quite metrically arranged and adapted to the notes of the flute, and these they accompanied with appropriate movements. Several years later, Livius, for the first time, abandoned the loose satirical verses and ventured to compose a play with a coherent plot. Like all his contemporaries, he acted in his own plays, and it is said that when he had worn out his voice by repeated recalls, he begged leave to place a second player in front of the flutist to sing the monologue while he did the acting, with all the more energy because his voice no longer embarrassed him. Then the practice commenced of the chanter following the movements of the actors, the dialogue alone being left to their voices. When, by adopting this method in the presentation of pieces, the old farce and loose jesting was given up, and the play became a work of art, the young people left the regular acting to the professional players, and began to improvise comic verses. These were subsequently known as exodia, afterpieces, and were mostly worked into the Atellane plays. Footnote: these were the old national drama, immediately connected with the festive worship of the people in which it took its rise, and which therefore retained a respectability which could not be conceded the performances of foreign histriones. Being free from all contact with the professional actor, the young Roman could appear in the Atellan play without any forfeiture of his social position. End footnote. These farces were of Oscan origin, and were kept by the young men in their own hands. They would not allow them to be polluted by the regular actors. Hence it is a standing rule that those who take part in the Atellane are not deprived of their civic standing, and serve in the army as being in no way connected with the regular acting. Amongst the things which have arisen from small beginnings, the origin of the stage ought to be put foremost, seeing that what was at first healthy and innocent has grown into a mad extravagance that even wealthy kingdoms can hardly support. 3. However, the first introduction of plays, though intended as a means of religious expiation, did not relieve the mind from religious terrors, nor the body from the inroads of disease. Owing to an inundation of the Tiber, the circus was flooded in the middle of the games, and this produced an unspeakable dread. It seemed as though the gods had turned their faces from men and despised all that was done to propitiate their wrath. Continued pestilence. Fresh attempts at propitiation. Gaius Ganusius and Lucius Aemilius Mamercus were the new consuls, each for the second time. The fruitless search for effective means of propitiation was affecting the minds of the people more than disease was affecting their bodies. It is said to have been discovered that the older men remembered that a pestilence had once been assuaged by the dictator driving in a nail. The Senate believed this to be a religious obligation, and ordered a dictator to be nominated for that purpose. Lucius Manlius Imperiosus was nominated, and he appointed Lucius Pinarius as his master of the horse. There is an ancient instruction written in archaic letters which runs, "Let him who is the Praetor Maximus fasten a nail on the Ides of September." This notice was fastened up on the right side of the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, next to the chapel of Minerva. This nail is said to have marked the number of the year, written records being scarce in those days, and was for that reason placed under the protection of Minerva, because she was the inventor of numbers. Cincius, a careful student of monuments of this kind, asserts that at Volsinii also nails were fastened in the temple of Norcia, an Etruscan goddess, to indicate the number of the year. It was in accordance with this direction that the consul Horatius dedicated the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus in the year following the expulsion of the kings. Footnote: Livy obviously means to imply that the first nail was then driven in, and the custom observed annually by the consuls on September 13. If this date happened to fall during an interregnum, then it was necessary to nominate a dictator to perform the office. End of footnote. From the consuls, the ceremony of fastening the nails passed to the dictators, because they possessed greater authority. As the custom had been subsequently dropped, it was felt to be of sufficient importance to require the appointment of a dictator. Lucius Manlius was accordingly nominated, but regarding his appointment as due to political rather than to religious reasons, and eager to command in the war with the Hernizi, he caused a very angry feeling among the men liable to serve by the inconsiderate way in which he conducted the enrollment. At last, in consequence of the unanimous resistance offered by the tribunes of the plebs, he gave way, either voluntarily or through compulsion, and laid down his dictatorship. 4. Impeachment of Manlius. This did not, however, prevent his impeachment the following year, when Quintus Servilius Ahala and Lucius Ganusius were consuls, the prosecutor being Marcus Pomponius, one of the tribunes of the plebs. He had incurred universal hatred through the unfeeling severity with which he had carried out the enlistment. The citizens had not only been fined, but subjected to personal ill-treatment, some scourged, and others imprisoned, because they had not answered to their names. But what men most loathed was his brutal temperament, and the epithet imperiosus, masterful, which had been fastened on him from his unblushing cruelty, an epithet utterly repugnant to a free state. The effects of his cruelty were felt quite as much by his nearest kindred, by his own blood, as by strangers. Amongst other charges which the tribune brought against him was his treatment of his young son. It was alleged that, although guilty of no offense, he had banished him from the city, from his home and household gods, had forbidden him to appear in public in the forum, or to associate with those of his own age, and had consigned him to servile work, almost to the imprisonment of a workshop. Here the youth of high birth, the son of a dictator, was to learn by daily suffering how rightly his father was called imperiosus. And for what offense? Simply because he was lacking in eloquence, in readiness of speech. Ought not this natural defect to have been helped and remedied by the father, if there were a spark of humanity in him, instead of being punished and branded by persecution? Not even do brute beasts show less care and protection to their offspring if they happen to be sickly or deformed. But Lucius Manlius actually aggravated his son's misfortune by fresh misfortunes, and increased his natural dullness, and quenched any faint glimmerings of ability which he might have shown by the clodhopper's life to which he was condemned, and the boorish bringing up amongst cattle to which he had to submit. The youth himself was the last to be exasperated by these accusations brought against his father. On the contrary, he was so indignant at finding himself made the ground of the charges against his father and the deep resentment they created that he was determined to let gods and men see that he preferred standing by his father to helping his enemies. He formed a project which, though natural to an ignorant rustic, and no precedent for an ordinary citizen to follow, still afforded a laudable example of filial affection. Arming himself with a knife, he went off early in the morning, without anyone's knowledge, to the city, and once inside the gates, proceeded straight to the house of Marcus Pomponius. He informed the porter that it was necessary for him to see his master at once, and announced himself as Titus Manlius, the son of Lucius. Pomponius imagined that he was either bringing some matter for a fresh charge to revenge himself on his father, or was going to offer some advice as to the management of the prosecution. After mutual salutations, he informed Pomponius that he wished the business in hand to be transacted in the absence of witnesses. After all present had been ordered to withdraw, he grasped his knife, and standing over the tribune's bed, and pointing the weapon towards him, threatened to plunge it into him at once, unless he took the oath which he was going to dictate to him, that he would never hold an assembly of the plebs for the prosecution of his father. The tribune was terrified, for he saw the steel glittering before his eyes, while he was alone and defenseless, in the presence of a youth of exceptional strength, and what was worse, prepared to use that strength with savage ferocity. He took the required oath, and publicly announced that, yielding to violence, he had abandoned his original purpose. The plebs would certainly have been glad of the opportunity of passing sentence on such an insolent and cruel offender, but they were not displeased at the son's daring deed in defense of his parent, which was all the more meritorious because it showed that his father's brutality had not in any way weakened his natural affection and sense of duty. Not only was the prosecution of the father dropped, but the incident proved the means of distinction for the son. That year, for the first time, the military tribunes were elected by the popular vote. Previously, they had been nominated by the commander-in-chief, as is the case now with those who are called rufuli. This youth obtained the second out of 6 places, though he had done nothing at home or in the field to make him popular, having passed his youth in the country far from city life. End of section 5. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 10th of June, 2022.
Section 6 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2 by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 7, Chapters 5 to 11. Chapter 5. Marcus Curtius. In this year, owing either to an earthquake or the action of some other force, the middle of the forum fell to an immense depth, presenting the appearance of an enormous cavern. Though all worked their hardest at throwing earth in, they were unable to fill up the gulf, until at the bidding of the gods inquiry was made as to what that was in which the strength of Rome lay. For this, the seers declared, must be sacrificed on the spot if men wished the Roman Republic to be eternal. The story goes on that Marcus Curtius, a youth distinguished in war, indignantly asked those who were in doubt what answer to give, whether anything that Rome possessed was more precious than the arms and valor of her sons. As those around stood silent, he looked up to the Capitol and to the temples of the immortal gods, which looked down on the forum, and stretching out his hands first towards heaven and then to the yawning chasm beneath, devoted himself to the gods below. Then mounting his horse, which had been caparisoned as magnificently as possible, he leaped in full armor into the cavern. Gifts and offerings of fruits of the earth were flung in after him by crowds of men and women. It was from this incident that the designation, the Colchian Gulf, originated, and not from that old war soldier of Titus Livius, Claudius Messius. If any path would lead an inquirer to the truth, we should not shrink from the labor of investigation, as it is on a matter where antiquity makes certainty impossible. We must adhere to the legend which supplies the more famous derivation of the name. Chapter 6. War with the Hernici. After this appalling portent had been duly expiated, the deliberations of the Senate were concerned with the Hernici. The mission of the Fatios, who had been sent to demand satisfaction, proved to be fruitless. The Senate accordingly decided to submit to the people at the earliest possible day the question of declaring war against the Hernici. The people in a crowded assembly voted for war. Its conduct fell by lot to Lucius Genusius, as he was the first plebeian consul to manage a war under his own auspices. The state awaited the issue with keen interest, prepared to look upon the policy of admitting plebeians to the highest offices of state as wise or unwise according to the way matters turned out. As chance would have it, Genusius, whilst making a vigorous attack upon the enemy, fell into an ambush. The legions were taken by surprise and routed, and the consul was surrounded and killed without the enemy being aware who their victim was. When the report of the occurrence reached Rome, the patricians were not so much distressed at the disaster which had befallen the Commonwealth as they were exultant over the unfortunate generalship of the consul. Everywhere they were taunting the plebeians. Go on, elect your consuls from the plebs, transfer the auspices to those for whom it is an impiety to possess them. The voice of the plebs may expel the patricians from their rightful honors, but has your law, which pollutes the auspices, any force against the immortal gods? They have themselves vindicated their will as expressed through the auspices, for no sooner have these been profaned by one who took them against all divine and human law than the army and its general have been wiped out as a lesson to you not to conduct the elections to the confusion of all the rights of the patrician houses. The Senate House and the Forum alike were resounding with these protests. Appius Claudius, who had led the opposition to the law, spoke with more weight than ever, while he denounced the result of a policy which he had severely censured, and the consul Servilius, with the unanimous approval of the patricians, nominated him dictator. orders were issued for an immediate enrollment and the suspension of all businesses. Chapter 7. After Genusius had fallen, Gaius Sulpicius had assumed the command, and before the arrival of the dictator and the newly raised legions, he distinguished himself by a smart action. The death of the consul had led the Hernici to think very lightly of the Roman arms, and they surrounded the Roman camp, fully expecting to carry it by assault. The defenders, encouraged by their general and burning with rage and indignation at their recent defeat, made a sortie and not only destroyed any hopes the Hernici had of forcing the entrenchment, but created such disorder amongst them that they precipitately retreated. By the arrival of the dictator and the junction of the old and newly raised legions, their strength was doubled. In the presence of the entire force, the dictator commanded Sulpicius and the men who had so gallantly defended the camp, and whilst he raised the courage of those who listened to the phrase which they so well deserved, he at the same time made the rest all the keener to emulate them. The enemy showed no less energy in preparing for a renewal of the struggle. Aware of the increase in the strength of their enemy, and animated by the thought of their recent victory, they called every man in the Hernican nation who could bear arms. 8 cohorts were formed, of 400 men each, who had been carefully selected. These, the picked flower of their manhood, were full of hope and courage, and they were further encouraged by a decree which had been passed to allow them double pay. They were exempt from all fatigue duty, in order that they might devote themselves more than the rest of the troops to the one duty reserved for them, that of fighting. In order to make their courage more conspicuous, they occupied a special position in the fighting line. The Roman camp was separated from the Hernican by a plain 2 miles broad. In the middle of this plain, almost equally distant from both camps, the battle took place. For some time, neither side gained any advantage, though the Roman cavalry made frequent attempts to break the enemy's line. When they found that the effect produced was much feebler than the efforts they made, they obtained the dictator's permission to abandon their horses and fight on foot. They raised a loud cheer and commenced a noble kind of fighting by charging as infantry. Their onset would have been irresistible had not the special cohorts of the enemy opposed them with a strength and courage equal to their own. Chapter 8. Then the struggle was kept up by the foremost men of each nation. Whatever losses the common chances of battle inflicted on each side were many times greater than could have been expected from their numbers. The rest of the soldiers stood like a crowd of spectators, leaving the fighting to their chiefs as if it were their special privilege, and placing all their hopes of victory on the courage of others. Many fell on both sides, still more were wounded. At length, the cavalry began to ask each other, somewhat bitterly, what was left for them to do, if, after failing to repulse the enemy when mounted, they could make no impression on them whilst fighting on foot. What third mode of fighting were they looking for? Why had they dashed forward so eagerly in front of the standards to fight in a position which was not their proper one? Urged on by these mutual reproaches, they raised their battle shout again and pressed forward. Slowly, they compelled the enemy to give ground, then they drove them back more rapidly, and at last fairly routed them. It is not easy to say what gave the advantage where the two sides were so evenly matched, unless it be that the fortune whichever watches over each nation had the power to raise and to depress their courage. The Romans followed up the fleeing Honesi as far as their camp, but they abstained from attacking it as it was late in the day. They offered sacrifices the next morning for a long time without obtaining any favorable omen, and this prevented the dictator from giving the signal for attack before noon. The fight consequently went on into the night. The next day, they found the camp abandoned. The Harnesi had fled and left some of their wounded behind. The people of Signium saw the main body of the fugitives streaming past their walls, with their standards few and far between, and sallying out to attack them, they scattered them in a headlong flight over the fields. The victory was anything but a bloodless one for the Romans. They lost a quarter of their whole force, and by no means the smallest loss fell on the cavalry, a considerable number of whom perished. Chapter 9. The consuls for the following year were Gaius Sulpicius and Gaius Licinius Calvus. They resumed operations against the Harnesi and invaded their territory, but did not find the enemy in the open. They attacked and captured Frentinum, a Hunnican city, but as they were returning home, the Tiburtines closed their gates against them. There had previously been numerous complaints made on both sides, but this last provocation finally decided the Romans, in case the Fedios failed to get redress, to declare war against the Tiburtines. It is generally understood that Titus Quintius Pannus was the dictator and Servius Cornelius Maglugenius the master of the horse. According to Licinius Macer, the dictator was nominated by the consul Licinius. His colleague, Sulpicius, was anxious to get the elections over before he departed for the war, in the hope of being himself re-elected. If he were on the spot, and Licinius determined to thwart his colleague's self-seeking ambition, Licinius Macer's desire to appropriate the credit of this to his house, the Licini, lessens the weight of his authority. As I find no mention of this in the older annalists, I am more inclined to believe that it was the prospect of a Gaulish war which was the immediate cause why a dictator was nominated. At all events, it was in this year that the Gauls formed their camp by the Salarian road 3 miles from the city at the bridge across the Anio. Titus Manlius's exploit. In face of this sudden and alarming inroad, the dictator proclaimed a suspension of all businesses and made every man who was liable to serve take the military oath. He marched out of the city with an immense army and fixed his camp on this side of the Anio. Each side had left the bridge between them intact, as its destruction might have been thought due to fears of an attack. There were frequent skirmishes for the possession of the bridge. As these were indecisive, the question was left unsettled. A Gaul of extraordinary stature strode forward on to the unoccupied bridge, and shouting as loudly as he could, cried, "Let the bravest man that Rome possesses come out and fight me, that we too may decide which people is the superior in war." Chapter 10. A long silence followed. The best and bravest of the Romans made no sign. They felt ashamed of appearing to decline the challenge, and yet they were reluctant to expose themselves to such terrible danger. Thereupon, Titus Manlius, the youth who had protected his father from the persecution of the tribune, left his post and went to the dictator. "Without your orders, General," he said, "I will never leave my post to fight. No, not even if I saw that victory was certain. But if you give me permission, I want to show that monster, as he stalks so proudly in front of their lines, that I am a scion of that family, which hauled the troop of Gauls from the Tarpeian rock." Then the dictator: "Success to your courage, Titus Manlius, and to your affection for your father and your fatherland. Go, and with the help of the gods, show that the name of Rome is invincible." Then his comrades fastened on his armor. He took an infantry shield and a Spanish sword, as better adapted for close fighting. Thus armed and equipped, they led him forward against the Gaul, who was exulting in his brute strength. And even the ancients thought this worth recording, putting his tongue out in derision. They retired to their posts, and the two armed champions were left alone in the midst, more after the manner of a scene on the stage than under the conditions of serious war. And to those who judged by appearances, by no means equally matched. The one was a creature of enormous bulk, resplendent in a many-colored coat, and wearing painted and gilded armor. The other, a man of average height, and his arms, useful rather than ornamental, gave him quite an ordinary appearance. There was no singing of war songs, no prancing about, no silly brandishing of weapons. With a breast full of courage and silent wrath, Manlius reserved all his ferocity for the actual moment of conflict. When they had taken their stand between the two armies, while so many hearts around them were in suspense between hope and fear, the Gaul, like a great overhanging mass, held out his shield on his left arm to meet his adversary's blows, and aimed a tremendous cut downwards with his sword. The Roman evaded the blow, and pushing aside the bottom of the Gaul's shield with his own, he slipped under it close up to the Gaul, too near for him to get at him with his sword. Then turning the point of his blade upwards, he gave two rapid thrusts in succession and stabbed the Gaul in the belly and the groin, laying his enemy prostrate over a large extent of ground. He left the body of his fallen foe undespoiled, with the exception of his chain, which though smeared with blood he placed round his own neck. Astonishment and fear kept the Gauls motionless. The Romans ran eagerly forward from their lines to meet their warrior, and amidst cheers and congratulations, they conducted him to the dictator. In the doggerel verses, which they extemporized in his honor, they call him Torquatus, adorned with a chain, and this supplicant became, for his posterity, a proud family name. The dictator gave him a gold crown, and before the whole army alluded to his victory in terms of the highest praise. Chapter 11. Strange to relate, that single combat had such a far-reaching influence upon the whole war that the Gauls hastily abandoned their camp and moved off into the neighborhood of Tibur. They formed an alliance, offensive and defensive, with that city, and the Tiburtines supplied them generously with provisions. After receiving this assistance, they passed on into Campania. War with Tibur. This was the reason why, in the following year, the consul Gaius Portilius Balbus led an army, by order of the people, against the Tiburtines, though the conduct of the war against the Harnesi had fallen by lot to his colleague Marcus Fabius Augustus. Though the Gauls had come back from the Campania to their assistance, it was undoubtedly by the Tiburtine generals that the cruel depredations in the territories of Labici, Tusculum, and Albaca were carried out. To act against the Tiburtines, the Republic was content with a consul, but the sudden reappearance of the Gauls required a dictator. Quintus Servilius Ahala was nominated, and he selected Titus Quincius as master of the horse. On the authority of the Senate, he made a vow to celebrate the great games, should the issue of the war prove favorable. After giving orders for the consul's army to remain where it was, in order to confine the Tiburtines to their own war, the dictator made all the juniors take the military oath without a single refusal. The battle, in which the whole strength of the city was engaged, took place not far from the Colline Gate, in the sight of the parents and wives and children of the Roman soldiers. Even when absent, the thought of those near and dear to one is a great incentive to courage, but now that they were within view, they fired the men with a firm resolve to win their applause and secure their safety. There was great slaughter on both sides, but the Gauls were in the end repulsed, and fled in the direction of Tibur as though it were a Gaulish stronghold. The struggling fugitives were intercepted by the consul not far from Tibur. The townsmen sallied out to render them assistance, and they and the Gauls were driven within their gates. So the consul was equally successful with the dictator. The other consul, Fabius, crushed the Harnesi in successive defeats, at first in comparatively unimportant actions, and then finally in one great battle when the enemy attacked him in full strength. The dictator passed splendid encomiums on the consuls, both in the Senate and before the people, and even transferred to them the credit for his own success. He then laid down his office. Poedelius celebrated a double triumph over the Gauls and over the Tiburtines. It was considered a sufficient honor for Fabius to be allowed to enter the city in an ovation. The Tiburtines laughed at Poedelius's triumph, when, they said, had he ever met them in a pitched battle. A few of them had come outside their gates to watch the disordered fight of the Gauls, but when they found that they, too, were being attacked and cut down indiscriminately, they retreated into their city. Did the Romans deem that sort of thing worthy of a triumph? They must not look upon it as too great and wonderful a thing to create disorder in an enemy's gates. They would themselves see greater confusion and panic before their own walls. End of section 6, read by Tracy Blue at Mandalay.
Section 7 of The History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Levi. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 7, Chapters 12 to 20. Chapter 12. Accordingly, the following year, when Marcus Popilius Laenas and Cnaeus Manlius were the consuls, an army from Tibur marched in the early hours of the night when all was still against the city of Rome. The citizens, suddenly aroused from sleep, were alarmed by the danger of a nocturnal attack and one quite unlooked for, and the alarm was heightened by their ignorance as to who the enemies were and whence they came. However, the word quickly passed to arms. The gates were protected by pickets and the walls manned. When the early dawn revealed a comparatively small force before the walls, and the enemy turned out to be none other than the Tiburtines, the consuls decided upon an immediate attack. They issued from 2 separate gates and attacked the enemy, as they were advancing to the walls on both flanks. It soon became obvious that they had been trusting more to the chances of a surprise than to their own courage. So little resistance did they offer to the first onset of the Romans. Their expedition turned out to be an advantage to the Romans, for the apprehensions aroused by a war so close to their gates stifled an innocent conflict between the patricians and the plebs. In the war which followed there was another hostile incursion, but one more formidable to the country districts than to the city. The Tarquinians were carrying on their depredations within the Roman frontiers, mainly on the side towards Etruria. As redress was refused, the new consuls, Gaius Fabius and Gaius Plautius, by order of the people, declared war against them. This campaign was allotted to Fabius, the one against the Hernisi to Plautius. Renewed fighting with the Gauls. Rumors of hostilities on the part of the Gauls were becoming more frequent. Amidst these numerous alarms, however, there was one consolation. Peace had been granted on their request to the Latins, and a strong contingent was sent by them in accordance with the old treaty, which for many years they had not observed. Now that the cause of Rome was strengthened by this reinforcement, there was less excitement created by the news that the Gauls had recently reached Praeneste, and from there had settled in the country round Pedum. It was decided that Gaius Sulpicius should be nominated dictator. The consul, Gaius Plautius, was summoned home for the purpose. Marcus Valerius was appointed master of the horse. They selected the finest troops out of the 2 armies which the consuls had commanded and led them against the Gauls. The war was somewhat more tedious than was agreeable to either side. At first, it was only the Gauls who were anxious to fight. Then the Romans showed even more alacrity than the Gauls in arming themselves for action. The dictator by no means approved of this, since there was no necessity for him to run any risks. The enemy was daily becoming weaker by remaining inactive in a disadvantageous position, without any supplies previously collected, and with no proper entrenchments thrown up. Their whole strength, both of mind and body, depended upon rapid movements, and even a short delay told upon their vigor. For these reasons, the dictator prolonged the war and announced that it would inflict severe punishment on anyone who fought against orders. The soldiers grew impatient at this state of things. When on picket or outpost duty at night, they talked in very disparaging terms about the dictator. Sometimes they abused the senators, generally for not having given orders that the war should be conducted by consuls. An extraordinary commander, they said, had been selected, 1 man out of 1,000, who thought that if he sat still and did nothing himself, victory would fly down from heaven into his lap. Then they uttered these sentiments, and still more angry ones openly in the daytime. They declared that they would either fight without waiting for orders or that they would march back in a body to Rome. The centurions made common cause with the soldiers. The murmurs were not confined to scattered groups. A general discussion went on in the main thoroughfares of the camp and in the open space before the headquarters tent. The crowd grew to the dimensions of an assembly, and shouts were raised from all sides to go at once to the dictator. Sextius Tullius was to be spokesman for the army, a position he was well worthy to fill. Chapter 13. Tullius was now first centurion for the 7th time, and there was not in the whole army amongst the infantry officers a more distinguished soldier. He led the procession to the tribunal, and Sulpicius was not more surprised at seeing the gathering than at seeing Tullius at the head of it. He began, "Do not be surprised, dictator, at my being here. The whole army is under the impression that it has been condemned by you for cowardice, and to mark its disgrace has been deprived of its arms. It has asked me to plead its cause before you. Even if we could be charged with deserting our ranks and turning our backs to the enemy, or with the disgraceful loss of our standards, even then I should think it only fair for you to allow us to amend our fault by courage and to wipe out the memory of our disgraceful conduct by winning fresh glory. Even the legions which were routed at the Olia marched out afterwards from VIII, and recovered the city which they had lost through panic. For us, thanks to the goodness of the gods and the happy fortune which attends on you and on Rome, our fortunes and our honor remain unimpaired. And yet I hardly dare mention the word honor whilst the enemy ventures to mock us with every kind of insult, as if we were hiding ourselves like women behind our rampart. And, what grieves us much more, even you, our commander, have made up your mind that your army is without courage, without weapons, without hands to use them. And before you have put us to the proof, have so despaired of us that you look upon yourself as the commander of cripples and weaklings. What other reason can we believe there to be, why you, a veteran commander, a most gallant soldier, should be, as they say, sitting with your arms folded? However the case may be, it is more true to say that you appear to doubt our courage than that we doubt yours. But if it is not your doing, but a piece of state policy, if it is some concerted scheme of the patricians and not war with the Gauls that is keeping us in banishment from the city and from our household gods, then I ask you to regard what I am now going to say as addressed not by soldiers to their commander, but to patricians by the plebs, who say that as you have your projects, so they will have theirs. Who could possibly be angry with us for regarding ourselves as your soldiers, not your slaves, sent to war, not into banishment, ready, if anyone gives a signal and leads us into battle, to fight as becomes men and Romans, equally ready, if there is no need for arms, to live a life of peace and quietness in Rome rather than in camp? This is what we would say to the patricians. But you are our commander, and we, your soldiers, implore you to give us a chance of fighting. We are eager to win a victory, but to win it under your leadership, it is on you that we want to bestow the laurels of glory. It is with you that we desire to enter the city in triumphal procession. It is behind your chariot that we would go with joyous thanksgivings up to the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. This speech of Tullius was followed by earnest requests from the whole army that he would give the signal and order them to arm. Chapter 14. Although the dictator recognized that, however satisfactory the soldiers' action might be, a most undesirable precedent had been set, he nevertheless undertook to carry out their wishes. He interrogated Tullius privately as to what the whole thing meant, and what warrant he had for his procedure. Tullius earnestly entreated the dictator not to think that he had forgotten military discipline or the respect due to his commanding officer. But an excited multitude is generally swayed by their advisers, and he had consented to act as their leader to prevent anyone else from coming forward whom they might have chosen because he shared their excitement. He himself would do nothing against the wish of the commander-in-chief, but the commander also must be careful to keep his men in hand. They were too excited now to be put off. They would themselves choose the place and time for fighting if the dictator did not do so. During this conversation, some cattle which happened to be grazing outside the rampart were being driven off by a Gaul, when 2 Roman soldiers took them from him. The Gauls pelted them with stones. A shout was raised by the Roman outpost, and men ran together from both sides. Affairs were rapidly approaching a pitched battle, had not the centurions promptly stopped the fighting. This incident confirmed the dictator's belief in what Tullius had told him, and as matters no longer admitted of delay, he issued orders to prepare for battle on the following day. The dictator was going into action feeling more assured as to the courage than as to the strength of his troops. He began to turn over in his mind every possible device by which he could inspire fear into the enemy. At last he thought out an ingenious and original plan, one, too, which has since been adopted by many of our own generals, as well as those of other countries, and which is even practiced today. He ordered the pack saddles to be taken off the mules, and 2 pieces of colored cloth placed on their backs. The muleteers were then furnished with arms, some taken from the prisoners, and others belonging to the invalidated soldiers. And after thus equipping about 1,000 of them, and distributing 100 of the cavalry amongst them, he ordered them to ascend the mountains which overlooked the camp, and conceal themselves in the woods, and remain there motionless till they received the signal from him. As soon as it grew light, the dictator extended his lines along the lower slopes of the mountain, in order that the enemy might have to form their front facing the mountain. The arrangements for creating a groundless alarm were now completed, and that groundless alarm proved almost more serviceable than an actual increase of strength would have been. At first, the leaders of the Gauls did not believe that the Romans would come down onto the plain, but when they saw them suddenly descending, they rushed on to meet them, eager for the encounter, and the battle commenced before the signal had been given by the commanders. Chapter 15. The Gauls directed their fiercest attack upon the Roman right, and the dictator's presence with that division alone prevented the attack from succeeding. When he saw the men wavering, he called out sharply to Sextius, and asked him if this was the way in which he had pledged his soldiers to fight. "Where," he cried, "are the shouts of the men who clamored for arms? Where are their threats of going into battle without their commander's orders? Here's a commander calling loudly to them to fight, and himself fighting in the forefront of the battle. Who out of all those who were just now going to lead the way was following him? Braggarts in camp, cowards in battle." They felt the truth of what they heard, and they were so stung by a sense of shame that they rushed on the enemy's weapons without any thought of danger. They charged like madmen, and threw the enemy's lines into confusion, and a cavalry attack which followed turned the confusion into rout. As soon as the dictator saw their line broken in this part of the field, he turned the attack on to their left, where he saw them closing up into a crowded mass, and at the same time he gave the agreed signal to those on the mountain. When a fresh battle shout arose, and these were seen crossing the mountain slope in the direction of the Gauls' camp, the enemy, afraid of being cut off, gave up the fight and ran in wild disorder to their camp. They were met by Marcus Valerius, the master of the horse, who after putting their right wing to flight was riding up to their lines, and he turned their flight toward the mountain and woods. A great many were intercepted by the muleteers whom they took for cavalry, and a terrible slaughter took place amongst those whom panic had driven into the woods after the main battle was over. No one since Camillus celebrated a more justly deserved triumph over the Gauls than Gaius Sulpicius. A large quantity of gold taken out of the spoil was dedicated by him and stored away in a vault beneath the Capitol. The campaigns in which the consuls for the year were engaged ended in a very different way. Whilst the Hernici were defeated and reduced to submission by his colleague, Fabius showed a sad want of caution and skill in his operations against the Tarquinians. The humiliation which Rome incurred through his defeat was embittered by the barbarity of the enemy, who sacrificed 307 prisoners of war. That defeat was followed by a sudden predatory incursion of the Provinorites, and afterwards by one in which the Velaturnians took part. In this year, 2 additional tribes were formed, the Pomptine and the Publilian. The games which Camillus had vowed when dictator were celebrated. A measure dealing with improper canvassing was for the first time submitted to the people, after passing the Senate, by Gaius Poetilius, tribune of the plebs. It was intended to check the canvassing, mainly by rich plebeians, in the markets and promiscuous gatherings. Chapter 16. Another measure, by no means so welcome to the patricians, was brought forward the following year. The consuls being Gaius Martius and Cnaeus Manlius, Marcus Duilius and Lucius Menenius, tribunes of the plebs, were the proposers of this measure, which fixed the rate of interest at 8 1/3%. The plebs adopted it with much more eagerness than the Poetilian law against canvassing. Wars with neighboring cities. In addition to the fresh wars decided upon the previous year, the Volscians had been guilty of 2 acts of hostility. Their men had fought in the ranks of the Tarquinians, and they had refused to give up those who had fled after their defeat to Tarquini, when the Fetials demanded their surrender. That campaign fell to Cnaeus Manlius. Martius conducted the operations against Pravernum. This district had remained uninjured during the long years of peace, and when Martius led his army thither, they loaded themselves with plunder. Its value was enhanced by the munificence of the consul, for he appropriated none of it for the state, and so encouraged the efforts of the private soldier to increase his private means. The Pravernets had formed a strongly entrenched camp in front of their walls, and before attacking it, Martius summoned his troops to assembly, and said, "If you promise me that you will do your duty bravely in battle, and are quite as ready for fighting as for plunder, I will give you now the camp and city of the enemy." With a mighty shout they demanded the signal for battle, and with heads erect and full of confidence they marched proudly into line. Sextius Tullius, who has already been mentioned, was in the front, and he called out, "See, General, how your army is fulfilling its promise to you?" And with the word he dropped his javelin and drawing his sword charged the enemy. The whole of the front line followed him, and at the very first onset defeated the Pravernets and pursued them as far as the town, which they prepared to storm. When the scaling ladders were actually placed against the walls, the place surrendered. A triumph was celebrated over the Pravernets. Nothing worth recording was done by the other consul, except his unprecedented action in getting a law passed in camp by the tribes levying 5% on the value of every slave who was manumitted. As the money raised under this law would be a handsome addition to the exhausted treasury, the Senate confirmed it. The tribunes of the plebs, however, looking not so much to the law as to the precedent set, made it a capital offense for anyone to convene the assembly outside their usual place of meeting. If it were once legalized, there was nothing, however injurious to the people, which could not be carried through men who were bound by the oath of military obedience. In this year, Gaius Licinius Stolo was impeached by Marcus Popilius Laenas for having violated his own law. He and his son together occupied 1,000 jugera of land, and he had emancipated his son in order to evade the law. He was condemned to pay a fine of 10,000 osses. Chapter 17. The new consuls were Marcus Fabius Imbustus and Marcus Popilius Laenas, each for the second time. They had 2 wars on hand. The one which Laenas waged against the Tiburtines presented little difficulty. After driving them into their city, he ravaged their fields. The other consul, who was operating against the Volscians and Tarquinians, met with a defeat in the first battle. What mainly contributed to it and produced a real terror amongst the Romans was the extraordinary spectacle presented by their priests who, brandishing lighted torches and with what looked like snakes entwined in their hair, came on like so many furies. At this sight the Romans were like men distraught or thunderstruck, and rushed in a panic-stricken mass into their entrenchments. The consul and his staff officers and the military tribunes laughed at them and scolded them for being terrified by conjuring tricks like a lot of boys. Stung by a feeling of shame, they suddenly passed from a state of terror to one of reckless daring, and they rushed like blind men against what they had just fled from. When, after scattering the idle pageantry of the enemy, they got at the armed men behind, they routed the entire army. The same day they gained possession of the camp, and after securing an immense amount of booty, returned home flushed with victory, jesting as soldiers do, and deriding the enemy's contrivance and their own panic. This led to a rising of the whole of Etruria, and under the leadership of the Tarquinians and Volscians, they marched to the salt works. In this emergency, Gaius Martius Rutilus was nominated dictator, the first dictator nominated from the plebs, and he appointed as master of the horse Gaius Plautius, also a plebeian. The patricians were indignant at even the dictatorship becoming common property, and they offered all the resistance in their power to any decree being passed, or any preparations made to help the dictator in prosecuting that war. This only made the people more ready to adopt every proposal which the dictator made. On leaving the city, he marched along both banks of the Tiber, ferrying the troops across in whichever direction the enemy were reported to be. In this way, he surprised many of the raiders scattered about the fields. Finally, he surprised and captured their camp. 8,000 prisoners were taken. The rest were either killed or hunted out of the Roman territory. By an order of the people which was not confirmed by the Senate, a triumph was awarded him. As the Senate would not have the elections conducted by a plebeian dictator or a plebeian consul, they fell back on the interregnum. There was a succession of interreges: Quintus Servilius Ahala, Marcus Fabius, Cnaeus Manlius, Gaius Fabius, Gaius Sulpicius, Lucius Aemilius, Quintus Servilius, and Marcus Fabius Ambustus. In the second of these interregna, a contest arose because 2 patrician consuls were elected. When the tribunes interposed their veto and appealed to the Licinian law, Fabius, the interrex, said that it was laid down in the 12 tables that whatever was the last order that the people made, that should have the force of law, and the people had made an order by electing the 2 consuls. The tribune's veto only availed to postpone the elections, and ultimately 2 patrician consuls were elected, namely Gaius Sulpicius Pedicus for the 3rd time, and Marcus Valerius Publicola. They entered upon their office the day they were elected. Chapter 18. So in the 400th year from the foundation of the city, and the 35th after its capture by the Gauls, the 2nd consulship was wrested from the plebs, for the first time since the passing of the Licinian law 7 years previously. Empulum was taken this year from the Tiburtines without any serious fighting. It seems uncertain whether both consuls held joint command in this campaign, as some writers assert, or whether the fields of the Tarquinians were ravaged by Sulpicius at the same time that Valerius was leading his legions against the Tiburtines. Contest over the consulship. The consuls had a more serious conflict at home with the plebs and their tribunes. They considered it as a question not only of courage but of honor and loyalty to their order, that as 2 patricians had received the consulship, so they should hand it on to 2 patricians. They felt that they must either renounce all claims to it, if it became a plebeian magistracy, or they must keep it in its entirety as a possession which they had received in its entirety from their fathers. The plebs protested. What were they living for? Why were they enrolled as citizens if they could not with their united strength maintain the right to what had been won for them by the courage of those 2 men, Lucius Sextius and Gaius Licinius? It were better to put up with kings or decemvirs or any other form of absolutism, even though with a worse name, than to see both consuls patricians, the other side not alternately governing and being governed, but regarding itself as placed in perpetual authority, and looking upon the plebs as simply born to be their slaves. There was no lack of tribunes to lead the agitation, but in such a state of universal excitement everybody was his own leader. After many fruitless journeys to the Campus Martius, where numerous election days had been wasted in disturbances, the plebs was at last worsted by the steady persistence of the consuls. There was such a feeling of despair that the tribunes, followed by a gloomy and sullen plebs, exclaimed that as they left the campus that there was an end to all liberty, and that they must not only quit the campus but must even abandon the city now that it was crushed and enslaved by the tyranny of the patricians. The consuls, though deserted by the majority of the people, only a few voters remaining behind, proceeded nonetheless determinedly with the election. But the consuls elected were patricians, Marcus Fabius Ambustus for the 3rd time, and Tiberius Quinctius. In some of the annalists I find Marcus Popilius given as consul instead of Tiberius Quinctius. Chapter 19. War with the Etruscans. 2 wars were brought to a successful close this year. The Tiburtines were reduced to submission. The city of Sussula was taken from them, and all their other towns would have shared the same fate, had not the nation as a whole laid down their arms and made peace with the consul. A triumph was celebrated over them. Otherwise, the victory was followed by mild treatment of the vanquished. The Tarquinians were visited with the utmost severity. A large number were killed in battle. Of the prisoners, All those of noble birth to the number of 358 were sent to Rome. The rest were put to the sword. Those who had been sent to Rome met with no gentler treatment from the people. They were all scourged and beheaded in the middle of the forum. This punishment was an act of retribution for the Romans, who had been immolated in the forum of Tarquini. These successes in war induced the Samnites to ask for a league of friendship. Their envoys received a favorable reply from the Senate, and a treaty of alliance was concluded with them. The plebs did not enjoy the same good fortune at home which they had met with in the field. In spite of the reduction in the rate of interest, which was now fixed at 8 1/3%, the poor were unable to repay the capital, and were being made over to their creditors. Their personal distress left them little thought for public affairs and political struggles, elections, and patrician consuls. Both consulships accordingly remained with the patricians. The consuls elected were Gaius Sulpicius Pedicus for the 4th time, and Marcus Valerius Publicola for the 2nd. Rumors were brought that the people of Cara, out of sympathy with their co-nationalists, had sided with the Tarquinians. Whilst the minds of the citizens were in consequence filled with apprehensions of a war with Etruria, the arrival of envoys from Latium diverted their thoughts to the Volscians. They reported that an army had been raised and equipped and was now threatening their frontiers, and intended to enter and ravage the Roman territory. The Senate thought that neither of these movements ought to be ignored. Orders were issued for troops to be enrolled for both wars. The consuls were to draw lots for their respective commands. The arrival of dispatches from the consul Sulpicius made the Etruscan war appear the more serious of the two. He was directing the operations against the Tarquini, and reported that the country around the Roman salt works had been raided and a portion of the plunder sent to Seri, some of whose men had undoubtedly been amongst the depredators. The consul Valerius, who was acting against the Volscians and had his camp on the frontiers of Tusculum, was recalled and received orders from the Senate to nominate a dictator. Titus, the son of Lucius Manlius, was nominated, and he named Aulus Cornelius Cassus as master of the horse. Finding the army which the consul had commanded sufficient for his purpose, he was authorized by the Senate and the people to formally declare war upon the Serites. Chapter 20. Submission of Seri. It would seem as though this formal declaration of war brought home to the Serites the horrors of a war with Rome more clearly than the action of those who had provoked the Romans by their depredations. They realized how unequal their strength was to such a conflict. They bitterly regretted the raid, and caused the Tarquinians who had instigated them to revolt. No one made any preparation for war, but each did his utmost to urge the dispatch of an embassy to Rome to beg pardon for their offense. When the deputation came before the Senate, they were referred by the Senate to the people. They besought the gods whose sacred things they had taken charge of, and made due provision for in the Gaulish war, that the Romans in their day of prosperity might feel the same pity for them that they had shown for Rome in her hour of distress. Then turning to the temple of Vesta, they invoked the bond of hospitality which they formed in all purity and reverence with the Flamens and the Vestals. Could anyone believe, they asked, that men who had rendered such services would all of a sudden, without any reason, have become enemies? Or if they had been guilty of any hostile act, that they had committed it deliberately rather than in a fit of madness? Was it possible that they could, by inflicting fresh injuries, obliterate their old acts of kindness, especially when they had been conferred on those who were so grateful for them? Or that they would make an enemy of the Roman people, now that it was prosperous and successful in all its wars, after having sought its friendship at a time when it was in trouble and adversity? That should not be described as deliberate purpose, which ought to be called violence and constraint. After simply asking for a free passage, the Tarquinians traversed their territory in hostile array, and compelled some of their countryfolk to accompany them in that predatory expedition for which the city of Seri was now held responsible. If it was decided that these men must be surrendered, they would surrender them. If they must be punished, punished they should be. Seri, once the sanctuary of Rome, the shelter of her sacred things, ought to be declared innocent of any thought of war, and acquitted of any charge of hostile intentions, in return for her hospitality to the Vestals and her devotion to the gods. Old memories rather than the actual circumstances of the case so wrought upon the people that they thought less of the present grievance than of the former kindness. Peace was accordingly granted to the people of Seri, and it was agreed to leave to the Senate the question of a truce for 100 years. The Falsicans were implicated in the same charge, and the war was diverted to them, but the enemy was nowhere to be found in the open. Their territory was ravaged from end to end, but no attempt was made against their cities. After the return of the legions, the rest of the war was spent in repairing the walls and towers. The Temple of Apollo was also dedicated. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Will Sheward. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 7, Chapters 21 to 28. 21. At the close of the year, the consular elections were put off, owing to the quarrel between the two orders. The tribunes declared that they would not permit the elections to be held unless they were conducted in accordance with the Licinian law, whilst the dictator was determined to abolish the consulship altogether, rather than make it the common property of plebeians and patricians. The elections were still postponed when the dictator resigned office, so matters reverted to an interregnum. The interreges declined to hold the elections in consequence of the hostile attitude of the plebs, and the contest went on until the 11th interregnum. Whilst the tribunes were sheltering themselves behind the Licinian law and fighting the political battle, the plebs felt their most pressing grievance to be the steadily growing burden of debt. The personal question quite overshadowed the political controversy. Wearied out with the prolonged agitation, the Senate ordered Lucius Cornelius Scipio, the interrex, to restore harmony to the state by conducting the consular elections in accordance with the Licinian law. Publius Valerius Publicola was elected, and Gaius Marcius Rutilius was his plebeian colleague. Now that there was a general desire for concord, the new consuls took up the financial question, which was the one hindrance to union. The state assumed the responsibility for the liquidation of the debts, and 5 commissioners were appointed, who were charged with the management of the money and were hence called mensari, or bankers. The impartiality and diligence with which the commissioners discharged their functions make them worthy of an honourable place in every historical record. Their names were Gaius Duilius, Publius Decius Mus, Marcus Papyrus, Quintus Publilius, Titus Emilius. The task they undertook was a difficult one, and involved hardship generally to both sides. On one side, at any rate, it always pressed heavily, but they carried it out with great consideration for all parties, and whilst incurring a large outlay on the part of the state, they did not involve it in a loss. Seated at tables in the forum, they dealt with long-standing debts due to the slackness of the debtor more than to his want of means, either by advancing public money on proper security, or by making a fair valuation of his property. In this way, an immense amount of debt was cleared off without any injustice or even complaints on either side. Owing to a report that the 12 cities of Etruria had formed a hostile league, a good deal of alarm was felt, which subsequently proved to be groundless, and it was thought necessary that a dictator should be nominated. This took place in camp, for it was there that the consuls received the senatorial degree. Gaius Julius was nominated, and Lucius Emilius was assigned to him as master of the horse. 22. Abroad, however, everything was tranquil. At home, owing to the dictator's attempt to secure the election of patricians to both consulships, matters were brought to an interregnum. There were 2 interreges, Gaius Sulpicius and Marcus Fabius, and they succeeded where the dictator had failed, as the plebs, owing to the pecuniary relief recently granted to them, were in a less aggressive mood. Both consuls elected were patricians, Gaius Sulpicius Peticus, who had been the first of 2 interreges, and Titus Quinctius Pennus. Some gave his third name as Caeso, others Gaius. They both proceeded to war, Quinctius against Valeri, Sulpicius against Tarquini. The enemy nowhere faced them in open battle. The war was carried on against fields rather than against men. Burning and destroying went on everywhere. This waste and decay, like that of a slow decline, wore down the resolution of the two peoples, and they asked for a truce first from the consuls, and then, by their permission, from the Senate. They obtained one for 40 years. After the anxiety created by these two threatening wars was in this way allayed, there was a respite for a time from arms. The liquidation of the debts had, in the case of many properties, led to a change of ownership, and it was decided that a fresh assessment should be made. When, however, notice was given of the election of censors, Gaius Marcius Rutilus, who had been the first dictator nominated from the plebs, announced that he was a candidate for the censorship. This upset the good feeling between the two orders. He took this step at what looked like an unfavourable moment, because both consuls happened to be patricians, and they declared that they will allow no votes for him. But he resolutely held to his purpose, and the tribunes, anxious to recover the rights of the plebs which were lost in the consular elections, assisted him to the utmost of their power. There was no dignity which the greatness of his character was unequal in supporting, and the plebs were desirous of being called to share the censorship by the same men who had opened up the path to the dictatorship. There was no division of opinion shown in the elections. Marcius was unanimously elected censor, together with Manlius Gnaeus. This year also saw Marcus Fabius as dictator, not from any apprehension of war, but to prevent the Licinian law from being observed in the consular elections. The dictatorship, however, did not make the combined efforts of the Senate more influential in the election of consuls than it had been in the election of censors. 23. Marcus Popilius Linnaeus was the consul elected from the plebs, Lucius Cornelius Scipio the one from the patricians. Fortune conferred the greater distinction upon the plebeian consul, for upon the receipt of information that an immense army of Gauls had encamped in the territory of Latium, the conduct of that war, owing to Scipio's serious illness at the time, was entrusted by special arrangement to Popilius. He promptly raised an army, and ordered all who were liable for active service to meet under arms outside the Capine Gate at the Temple of Mars. The quaestors were ordered to carry the standards from the treasury to the same place. After bringing up 4 legions to full strength, he handed over the rest of the troops to Publius Valerius Publicola, the praetor, and advised the Senate to raise a second army to protect the Republic against any emergency. When all preparations were completed, and everything in readiness, he advanced towards the enemy. With the view of ascertaining their strength before testing it in a decisive action, he seized some rising ground as near to the camp of the Gauls as possible, and began to construct the rampart. When the Gauls saw the Roman standards in the distance, they formed their line, prepared, with their usual impulsiveness and distinctive love of fighting, to engage at once. Observing, however, that the Romans did not come down into the plain, and were entrusting to the protection of their position and their rampart, they imagined that they were smitten with fear, and at the same time would be more open to attack whilst they were employed in the work of entrenchment. The Triarii, who formed the working party, were not interrupted, for they were screened by the Hastati and the Principes, who were posted in front and who began the fighting. Their steady courage was aided by the fact that they were on higher ground, for the pillar and hasti were not thrown in effectively as often happens on level ground, but being carried forward by their weight they reached their mark. The Gauls were borne down by the weight of the missiles, which either pierced their bodies or stuck in their shields, making them extremely heavy to carry. They had almost reached the top of the hill in their charge when they halted, uncertain what to do. The mere delay raised the courage of the Romans and depressed that of the enemy. Then the Roman line swept down upon them and forced them back. They fell over each other and caused a greater loss in this way than that inflicted by the enemy. So headlong was their flight that more were crushed to death than were slain by the sword. 24. But the victory was not yet decided. When the Romans reached the level ground, another mass remained to be dealt with. The number of the Gauls was great enough to prevent them from feeling the loss already sustained, and as though a new army had arisen from the earth, fresh troops were brought up against their victorious enemy. The Romans checked their onset and stood still, for not only had they, wearied as they were, to sustain a second fight, but the consul, while riding incautiously at the front, had his left shoulder almost run through by a heavy javelin and had retired. The victory was all but forfeited by this delay when the consul, after his wound was bound up, rode back to the front. "Why are you standing still, soldiers?" he exclaimed. "You have naught to do with Latins or Sabines, whom, after you have defeated, you can make into allies. It is against wild beasts that we have drawn the sword. We must either drain their blood or give them ours. You have repulsed them from your camp. You have driven them headlong down into the valley. You are standing over the prostrate bodies of your foes. Fill the valley with the same carnage with which you filled the mountainside. Do not look for them to flee while you are standing here. The standards must go forward. You must advance against the enemy." Thus encouraged, they made a fresh charge, dislodged the front companies of the Gauls, and closing up their maniples into a wedge, penetrated the enemy's centre. Then the barbarians were broken up, and having no leadership or definite orders, they turned the attack onto their own reserves. They were scattered over the plain, and their headlong flight carried them past their camp in the direction of the Alba Hills. As the hill on which the old Alban stronghold stood appeared to be the highest in the range, they made for it. The consul did not continue the pursuit beyond the camp, as his wound was troublesome, and he did not wish to risk an attack upon hills held by the enemy. All the spoil of the camp was given up to the soldiers, and he led back to Rome an army flushed with victory and enriched by the plunder of the Gauls. But owing to his wound, his triumph was delayed. As both consuls were on the sick list, the Senate found it necessary to appoint a dictator to conduct the elections. Lucius Furius Camillus was nominated, and Publius Cornelius Scipio was associated with him as master of the horse. He restored to the patricians their old monopoly of the consulship, and for this service he was, through their enthusiastic support, elected consul, and he procured the election of Appius Claudius Crassus as his colleague. 25. Before the new consuls entered upon their office, Popilius celebrated his triumph over the Gauls amidst the delighted applause of the plebs, and people asked each other with bated breath whether there was anyone who regretted the election of a plebeian consul. At the same time they were very bitter against the dictator for having seized the consulship as a bribe for his treating the Licinian law with contempt. They considered that he had degraded the consulship more by his greedy ambition than by his acting against the public interest, since he had actually procured his own election as consul whilst he was dictator. The year was marked by numerous disturbances. The Gauls came down from the hills of Alba because they could not stand the severity of the winter, and they spread themselves in plundering hordes over the plains and the maritime districts. The sea was infested by fleets of Greek pirates who made descents on the coast around Antium and Laurentum and entered the mouth of the Tiber. On one occasion the sea robbers and the land robbers encountered one another in a hard-fought battle and drew off, the Gauls to their camp, the Greeks to their ships, neither side knowing whether they were to consider themselves victors or vanquished. These various alarms were followed by a much more serious one. The Latins had received a demand from the Roman government to furnish troops, and after discussing the matter in their national council, replied in these uncompromising terms: "Desist from making demands on those whose help you need. We Latins prefer to bear arms in defence of our own liberty rather than in support of an alien domination." With 2 foreign wars on their hands, and this revolt of their allies, the anxious Senate saw that they would have to restrain by fear those who were not restrained by any considerations of honour. They ordered the consuls to exert their authority in the utmost in levying troops, since, as the body of their allies were deserting them, they would have to depend upon their fellow citizens entirely. Men were enlisted everywhere, not only from the city, but also from the country districts. It is stated that 10 legions were enrolled, each containing 4,200 foot and 300 horse. In these days the strength of Rome, for which the world hardly finds room, would even, if concentrated, find it difficult on any sudden alarm to raise a fresh army of that size. To such an extent have we progressed in those things to which we alone devote our efforts, wealth and luxury. Amongst the other mournful events of this year was the death of the second consul, Appius Claudius, which occurred while the preparations for war were going on. The government passed into the hands of Camillus as sole consul, and the Senate did not think it well for a dictator to be appointed, either because of the auspicious omen of his name in view of the trouble with the Gauls, or because they would not place a man of his distinction under a dictator. Leaving 2 legions to protect the city, the consul divided the remaining 8 between himself and Lucius Pinarius, the praetor. He kept the conduct of the war against the Gauls in his own hands, instead of deciding upon the field of operations by the usual drawing of lots, inspired as he was by the memory of his father's brilliant successes. The praetor was to protect the coastline and prevent the Greeks from effecting a landing, whilst he himself marched down to the Pomptine territory. His intention was to avoid any engagement in the flat country unless he was forced to fight, and to confine himself to checking their depredations. For as it was only by pillaging that they were able to maintain themselves, he thought that he could best crush them in this way. Accordingly, he selected a suitable ground for a stationary camp. 26. Whilst the Romans were passing their time quietly at the outposts, a gigantic Gaul in splendid armour advanced towards them, and delivered a challenge through an interpreter to meet any Roman in single combat. There was a young military tribune named Marcus Valerius, who considered himself no less worthy of that honour than Titus Manlius had been. After obtaining the consul's permission, he marched, completely armed, into the open ground between the two armies. The human element in the fight was thrown into the shade by the direct interposition of the gods, for just as they were engaging, a crow settled all of a sudden on the Roman's helmet with its head towards his antagonist. The tribune gladly accepted this as a divinely sent augury, and prayed that whether it were god or goddess who had sent the auspicious bird, that deity would be gracious to him and help him. Wonderful to relate, not only did the bird keep its place on the helmet, but every time they encountered, it rose on its wings and attacked the Gaul's face and eyes with beak and talon, until, terrified at the sight of so dire a portent, and bewildered in eyes and mind alike, he was slain by Valerius. Then, soaring away eastwards, the crow passed out of sight. Hitherto the outposts on both sides had remained quiet, but when the tribune began to despoil his foeman's corpse, the Gauls no longer kept their posts, whilst the Romans ran still more swiftly to help the victor. A furious fight took place around the body as it lay, and not only the maniples at the nearest outposts, but the legions pouring out from the camp joined in the fray. The soldiers were exultant at their tribune's victory, and at the manifest presence and help of the gods. And as Camillus ordered them into action, he pointed at the tribune, conspicuous with his spoils, and said, "Follow his example, soldiers, and lay the Gauls in heaps round their fallen champion." Gods and man alike took part in the battle, and it was fought out to a finish, unmistakably disastrous to the Gauls, so completely had each army anticipated a result corresponding to that of the single combat. Those Gauls who began the fight fought desperately, but the rest of the host who came to help them turned back before they came within range of the missiles. They dispersed amongst the Volscians and over the Falernian district. From thence they made their way to Apulia and the Western Sea. The consul mustered his troops on parade, and after praising the conduct of the tribune, presented him with 10 oxen and a golden chaplet. In consequence of instructions received from the Senate, he took over the maritime war and joined his forces with those of the praetor. The Greeks were too lacking in courage to run the risk of a general engagement, and there was every prospect of the war proving a long one. Camillus was in consequence authorized by the Senate to nominate Titus Manlius Torquatus as dictator for the purpose of conducting the elections. After appointing Aulus Cornelius Cossus as master of the horse, the dictator proceeded to hold the consular elections. Marcus Valerius Corvus, for that was henceforth his cognomen, as a young man of 23, was declared to be duly elected amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the people. His colleague was the plebeian Marcus Popilius Linas, now elected for the 4th time. Nothing worth recording took place between Camillus and the Greeks. They were no fighters on land, and the Romans could not fight on the sea. Ultimately, as they were prevented from landing anywhere and water and other necessities of life failed them, they abandoned Italy. To what Greek state or nationality that fleet belonged is a matter of uncertainty. I think it most likely that it belonged to the tyrant of Sicily, for Greece itself was at that time exhausted by intestine wars and was watching with dread the growing power of Macedonia. 27. After the armies were disbanded, there was an interval of peace abroad and harmony between the two orders at home. To prevent things, however, from becoming too pleasant, a pestilence attacked the citizens, and the Senate found themselves under the necessity of issuing an order to the decemvirs, requiring them to consult the Sibylline books. On their advice, a lectisternium was held. In this year, colonists from Antium rebuilt Satricum, which had been destroyed by the Latins, and settled there. A treaty was concluded between Rome and Carthage. The latter city had sent envoys to ask for a friendly alliance. As long as the succeeding consuls, Titus Torquatus and Gaius Plautus, held office, the same peaceful conditions prevailed. The rate of interest was reduced by 1/2, and payment of the principal was to be made in 4 equal instalments, the first at once, the remainder in 3 successive years. Though many plebeians were still in distress, the Senate looked upon the maintenance of public credit as more important than the removal of individual hardships. What afforded the greatest relief was the suppression of military service and the war tax. 3 years after Satricum had been rebuilt by the Volscians, whilst Marcus Valerius Corvus was consul for the second time with Caius Petilius, a report was sent on from Latium that emissaries from Antium were going round the Latin cantons with the view of stirring war. Valerius was instructed to attack the Volscians before the enemy became more numerous, and he proceeded with his army to Satricum. Here he was met by the Antiates and other Volscian troops, who had been previously mobilized in case of any movement on the side of Rome. The old standing hatred between the two nations made each side eager for battle, and there was consequently no delay in trying conclusions. The Volscians, bolder to begin a war than to sustain it, were completely defeated, and fled precipitately to Satricum. The city was surrounded, and as it was on the point of being stormed, the scaling ladders were against the walls, they lost all hope and surrendered to the number of 4,000 fighting men, in addition to a multitude of non-combatants. The town was sacked and burnt. The temple of Matuta the Mother was alone spared by all the flames. All the plunder was given to the soldiers. In addition to the booty, there were the 4,000 who had surrendered. These were marched in chains before the consul's chariot in his triumphal procession. Then they were sold, and a large sum was realized for the treasury. Some authors assert that these prisoners were slaves who had been captured in Satricum, and this is more likely to have been the case than that men who had surrendered should have been sold. 28. Marcus Fabius Dorsuo and Servius Sulpicius Camerinus were the next consuls. A sudden raid by the Aruncans led to a war with that people. Fears were entertained that more than one city was concerned in this, that in fact it had been planned by the entire Latin League. To meet all Latium in arms, Lucius Furius Camillus was nominated dictator. He appointed Gnaeus Manlius Camillus master of the horse. As usual in great and sudden alarms, a suspension of all business was proclaimed, and the enlistment was made without any claims to exemption being allowed. When it was completed, the legions were marched as rapidly as possible against the Aruncans. They showed the temper of marauders rather than of soldiers, and the war was finished in the very first battle. But as they had begun the war without any provocation, and had shown no reluctance to accept battle, the dictator thought it his duty to secure the help of the gods, and during the actual fighting he vowed a temple to Juno Moneta. On his victorious return to Rome, he resigned his dictatorship to discharge his vow. The Senate ordered 2 commissioners to be appointed to carry out the construction of that temple in a style commensurate with the greatness of the Roman people, and a site was marked out in the citadel where the house of Marcus Manlius Capitolinus had stood. The consuls employed the dictator's army in the war with the Volscians, and took from them by coup de main the city of Sora. The temple of Moneta was dedicated in the following year, when Gaius Marcius Rutilus was consul for the 3rd time, and Titus Manlius Torquatus for the 2nd. A portent followed close on the dedication, similar to the old portent on the Alban Mount. A shower of stones fell, and night seemed to stretch its curtain over the day. The citizens were filled with dread at this supernatural occurrence, and after the Sibylline books had been consulted, the Senate decided upon the appointment of a dictator to arrange the ceremonial observances for the appointed days. Publius Valerius Publicola was nominated, and Quintus Fabius Ambustus was appointed master of the horse. It was arranged that not only the Roman tribes, but also the neighbouring population should take part in the public intercessions, and the order of the days which each was to observe was definitely laid down. There were prosecutions this year of moneylenders by the aediles, and heavy sentences are stated to have been passed on them by the people. For some reason, which is not recorded, matters reverted to an interregnum. As, however, it ended in the election of 2 patrician consuls, this would appear to be the reason why it was resorted to. The new consuls were Marcus Valerius Corvus for the 3rd time, and Aulus Cornelius Cossus. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 7, Chapters 29 to 33. Chapter 29. The beginning of the wars with the Samnites. The history will now be occupied with wars greater than any previously recorded. Greater whether we consider the forces engaged in them, or the length of time they lasted, or the extent of country over which they were waged. For it was in this year, 343 BC, that hostilities commenced with the Samnites, a people strong in material resources and military power. Our war with the Samnites, with its varying fortunes, was followed by the war with Pyrrhus, and that again by the war with Carthage. What a chapter of great events! How often had we to pass through the very extremity of danger, in order that our dominion might be exalted to its present greatness, a greatness which is with difficulty maintained. The cause of the war between the Romans and the Samnites, who had been our friends and allies, came, however, from without. It did not arise between the two peoples themselves. The Samnites, simply because they were stronger, made an unprovoked attack upon the Cyticines. The weaker side were compelled to fly for succour to those who were more powerful, and threw in their lot with the Companions. The Companions brought to the help of their allies the prestige of their name, rather than actual strength. Enervated by luxury, they were worsted by a people inured to the use of arms, and after being defeated on Cyticine territory, diverted the whole weight of the war against themselves. The Samnites, dropping operations against the Cyticines, attacked the Companions as being the mainstay and stronghold of their neighbours. They saw, too, that whilst victory would be just as easily won here, it would bring more glory and spoils. They seized the Tafeta hills, which overlook Capua, and left a strong force to hold them. Then they descended in close order into the plain which lies between the Tafeta hills and Capua. Here a second battle took place, in which the Companions were defeated and driven within their walls. They had lost the flower of their army, and as there was no hope of any assistance near, they found themselves compelled to ask for help from Rome. Chapter 30. The Appeal of the Companions. On being admitted to an audience, their envoys addressed the Senate to the following effect. Senators, the people of Capua have sent us, as ambassadors to you, to ask for a friendship, which shall be perpetual, and for help for the present hour. Had we sought this friendship in the day of our prosperity, it might have been cemented more readily, but at the same time by a weaker bond. For in that case, remembering that we had formed our friendship on equal terms, we should perhaps have been as close as friends as now, but we should have been less prepared to accept your mandates, less your mercy. Whereas now, won over by your compassion, and defended in our extremity by your aid, we should be bound to cherish the kindness bestowed on us, if we are not to appear ungrateful and undeserving of any help from either gods or men. I certainly do not consider that the fact of the Samnites, having already become your friends and allies, should be a bar to our being admitted into your friendship. It only shows that they take precedence of us in the priority and the degree of the honour which you have conferred upon them. There is nothing in your treaty with them to prevent you from making fresh treaties. It has always been held amongst you to be a satisfactory reason for friendship, when he who made advances to you was anxious to be your friend. Although our present circumstances forbid us to speak proudly about ourselves, still we companions are second to no people save yourselves, in the size of our city and the fertility of our soil. And we shall bring, I consider, no small accession to your prosperity by entering into your friendship. Whenever the Equi and Volscians, the perpetual enemies of this city, make any hostile movement, we shall be on their rear, and what you lead the way in doing on behalf of our safety, that we shall always continue to do on behalf of your dominion and your glory. When these nations which lie between us are subjugated, and your courage and fortune are a guarantee that this will soon come about, you will have an unbroken dominion up to our frontier. Painful and humiliating is the concession which our fortunes compel us to make. But it has come to this, senators. We companions must be numbered either amongst your friends or your enemies. If you defend us, we are yours. If you abandon us, we shall belong to the Samnites. Make up your minds, then, whether you would prefer that Capua and the whole of Campania should form an addition to your strength, or should augment the power of the Samnites. It is only right, Romans, that your sympathy and help should be extended to all, but especially should it be so to those who, when others appealed to them, tried to help them beyond their strength, and so brought themselves into these dire straits. Although it was ostensibly on behalf of the Sidicines that we fought, we really fought for our own liberty, for we saw our neighbours falling victims to the nefarious brigandage of the Samnites, and we knew that when the Sidicines had been consumed, the fire would sweep on to us. The Samnites are not coming to attack us because we have in any way wronged them, but because they have gladly seized upon a pretext for war. Why, if they only sought retribution, and were not catching at an opportunity for satisfying their greed, ought it not have been enough for them that our legions have fallen on Sidicine territory, and a second time in Campania itself? Where do we find resentment so bitter that the blood shed in 2 battles cannot satiate it? Then think of the destruction wrought in our fields, the men and cattle carried off, the burning and the ruining of our farms, everything devastated with fire and sword. Cannot all this appease their rage? No, they must satisfy their greed. It is this that is hurrying them on to the storm of Capua. They are bent on either destroying that fairest of cities or making it their own. But you Romans should make it your own by kindness, rather than allow them to possess it as the reward of iniquity. I am not speaking in the presence of a nation that refuses to go to war when war is righteous, but even so, I believe if you make it clear that you will help us, you will not find it necessary to go to war. The contempt which the Samnites feel for their neighbours extends to us. It does not mount any higher. The shadow of your help, therefore, is enough to protect us, and we shall regard whatever we have, whatever we are, as wholly yours. For you the companion soil shall be tilled. For you the city of Capua shall be thronged. You we shall regard as our founders, our parents, yes, even as gods. There is not a single one amongst your colonies that will surpass us in devotion and loyalty towards you. Be gracious, senators, to our prayers, and manifest your divine will and power on behalf of the companions, and bid them entertain a certain hope that Capua will be safe. With what a vast crowd, made up of every class, think you, did we start from the gates? How full of tears and prayers did we leave all behind? In what a state of expectancy are the Senate and the people of Capua, our wives and children, now living? I am quite certain that the whole of the population is standing at the gates, watching the road that leads from here, in anxious suspense as to what reply you are ordering us to carry back to them. The one answer will bring them safety, victory, light, and liberty. The other, I dare not say what that might bring. Deliberate, then, upon our fate, as that of men who are either going to be your friends and allies, or to have no existence anywhere. Chapter 31. When the envoys had withdrawn, the Senate proceeded to discuss the question. Many of the members realized how the largest and richest city in Italy, with a very productive country near the sea, could become the granary of Rome, and supply every variety of provision. Notwithstanding, however, loyalty to treaties outweighed even these great advantages, and the consul was authorized by the Senate to give the following reply. The Senate is of the opinion, companions, that you are worthy of our aid, but justice demands that friendship with you should be established on such a footing that no older friendship and alliance is thereby impaired. Therefore, we refuse to employ on your behalf, against the Samnites, arms which would offend the gods sooner than they injured men. We shall, as is just and right, send an embassy to our allies and friends to ask that no hostile violence be offered you." Thereupon, the leader of the embassy, acting according to instructions they had brought with them, said, "Even though you are not willing to make a just use of force against brute force, and injustice in defence of what belongs to us, you will at all events defend what belongs to you. Wherefore, we now place under your sway and jurisdiction, senators, and that of the Roman people, the people of Campania, and the city of Capua, its fields, its sacred temples, all things human and divine. Henceforth we are prepared to suffer what we may have to suffer as men who have surrendered themselves into your hands." At these words they all burst into tears, and, stretching out their hands towards the consul, they prostrated themselves on the floor of the vestibule. The senators were deeply moved by this instance of the vicissitudes of human fortune, where a people abounding in wealth, famous for their pride and luxuriousness, and from whom, shortly before, their neighbours had sought assistance, were now so broken in spirit that they put themselves and all that belonged to them under the power and authority of others. It at once became a matter of honour that men who had formerly surrendered themselves should not be left to their fate, and it was resolved that the Samnite nation would commit a wrongful act if they attacked a city and territory which had by surrender become the possession of Rome. They determined to lose no time in dispatching envoys to the Samnites. Their instructions were to lay before them the request of the Campanians, the reply which the Senate, mindful of their friendly relations with the Samnites, had given, and lastly, the surrender which had been made. They were to request the Samnites, in virtue of the friendship and alliance which existed between them, to spare those who had made a surrender of themselves, and to take no hostile action against that territory which had become the possession of the Roman people. If these mild remonstrances proved ineffective, they were to solemnly warn the Samnites, in the name of the Senate and people of Rome, to keep their hands off the city of Capua and the territory of Campania. The Samnites defiant. War declared. The envoys delivered their instructions in the National Council of Samnium. The reply they received was couched in such defiant terms that not only did the Samnites declare their intention of pursuing the war against Capua, but their magistrates went outside the council chamber and, in tones loud enough for the envoys to hear, ordered the prefects of cohorts to march at once into the Campanian territory and ravage it. Chapter 32. When the result of this mission was reported in Rome, all other matters were at once laid aside, and the Fetials were sent to demand redress. This was refused, and the Senate decreed that a formal declaration of war should be submitted for the approval of the people as soon as possible. The people ratified the action of the Senate, and ordered the two consuls to start, each with his army, Valerius for Campania, where he fixed his camp at Mount Glorus, while Cornelius advanced into Samnium and encamped at Saticula. Battle of Mount Glorus. Valerius was the first to come into touch with the Samnite legions. They had marched into Campania because they thought that this would be the main theatre of the war, and they were burning to wreak their rage on the companions who had been so ready first to help others against them, and then to summon help for themselves. As soon as they saw the Roman camp, they one and all clamoured for the signal for battle to be given by their leaders. They declared that the Romans would have the same luck in helping the companions that the companions had had in helping the citizens. For a few days, Valerius confined himself to skirmishes with the object of testing the enemy's strength. At length he put out the signal for battle, and spoke a few words of encouragement to his men. He told them not to let themselves be daunted by a new war or a new enemy, for the further they carried their arms from the city, the more unwarlike were the nations whom they approached. They were not to measure the courage of the Samnites by the defeats they had inflicted on the citizens and the companions. Wherever two nations fought together, whatever the qualities they possessed, one side must necessarily be vanquished. There was no doubt that as far as the companions were concerned, they owed their defeats more to their want of hardihood and the weakening effects of excessive luxury than to the strength of their enemies. What could 2 successful wars on the part of the Samnites, through all the centuries, weigh against the many brilliant achievements of the Roman people, who reckoned up almost more triumphs than years since the foundation of their city, who had subdued by the might of their arms all the surrounding nations, Sabines, Etruscans, Latins, Hernici, Aequi, Volscians, and Auruncans, who had slain the Gauls in so many battles and driven them at last to their ships. His men must not only go into action in full reliance upon their own courage and warlike reputation, but they must also remember under whose auspices and generalship they were going to fight, whether under a man who is only to be listened to provided he is a big talker, courageous only in words, ignorant of a soldier's work, or under one who himself knows how to handle weapons, who can show himself in the front, and do his duty in the melee of battle. "I want you, soldiers," he continued, "to follow my deeds, not my words, and to look to me not only for the word of command, but also for example. It was not by party struggles, nor by the intrigues so common amongst the nobles, but by my own right hand, that I won 3 consulships and attained the highest reputation. There was a time when it might have been said to me, 'Yes, for you are a patrician, descended from the liberators of our country, and your family held the consulship in the very year when the city first possessed consuls. Now, however, the consulship is open to you, plebeians, as much as to us who are patricians. It is not the reward of high birth that it once was, but of personal merit. Look forward, then, soldiers, to securing all the high honours. If, with the sanction of the gods, you men have given me this new name of Corvinius, I have not forgotten the old cognomen of our family. I have not forgotten that I am a publicola. I always study, and have always studied, the interests of the Roman plebs, both at home and in the field, whether as a private citizen or holding public office, whether as a military tribune or as a consul. I have been consistent in this aim in all my successive consulships, and now, for what is immediately before us, go on, with the help of heaven, and win with me, for the first time, a triumph over your new foes, the Samnites." Chapter 33. Nowhere was there ever a general who endeared himself more to his soldiers by cheerfully sharing every duty with the humblest of his men. In the military sports, when the soldiers got up contests of speed and strength among themselves, he was equally ready to win or to lose, and never thought any man unworthy to be his antagonist. He showed practical kindness as circumstances required. In his language, he was not less mindful of other men's liberty than of his own dignity, and what made him most popular was that he displayed the same qualities in discharging the duties of his office which he had shown as a candidate for it. Following up their commander's words, the whole army marched out of camp with extraordinary alacrity. In no battle that was ever fought did men engage with strength more equally matched, or more assured hopes of victory on both sides, or a stronger spirit of self-confidence unaccompanied, however, by any feeling of contempt for their opponents. The fighting temper of the Samnites was roused by their recent achievements, and the double victory won a few days previously. The Romans, on the other hand, were inspired by their glorious record of 4 centuries of victory, reaching back to the foundation of the city. But each side felt some anxiety at meeting a new and untried foe. The battle was an index to their feelings. For some time they fought so resolutely that neither line showed any signs of giving way. At length the consul, seeing that the Samnites could not be repulsed by steady fighting, determined to try the effect of a sudden shock, and launched his cavalry at them. This made no impression, and as he watched them wheeling around in the narrow space between the opposing armies after their ineffective charge, having utterly failed to penetrate the enemy's line, he rode back to the front ranks of the legions, and after dismounting said, "Soldiers, this task belongs to us infantry. Come on, wherever you see me making my way through the enemy lines with my sword, follow, and each of you do his best to cut down those in front. All that ground which is now glittering with uplifted spears you shall see cleared by a vast carnage." During these words, the cavalry, at the consul's order, retired on both flanks, leaving the centre clear for the legions. The consul led the charge, and slew the first man he engaged with. Fired at the sight, every man right and left charged straight forward and began a fight to be remembered. The Samnites did not flinch, though they were receiving more wounds than they inflicted. The battle had now gone on for a considerable time. There was a terrible slaughter around the Samnite standards, but no signs of flight anywhere. So resolved were they that death alone should be their conqueror. The Romans began to find their strength failing through fatigue, and not much daylight remained. So goaded on by rage and disappointment, they flung themselves madly upon their foe. Then, for the first time, the Samnites were seen to be giving ground and preparing to flee. They were being taken prisoners and killed in all directions, and not many would have survived had not night put an end to what was becoming a victory rather than a battle. The Romans admitted that they had never fought with a more obstinate enemy, and when the Samnites were asked what it was that first turned them with all their determination to flight, they said that the eyes of the Romans looked like fire, and their faces and expression like those of madmen. It was this, more than anything else, which filled them with terror. This terror showed itself not only in the result of the battle, but also in their hurrying away in the night. The next day the Romans took possession of their empty camp, and all the population of Capua came out there to congratulate them. End of section 9. Section 10 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 7, Chapters 34 to 42. Chapter 34. Publius Decius Mus saves the Roman army. But these rejoicings were very nearly embittered by a great disaster in Samnium. The consul Cornelius had advanced from Siticula and led his army by a mountain pass which descended into a narrow valley. All the surrounding heights were occupied by the enemy, and he did not notice them high up above him till retreat was almost impossible. The Samnites were waiting quietly till the whole of the column should descend into the lowest part of the valley. But meantime Publius Decius, a military tribune, descried a peak jutting out on the pass, which commanded the enemy's camp. This height would have been a difficult one for a heavily armed force to climb, but not for one in light marching order. Decius came up to the consul, who was in a great state of alarm, and said to him, "Do you see, Aulus Cornelius, that height above the enemy? If we promptly seize that position, which the Samnites were blind enough to leave unoccupied, it will prove a stronghold in which all our hopes of safety will centre. Do not give me more than the hastati and principes of 1 legion. When I have reached the summit with them, you may march out of this and save yourself and the army. For the enemy below, a mark for every missile we hurl, will not be able to move without being destroyed. Either fortune of Rome or our own courage will then clear the way for our escape." The consul warmly thanked him, and after being furnished with the detachment he asked for, he marched through the pass unobserved, and only came into view of the enemy when he was close to the spot for which he was making. Then, whilst every eye was fixed upon him in silent astonishment, he gave the consul time to withdraw his army into a more favourable position, until he had halted his own men on the summit. The Samnites marched aimlessly hither and thither. They could not follow the consul, except by the same path where he had been exposed to their weapons, and which was now equally dangerous to them. Nor could they lead a force up the hill above them, which Decius had seized. He and his men had snatched victory from their grasp, and therefore it was against him that their rage was mainly directed, whilst the nearness of the position and the paucity of its defenders were additional incentives to them to attack it. First they were bent upon investing the peaks on all sides, so as to cut Decius off from the consul. Then they thought of retiring and leaving the way open to him, so that they could attack when he descended into the valley. Whilst they were still in this state of indecision, night overtook them. At first Decius hoped to be able to attack them from his higher ground, while they were coming up the height. Then he began to wonder why they did not show fight, or, at all events, if they were deterred by the nature of the ground, why they did not enclose him with a circumvallation. He called the centurions round him. "What ignorance, what cowardice this is!" he exclaimed. "How on earth did those men win a victory over the Sidicines and Campanians?" You see them marching up and down, at one time forming up in close order, at another extending. We could by this time have been completely invested, yet no one begins to entrench. We shall be like them if we stay here longer than we need. Come along with me, and let us reconnoitre their positions while some light is still left, and find out where the exit from here is open. Disguised in a common soldier's cloak, that the enemy might not mark the general going his rounds, and with his centurions similarly attired, he made a thorough examination of all of these details. Chapter 35. After arranging the watches, he ordered the tessera to be given to the rest of the troops. When the bugle sounded for the second watch, they were to muster round him in silence. When they had assembled in accordance with instructions, he said, "This silence, soldiers, must be maintained, and all applause as you listen to me checked. When I have laid my proposals fully before you, those of you who approve will cross over, silently, to the right. The opinion of the majority will be adopted. Now, listen to my plans. You were not carried here in flight, nor have you been abandoned through cowardice, and the enemy are investing you. You seize this position by your courage. By your courage, you must get away from it. By coming here, you have saved a splendid army for Rome. Now, you must save yourselves by cutting your way out. Though few in number, you have brought aid to many, and it is only fitting to your deserts that you yourselves should need the aid of none. We have to do with an enemy who, through his slackness yesterday, failed to use the chance which fortune gave him of wiping out an entire army, who did not perceive this most useful peak hanging over his head until it had been seized by us. With all their thousands of men, they did not prevent us, few as we are, from climbing it, and now that we are holding it, did they, though plenty of daylight remained, enclose us with lines of circumvallation? The enemy whom you eluded, while his eyes were open, and he was on the watch, you certainly ought to evade when he is heavy with sleep. In fact, it is absolutely necessary for you to do so. For our position is such that I have rather to point out the necessity in which you are placed than to suggest any plan of action. For there can be no question as to your remaining here or departing, since fortune has left you nothing but your arms and the courage which knows how to use them. If we show more fear of the sword than becomes men and Romans, we shall have to die of hunger and thirst. Our one chance of safety, then, lies in our breaking our way through and departing. We must do that either in the daytime or at night. But this is a point which admits of little doubt. If we wait for daylight, how can we hope that the enemy, who, as you see, has drawn a ring of men all round us, will not completely enclose us with entrenchments? On the other hand, if night be best for our sortie, as it most certainly is, then this hour of the night is most assuredly the fittest. You have mustered at the call for the second watch, an hour when men are buried in sleep. You will pass through them in silence, unnoticed by the sleepers, but should they become aware of your presence, you will throw them into a panic by a sudden shout. You have followed me so far, follow me still, while I follow fortune, who has guided us here. Those of you who think this is a safe plan, step forward, and pass over to the right. Chapter 36. All crossed over. They then followed Decius as he moved through the intervals between the pickets. They had already gotten as far as the centre of the Samnite lines, when a soldier striding over the bodies of the sleeping sentinels made a noise by striking his shield against one of them. The sentinel, awakened by the sound, shook the one next to him. They both jumped up and aroused the others, not knowing whether friends or foes were amongst them, whether it was Decius's force breaking out or the consul capturing the camp. As they were no longer unobserved, Decius ordered his men to raise a shout, which paralysed the half-awakened sleepers with terror. In their confusion they were unable to seize their arms promptly, and could neither offer resistance nor follow up their assailants. While the Samnites were in this state of confusion and panic, the Romans, cutting down all who opposed them, made their way in the direction of the consul's camp. A considerable portion of the night still remained, and they were evidently now in safety. Decius addressed them. "All honour to you, brave Romans. Your march up that height and your return shall be extolled in every age. But for the due recognition of such courage, the light of day is needed. You have deserved something more than to carry your glory back to the camp, hidden in the silence of night. We will rest here and wait for daylight." They rested accordingly. As soon as it was light, and the news was sent on to the consul in camp, there was great excitement and rejoicing. And when it was officially announced throughout the camp that the men who had saved the army at the risk of their own lives had themselves returned safe and sound, they all poured out in crowds to meet them, showered congratulations upon them, gave thanks, and praised to the gods, and extolled Decius to the skies. He marched through the camp in what amounted to a triumphal procession, with his small force fully armed. Every eye was fixed upon him. The military tribune was treated with as much distinction as if he had been a consul. When he reached the headquarters tent, the consul ordered the assembly to be sounded. He was beginning to give Decius the praise he had so well earned before the whole army, when Decius interrupted him and begged him to postpone those proceedings in view of the splendid opportunity which they now had in their hands. He accordingly dismissed the parade and followed Decius's advice, which was to attack the enemy before they had recovered from their nocturnal panic and were still stationed round the height in separate detachments. Some who had been sent in pursuit were believed to be still defiling through the pass. The legions were ordered to arm for battle, and were conducted by a more open route towards the enemy, as scouting parties had brought back full information about the locality. The attack was sudden and unexpected. The Samnites were everywhere in scattered bodies, most of them without arms, unable to secure their weapons or get into any compact formation or retire within their entrenchments. They were first driven in panic into their camp, then the camp itself was rushed and captured. The shouting rolled round the height, and the detachments who had been posted to watch it fled from a foe whom they had not yet seen. Those who had fled panic-stricken into their camp, some 30,000, were all slain. Chapter 37. After this success, the consul summoned an assembly, and in the presence of his fellow soldiers pronounced a eulogy on Decius, not only for his former services, but also for this crowning proof of his soldierly qualities. In addition to the other military rewards, he presented him with a golden chaplet, and 100 oxen, and one white one of especial beauty, the horns of which had been gilded. The men who had been with him on the height were rewarded with a standing order for double rations, and also with 1 ox and 2 tunics apiece. After the consul had made the presentation, the legionaries, amidst loud cheers, placed on Decius's head an obsidial wreath of grass. Another similar wreath was bestowed upon him by his own men. With these decorations upon him, he sacrificed the beautiful ox to Mars, and presented the 100 oxen which had been given him to the men who had accompanied him on his expedition. The legionaries also contributed a pound of meal and a pint of wine for each of them. During all these proceedings, enthusiastic cheering went on through the whole camp. Battle of Suessula, the final defeat of the Samnites. After the rout it had suffered at the hands of Valerius, the Samnite army was determined to put its fortunes to the proof in a final conflict, and a third battle was fought at Suessula. The whole fighting strength of the nation was brought up. The alarming news was sent in haste to Capua. From there, horsemen galloped to the Roman camp to beg for help from Valerius. He at once ordered an advance, and leaving a strong force to protect the camp and the baggage, proceeded by forced marches to Suessula. He selected a site for his camp not far from the enemy, and very restricted in area, as, with the exception of the horses, there were no baggage, animals, or camp followers to be provided for. The Samnite army, assuming that there would be no delay in giving battle, formed their lines, and as no enemy advanced against them, they marched on towards the Roman camp, prepared to assault it. When they saw the soldiers on the rampart, and learned from the report of the reconnoitring parties who had been sent in every direction that the camp was of small dimensions, they concluded that only a weak force of the enemy held it. The whole army began to clamour for the fosse to be filled up and the rampart torn down, that they might force their way into the camp. If the generals had not checked the impetuosity of their men, their recklessness would have terminated the war. As it was, however, their huge numbers were exhausting their supplies, and owing to their previous inaction at Suessula and the delay in bringing on an action, they were not far from absolute scarcity. They determined, therefore, since, as they imagined, the enemy was afraid to venture outside his camp, to send foraging parties into the fields. Meantime, they expected that as the Romans made no movement, and had only brought as much corn as they could carry with the rest of their equipment on their shoulders, they too would soon be in want of everything. When the consul saw the enemy scattered through the fields, and only a few left on outpost duty in front of the camp, he addressed a few words of encouragement to his men, and led them out to storm the Samnite camp. They carried it at the first rush. More of the enemy were killed in their tents than at the gates or on the rampart. All the standards which were captured he ordered to be collected together. Leaving 2 legions to hold the camp, he gave strict orders that they were not to touch the booty till he returned. He went forward with his men in open column and sent the cavalry to round up the scattered Samnites like so much game, and drive them against his army. There was an immense slaughter, for they were too much terrified to think under what standard to rally, or whether to make for their camp or to flee further afield. Their fears drove them into such a hasty flight that as many as 40,000 shields, far more than the number of the slain, and military standards, including those captured in the storming of the camp, to the number of 170 were brought to the consul. He then returned to the Samnite camp, and all the booty there was given to the soldiers. Chapter 38. The success which attended these operations made the people of Falerii anxious to convert their 40 years' truce into a permanent peace with Rome. It also led the Latins to abandon their designs against Rome, and employ the force they had collected against the Polignians. The fame of these victories was not confined to the limits of Italy. Even the Carthaginians sent a deputation to congratulate the Senate and to present a golden crown, which was to be placed in the chapel of Jupiter on the Capitol. It weighed 25 pounds. Both the consuls celebrated a triumph over the Samnites. A striking figure in the procession was Decius, wearing his decorations. In their extempore effusions, the soldiers repeated his name as often as that of the consul. Mutiny of the troops in Campania. Soon after this, an audience was granted to deputations from Capua and from Suessa, and at their request it was arranged that a force should be sent to winter in those 2 cities to act as a check upon the Samnites. Even in those days, a residence in Capua was by no means conducive to military discipline. Having pleasures of every kind at their command, the troops became enervated, and their patriotism was undermined. They began to hatch plans for seizing Capua by the same criminal means by which its present holders had taken it from its ancient possessors. They richly deserved, it was said, to have the precedent which they had set turned against themselves. Why should people like the companions, who were incapable of defending either their possessions or themselves, enjoy the most fertile territory in Italy, and a city well worthy of its territory, in preference to a victorious army who had driven off the Samnites from it by their sweat and blood? Was it just that these people, who had surrendered themselves into their power, should be enjoying that fertile and delightful country, while they, wearied with warfare, were struggling with the arid and pestilential soil round the city, or suffering the ruinous consequences of an ever-growing interest which were awaiting them in Rome? This agitation, which was being conducted in secret, only a few being yet taken into the conspirators' confidence, was discovered by the new consul, Caius Marcius Rutilius, to whom Campania had been allotted as his province, his colleague Quintus Servilius being left in the city. Taught by years and experience, he had been 4 times consul as well as dictator and censor. He thought his best course would be, after he was in possession of the facts as ascertained through the tribunes, to frustrate any chance of the soldiers carrying out their design, by encouraging them in the hope of executing it whenever they pleased. The troops had been distributed amongst the cities of Campania, and the contemplated plan had been propagated from Capua throughout the entire force. The consul caused a rumour, therefore, to be spread that they were to occupy the same winter quarters the following year. As there appeared to be no necessity for carrying out their design immediately, the agitation quieted down for the present. Chapter 39. After settling the army in their summer quarters, whilst all was quiet among the Samnites, the consul began to purify it by getting rid of the mutinous spirits. Some were dismissed as having served their time, others were pronounced to be incapacitated through age or infirmity. Others were sent home on furlough, at first separately, then selected cohorts were sent together, on the ground that they had passed the winter far from their homes and belongings. A large number were transferred to different places, ostensibly for the needs of the service. All these, the other consul and the praetor, detained in Rome on various imaginary pretexts. At first, unaware of the trick that was being played upon them, they were delighted to revisit their homes. They soon, however, found out that even those who were first sent away were not rejoining the colours, and that hardly any were disbanded but those who had been in Campania, and amongst these mainly the leading agitators. At first they were surprised, and then they felt a well-grounded apprehension that their plans had leaked out. "Now," they said, "we shall have to suffer the court-martial. Informers will give evidence against us. We shall one after another be executed in secret. The reckless and ruthless tyranny of the consuls and senators will be let loose on us." The soldiers, seeing how those who were the backbone of the conspiracy had been cleverly got rid of by the consuls, did not venture to do more than whisper these things to one another. One cohort, which was stationed not far from Antium, took up a position at Lancelet, in a narrow pass between the mountains and the sea, to intercept those whom the consul was sending home on the various pretexts mentioned above. They soon grew to a very numerous body, and nothing was wanting to give it the form of a regular army except a general. They moved on into the Alban district, plundering as they went, and entrenched themselves in a camp under the hill of Alba Longa. After completing their entrenchments, they spent the rest of the day arguing about the choice of a leader, as they had not sufficient confidence in any one amongst themselves. But who could be invited from Rome? Which of the patricians or plebeians would expose himself to such peril, or whom could the cause of an army maddened by injustice be safely committed? The next day found them still engaged in the discussion, when some of those who had been dispersed in the marauding expedition brought back the information that Titus Quinctius was cultivating a farm in the neighbourhood, and had lost all interest in his city and the honourable distinctions he had won. This man belonged to a patrician house, and after achieving great reputation as a soldier, had his military career cut short by a wound which made him lame in one of his feet, and he betook himself to a rural life, far from the forum and its party struggles. On hearing his name mentioned, they recalled the man to mind, and hoping that all might turn out well, they ordered an invitation be sent to him. They hardly expected that he would come voluntarily, and prepared to intimidate him into compliance. The messengers accordingly entered his farmhouse in the dead of night, and woke him up from a sound sleep, and after telling him that there was no alternative, it must either be authority and rank, or, if he resisted, death, they carried him off to the camp. On his arrival, he was saluted as their commander, and all dismayed, as he was, by the strangeness and suddenness of the affair. The insignia of his office were brought to him, and he was peremptorily told to lead them to the city. Acting on their own impulse, rather than their leader's advice, they plucked up their standards and marched in hostile array as far as the 8th milestone on what is now the Appian Way. They would have gone on at once to the city had they not received word that an army was on its march, and that Marcus Valerius Corvus had been nominated dictator, with Lucius Aemilius Memicus as his master of horse, to act against them. Chapter 40. Marcus Valerius restores peace and concord. As soon as they came into view, and recognized the arms and standards, the thought of their country instantly calmed the passions of them all. They had not yet been hardened to the sight of civic bloodshed. They knew of no wars but those against foreign foes, and secession from their own countrymen began to be looked upon as the last degree of madness. First the leaders, then the men on both sides, sought an opening for negotiations. Quinctius, who had had enough of fighting for his country, and was the last man to fight against it, and Corvus, who was devoted to all his countrymen, especially to the soldiers and above all to his own army, came forward to a colloquy. When the latter was recognized, his opponents showed as much respect for him as his own men by the silence with which they were prepared to listen to him. He addressed them as follows. "Soldiers, when I left the city, I offered up prayers to the immortal gods who watch over our state, your state and mine, that they would of their goodness grant me, not a victory over you, but the glory of bringing about a reconciliation. There have been, and there will be, abundant opportunities for winning glory in war. On this occasion we must seek for peace. That which I have implored of the immortal gods, when I offered up my prayers, you have it in your power now to grant me, if you will please to remember that you are encamped not in Samnium, not among the Volscians, but on Roman soil. Those hills which you see are the hills of your city. I, your consul, am the man under whose auspices and leadership you twice defeated the legions of the Samnites a year ago, and twice captured their camp. I am Marcus Valerius Corvus. Soldiers, a patrician, it is true, but my nobility has shown itself in benefits to you, not in wrongs. I have never been the author of any law bearing harshly on you, or of any oppressive enactment of the Senate. In all my commands I have been stricter with myself than with you. If noble birth, if personal merit, if high office, if distinguished service could make any man proud, I venture to say that such is my descent, such the proof I have given of myself, such the age at which I obtained the consulship, being only 23. that I had it in my power to show myself harsh and overbearing, not only to the plebs, but even to the patricians. What have you heard that I have said or done as consul, more than I should had I been one of your tribunes? In that spirit I administered 2 successive consulships. In that spirit will this dread dictatorship be administered. I shall not be more gentle towards these soldiers of mine, and of my country, than to you who would be, I loathe the word, its enemies. You, then, will draw the sword against me before I shall draw it against you. If there is to be fighting, it is on your side that the advance will be sounded. On your side will the battle shout and charge begin. Make up your minds to do what your fathers and grandfathers, those who succeeded to the Sacred Mount, and those who afterwards took possession of the Aventine, could not make up their minds to do. Wait till your wives and mothers come out from the city, with dishevelled hair, to meet you as they once came out to meet Coriolanus. Then the Volscian legions refrained from attacking us, because they had a Roman for their general. Will not you, an army of Romans, desist from an impious war? Titus Quinctius, by whatever means you are placed in your present position, whether willingly or unwillingly, if there is to be a conflict, retire, I beg you, to the rearmost line. It will be more honourable for you to flee from a fellow citizen than to fight against your country. But if there is to be peace, you will take your place with honour amongst the foremost and play the part of a beneficent mediator in this conference. Demand what is just, and you shall receive it, though we should acquiesce, even in what is unjust, rather than imbrue impious hands in one another's blood. Titus Quinctius, bathed in tears, turned to his men and said, If, soldiers, I am of any use at all, you will find that I am a better leader in peace than in war. The words you have heard are not those of a Volscian or a Samnite, but of a Roman. They were spoken by your consul, your commander, soldiers, whose auspices you have found by experience to be favourable for you. Do not desire to learn by experience what they may be when directed against you. The Senate had at its disposal other generals more ready to fight against you. It has selected one man who has showed the most consideration for his soldiers, in whom you have placed most confidence as your commander. Even those who have victory in their power wish for peace. What ought we to wish for? Why do we not lay aside all resentment and ambitious hopes, those treacherous advisers, and trust ourselves and all our interests to his tried fidelity? Chapter 41. There was a universal shout of approval, and Titus Quinctius, advancing to the front, asserted that his men would submit to the authority of the dictator. He implored Valerius to take up the cause of his unhappy fellow citizens, and when he had taken it up, to maintain it with the same integrity that he had always shown his public administration. For himself he demanded no conditions. He would not place his hope in anything but his innocence, but for the soldiers there must be the same guarantee that was given in the days of their fathers, to the plebs and afterwards to the legions, namely, that no man should be punished for having taken part in the secession. The dictator expressed his approval of what had been said, and after telling them all to hope for the best, he galloped back to the city, and after obtaining the consent of the Senate, brought a measure before the people who were assembled in the Petilian Grove, granting immunity to all who had taken part in the secession. He then begged the Quirites to grant him one request, which was that no one should ever, either in jest or in earnest, bring up that matter against anyone. A military lex secreta was also passed, enacting that no soldier's name should be struck off the muster roll without his consent. An additional provision was subsequently embodied in it, forbidding anyone who had once been military tribune from being made to serve afterwards as a centurion. This was in consequence of a demand made by the mutineers with respect to Publius Salonius, who had been every year either military tribune or a centurion of the first class. They were incensed against him because he had always opposed their mutinous projects, and had fled from Laculae to avoid being mixed up with them. As this proposal was aimed solely at Salonius, the Senate refused to allow it. Then Salonius himself appealed to the senators not to consider his dignity of more importance than the harmony of the Senate, and at his request they ultimately passed it. Another demand, just as impudent, was that the pay of the cavalry should be reduced. At that time they were receiving 3 times the infantry pay, because they had acted against the mutineers. Chapter 42. In addition to these measures, I find the following recorded by various authorities. Lucius Genusius, a tribune of the plebs, brought before them a measure declaring usury illegal, whilst other resolutions were adopted forbidding any one to accept re-election to the same office in less than 10 years, or to fill 2 offices in the same year, and also that both consuls might be legally elected from the plebs. If all these concessions were really made, it is quite clear that the revolt possessed considerable strength. In other annalists it is stated that Valerius was not nominated dictator, but the matter was entirely arranged by the consuls. Also, that it was not before they came to Rome, but in Rome itself that the body of the conspirators broke out into armed revolt. Also, that it was not to Titus Quintius's farm, but to the house of Gaius Manlius that the nocturnal visit was paid, and that it was Manlius who was seized by the conspirators and made their leader, after which they marched out to a distance of 4 miles and entrenched themselves. Also that it was not their leaders who made the first suggestions of concord, but what happened was that as the 2 armies advanced towards each other, prepared for action, the soldiers exchanged mutual greetings, and as they drew nearer, grasped each other's hands, and embraced one another, and the consuls, seeing how averse the soldiers were to fighting, yielded to circumstances, and made proposals to the Senate for reconciliation and concord. Thus the ancient authorities agree in nothing but the simple fact that there was a mutiny, and that it was suppressed. The report of this disturbance, and the seriousness of the war, which had been commenced with the Samnites, made many nationalities averse from an alliance with Rome. The Latins had long been faithless to their treaty, and in addition to that, the Privinates made a sudden incursion and devastated the neighbouring Roman colonies of Norba and Setia. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 8, Chapters 1 to 7. BC 341 to 321. First Samnite War and Settlement of Latium. Chapter 1. War with the Privinates and Volscians. Peace with the Samnites. When messengers from Setia and Norba arrived in Rome, with complaints of a defeat they had suffered at the hands of the revolted Privinates, the consulship was held by Gaius Plautius for the 2nd time and Lucius Aemilius Mamercus. News was also brought that an army of Volscians led by the people of Antium had concentrated at Satricum. Both wars fell to Plautius. He marched first to Privernum and at once engaged the enemy, who were defeated without much trouble. The town was captured and then given back to the Privinates after a strong garrison had been placed in it. 2/3 of their territory were confiscated. Then the victorious army was led against the Antiates at Satricum. There a battle was fought with terrible bloodshed on both sides, and whilst the result was still uncertain, night separated the combatants. The Romans were in no way discouraged by the indecisiveness of the conflict, and prepared for battle the next day. The Volscians, after reckoning up their losses in the battles, were by no means eager to run any further risk. Looking upon themselves as defeated, they made a hurried departure to Antium in the night, leaving their wounded and a part of their baggage behind. An immense quantity of arms was found both amongst the dead on the field and in the camp. These the consul said he was offering to Lua Mater. He then ravaged the enemy's territories down to the seaboard. When the other consul entered the Sabellian territory, he found that the Samnites had no camp, no legions confronting him. Whilst he was laying waste their fields with fire and sword, envoys came to him to ask for peace, and he referred them to the Senate. After permission had been given them to state their case, they laid aside their truculent manner and requested that peace might be granted them, and also the right of making war against the Sidicines. They considered that they were the more justified in making this request, because they had formed friendly relations with Rome when their affairs were prosperous, not as in the case of the companions when they were in adversity, and they were taking up arms against the citizens, who had always been their enemies and never friends of Rome, who had not, like the Samnites, sought its friendship in a time of peace, nor, like the companions, asked for its help in a time of war, and who were not under the protection and suzerainty of Rome. Chapter 2. The praetor, Titus Livius, put these demands to the Senate, and they decided that the former treaty should be renewed with them. The reply given then by the praetor was to the effect that it was no fault of the Roman people that the friendship with them had not remained unbroken, and there was no objection to its being re-established, since they themselves were weary of a war brought on them by their own fault. As to the citizens, there was nothing to prevent the Samnites from being free to make either peace or war. After the treaty was made, the Roman army was at once withdrawn. The men had received a year's pay and 3 months' rations, for which the consul had stipulated that he might allow time for an armistice until the envoys returned. The Samnites advanced against the citizens with the same troops that they had employed in the war with Rome, and they were very hopeful of effecting an early capture of the city. Then at last the citizens took steps to make a surrender of themselves to Rome. The Senate rejected it as being made too late, and forced from them by extreme necessity. They then made it to the Latins, who were already in arms on their own account. Even the companions did not refuse to take part in the hostile movement, so much keener was their sense of the injuries inflicted by the Samnites than of the kindness shown them by Rome. One immense army, composed of these many nationalities and under Latin leadership, invaded the Samnite country and inflicted more disasters by ravages than by actual fighting. Although the Latins proved superior in the various encounters, they were not loath to retire from the enemy's territory lest they might have to fight too often. This allowed the Samnites time to send envoys to Rome. When they were admitted to an audience, they complained to the Senate that they were suffering more now that they were in treaty with them than they had before, when they were enemies. They very humbly requested them to be satisfied with having snatched from them the victory they had won over the companions and the citizens, and not permit them, in addition, to be conquered by these most cowardly people. If the Latins and companions were really under the suzerainty of Rome, they should exert their authority to keep them off the Samnite land. If they renounced that suzerainty, they should coerce them by force. They received an ambiguous reply, for the Senate shrank from acknowledging that the Latins no longer recognized their authority, and on the other hand they were afraid, if they reprimanded them, that they might alienate them altogether. The circumstances of the companions were quite different. They were bound not by treaty but by the terms of surrender, and they must keep quiet whether they would or no. There was nothing in their treaty with the Latins which prevented them from making war with whom they pleased. Chapter 3. The Revolt of the Latins and Companions. With this reply the Samnites were dismissed, quite uncertain as to what the Romans were going to do. But its effect was to completely estrange the companions, who now feared the worst, and it made the Latins more determined than ever, since the Romans refused any further concessions. Under the pretext of making preparations for a Samnite war, they held frequent meetings of their national council, and in all the consultations of their leaders they hatched plans in secret for war with Rome. The companions also took part in this movement against their preservers. But in spite of the careful secrecy with which everything was being conducted, for they wanted the Samnites to be dislodged from their rear before the Romans made any movement, some who had friends and relatives in Rome sent hints about the league which was being formed. The consuls were ordered to resign before the expiry of their year of office, in order that the new consuls might be elected at an earlier date, in view of such a formidable war. There were religious difficulties in the way of the elections being held by those whose tenure of office had been curtailed, and so an interregnum commenced. There were two interreges, Marcus Valerius and Marcus Fabius. The latter elected Titus Manlius Torquatus for the third time, and Publius Decius Mus as consuls. It was in this year, 341 BC, it appears, that Alexander, king of Epirus, landed in Italy, and there is no doubt that had he been fairly successful at first, that war would have extended to Rome. This, too, was about the time of the achievements of Alexander the Great, the son of this man's sister, who, after proving himself invincible in another region of the globe, was cut off whilst a young man by disease. Although there could be no doubt as to the revolt of their allies, the Latin League, still, as though they were concerned for the Samnites and not for themselves, the Romans invited the 10 chiefs of the League to Rome to give them instructions as to what they wanted. Latium at that time had 2 praetors, Lucius Annius of Setia and Lucius Numisius of Cercaei, both belonging to the Roman colonists. Though these men not only had Signia and Velitrae, themselves Roman colonies, but the Volsci also been instigated to take up arms. It was decided that they should be particularly invited by name. No one had the slightest doubt as to the reason for this invitation. A meeting of their council was accordingly held prior to their departure. They informed those present that they had been asked by the Senate to go to Rome, and they requested them to decide as to what reply they should give with reference to the matters which they had reason to suppose would be discussed. Chapter 4. After various opinions had been expressed, Annius spoke as follows, quote, "Although it was I who put the question to you as to what answer should be given, I still think that it is of more importance to the interests of the state to decide what must be done rather than what must be said. When our plans are developed, it will be easy enough to fit words to facts. If even now we are capable of submitting to servitude under the shadowy pretext of a treaty on equal terms, what is to prevent us from deserting the citizens and receiving our orders not only from the Romans, but even from the Samnites, and giving as our reply that we are ready to lay down our arms at the beck and call of the Romans? But if your hearts are at last touched by any yearning for independence, if a treaty, an alliance, an equality of rights really exists, if we are at liberty to boast of the fact that the Romans are of the same stock as ourselves, though once we were ashamed of it, if our army, which when united with theirs doubles their strength, and which the consuls will not dispense with when conducting wars which concern them alone, if, I say, that army is really an army of their allies, then why are we not on an equal footing in all respects? Why is not one consul elected from the Latins? Those who possess half the strength, do they possess half the government? This is not in itself too much honor for us, seeing that we acknowledge Rome to be the head of Latium, but we have made it appear so by our prolonged forbearance. But if ever you longed for an opportunity of taking your place in the government and of making use of your liberty, now is the time. This is the opportunity which has been given you by your own courage and the goodness of the gods. You tried their patience by refusing to supply troops. Who doubts that they were intensely irritated when we broke through a custom more than 2 centuries old? Still, they put up with the annoyance. We waged war with the Pylignians on our own account. They who before did not allow us the right to defend our own frontiers did not intervene. They heard that the citizens were received into our protection, that the Campanians had revolted from them to us, that we were preparing an army to act against the Samnites with whom they had a treaty. They never moved out of their city. What was this extraordinary self-restraint due to, but to a consciousness of our strength and of theirs? I have it on good authority that when the Samnites were laying their complaints about us, they received a reply from the Roman Senate. from which it was quite evident that they themselves do not now claim that Latium is under the authority of Rome. Make your rights effective by insisting on what they are tacitly conceding to you. If anyone is afraid of saying this, I declare my readiness to say it not only in the ears of the Roman people and their Senate, but in the audience of Jupiter himself who dwells in the Capitol, and to tell them that if they wish us to remain in alliance with them, they must accept one consul from us and half their Senate." End quote. His speech was followed by a universal shout of approval, and he was empowered to do and to say whatever he deemed to be in furtherance of the interests of the state of Latium and of his own honor. Chapter 5. On their arrival in Rome, the Senate assembled in the Capitol and granted them an audience. Titus Manlius, the consul, acting on the instructions of the Senate, recommended them not to make war upon the Samnites, with whom the Romans had a treaty, on which Aeneas, as though he were a conqueror who had captured the capital by arms, instead of an ambassador protected by the law of nations, said, quote, "It is about time, Titus Manlius and senators, that you gave up treating us as though you were our suzerains, when you see the state of Latium raised by the bounty of the gods to a most flourishing position, both in population and in military power. The Samnites defeated, the Citizens and Companions in alliance with us, even the Volscians now making common cause with us, whilst your own colonies actually prefer the government of Latium to that of Rome. But, since you cannot bring your minds to abandon your impudent claims to sovereignty, we will go so far, in recognizing that we are kindred nations, as to offer peace upon the conditions of equal rights for both, since it has pleased the gods to grant equal strength to both, though we are quite able to assert the independence of Latium by force of arms. One consul must be elected from Rome, the other from Latium. The Senate must contain an equal number of members from both nations. There must be one nation, one republic. And in order that there may be one seat of government and one name for all, since one side or the other must make some concession, let us, if this city really takes precedence, be all called Romans." End quote. It so happened that the Romans had in their consul Titus Manlius, a man who was quite as proud and passionate as Aeneas. He was so enraged as to declare that if the Senate were visited by such madness as to accept these conditions from a man from Setia, he would come with his sword drawn into the Senate house and kill every Latin he found there. Then, turning to the image of Jupiter, he exclaimed, quote, "Hear, O Jupiter, these abominable words. Hear them, O justice and right. Thou, Jupiter, as though thou hadst been conquered and made captive, art to see in thy temple foreign consuls and a foreign senate. Were these the terms of the treaty, Latins, which Tullus, the king of Rome, made with your fathers of Alba, or which Lucius Tarquin made with you afterwards? Have you forgotten the battle at Lake Regillus? Are you so utterly oblivious of your defeats in the old days, and of our kindness towards you?" End quote. This outburst was followed by the indignant protest of the Senate, and it is recorded that whilst on all hands appeals were being made to the gods, whom the consuls were continually invoking as the guardians of treaties, the voice of Aeneas was heard pouring contempt upon the divine majesty of the Jupiter of Rome. At all events, when, in a storm of passion, he was flinging himself out of the vestibule of the temple, he slipped down the steps and struck his head so heavily against the bottom step that he became unconscious. The authorities are not agreed as to whether he was actually killed, and I leave the question undecided, as also the statement that during the appeals to the gods to avenge the breach of treaties, a storm burst from the sky with a terrific roar, for they may either be true, or as simply invented as an appropriate representation of the wrath of the gods. Torquatus was sent by the Senate to conduct the envoys away, and when he saw Aeneas lying on the ground, he exclaimed, loud enough to be heard by the senators and populace alike, quote, "It is well. The gods have commenced a just and righteous war. There is a divine power at work. Thou, O great Jupiter, art here. Not in vain have we consecrated this to be thine abode, O Father of gods and men. Why do you hesitate, Quirites, and you, senators, to take up arms when the gods are your leaders? I will lay the legions of the Latins low, just as you see their envoy lying here." End quote. The consul's words were received by the people with loud applause, and raised them to such a pitch of excitement that when the envoys took their departure, they owed their safety more to the care of the magistrates who, on the consul's order, accompanied them to protect them from the attacks of the angry people than to any respect felt for the law of nations. War having been decided upon by Senate as much as people, the consuls enrolled 2 armies and proceeded through the territories of the Marsi and the Paeligni, where they were joined by an army of Samnites. They fixed their camp at Capua, where the Latins and their allies had assembled. It is said that whilst they were there, each consul had the same vision in the quiet of the night. A form greater and more awful than any human form appeared to them, and announced that the commander of the one army and the army itself on the other side were destined as a sacrifice to the Dii Manes and to Mother Earth. In whichever army the commander should have devoted the legions of his enemies and himself as well to those deities, that army, that people would have the victory. When the consuls compared these visions of the night together, they decided that victims should be slain to avert the wrath of the gods, and further, that if, on inspection, they should portend the same as the vision had announced, one of the 2 consuls should fulfill his destiny. When the answers of the soothsayers, after they had inspected the victims, proved to correspond with their own secret belief in the vision, they called up the superior officers and told them to explain publicly to the soldiers what the gods had decreed, in order that the voluntary death of a consul might not create a panic in the army. They arranged with each other that when either division began to give way, the consul in command of it should devote himself, quote, "on behalf of the Roman people and the Quirites." End quote. The Council of War also decided that if ever any war had been conducted with the strict enforcement of orders, on this occasion certainly, military discipline should be brought back to the ancient standard. Their anxiety was increased by the fact that it was against the Latins that they had to fight, a people resembling them in language, manner, arms, and especially in their military organization. They had been colleagues and comrades, as soldiers, centurions, and tribunes, often stationed together in the same posts, and side by side in the same maniples. That this might not prove a source of error and confusion, orders were given that no one was to leave his post to fight with the enemy. Chapter 7. Titus Manlius. Amongst the troop commanders who had been sent out everywhere to reconnoiter, there happened to be Titus Manlius, the consul's son. He had ridden out with his men by the enemy's camp and was hardly a stone's throw from their nearest post, where the Tusculan cavalry were stationed, when Geminus Maecius, who was in command, a man of high reputation amongst his own people, recognized the Roman cavalry and the consul's son at their head, for they were all, especially the men of distinction, known to each other. Accosting Manlius, he said, quote, "Are you going to conduct the war against the Latins and their allies with that single troop of yours? What will the consuls, what will their 2 armies be doing in the meantime?" End quote. Quote, "They will be here in good time," end quote, Manlius replied, quote, "and so will Jupiter, the great and powerful, the witness of your breach of faith. If we fought at Lake Regillus till you had quite enough, certainly we shall succeed here also in preventing you from finding too much pleasure in meeting us in battle." End quote. In reply, Geminus rode forward a short distance and said, quote, Are you willing, before the day comes when you are to set your armies in motion for so great an effort, to have a meeting with me, that the result of our single combat may show how much a Latin horseman is superior to a Roman?" End quote. Either urged on by anger, or feeling ashamed to decline the contest, or dragged on by the irresistible power of destiny, the high-spirited youth forgot the consul's edict and the obedience due to a father, and rushed headlong into a contest in which victory or defeat were alike fatal. The rest of the cavalry retired to remain spectators of the fray. The two combatants selected a clear space over which they charged each other at full gallop with leveled spears. Manlius's lance passed over his adversary's helmet, Maicius's across the neck of the other's horse. They wheeled their horses round, and Manlius, standing in his stirrups, was the first to get in a second stroke. He thrust his lance between the horse's ears. Feeling the wound, the horse reared, shook its head violently, and threw its rider off. Whilst he was trying to rise after his heavy fall by supporting himself with his lance and shield, Manlius drove his lance right through his body and pinned him to the earth. After despoiling the body, he returned to his men, and amidst their exulting shouts entered the camp and went straight to his father at the headquarters tent, not in the least realizing the nature of his deed or its possible consequences, whether praise or punishment. Quote, "That all may say, my father," end quote, he said, quote, "that I am a true scion of your blood. I bring to you these equestrian spoils taken from a dead enemy who challenged me to single combat." End quote. On hearing this, the consul turned away from his son and ordered the trumpet to sound the assembly. The soldiers mustered in large numbers, and the consul began, quote, "Since you, Titus Manlius, have shown no regard for either the authority of a consul or the obedience due to a father, and in defiance of our edict have left your post to fight against the enemy, and have done your best to destroy the military discipline through which the Roman state has stood till now unshaken, and have forced upon me the necessity of forgetting either my duty to the Republic or my duty to myself and my children, it is better that we should suffer the consequences of our offense ourselves than that the state should expiate our crime by inflicting great injury upon itself. We shall be a melancholy example, but one that will be profitable to the young men of the future. My natural love of my children, and that proof of courage which from a false sense of honor you have given, move me to take your part. But since either the consul's authority must be vindicated by your death, or forever abrogated by letting you go unpunished, I would believe that even you yourself, if there is a drop of my blood in your veins, will not shrink from restoring by your punishment the military discipline which has been weakened by your misconduct. Go, lictor, bind him to the stake." End quote. All were paralyzed by such ruthless order. They felt as if the axe was directed against each of them. Fear, rather than discipline, kept them motionless. For some moments they stood transfixed in silence. Then suddenly, when they saw the blood pouring from his severed neck, their voices rose in unrestrained and angry complaint. They spared neither laments nor curses. The body of the youth, covered with his spoils, was cremated on a pyre erected outside the rampart, with all the funeral honors that the soldier's devotion could pay. Quote, "Manlian orders," end quote, were not only regarded with horror for the time, but were looked upon as setting a frightful precedent for the future. End of section 11. Section 12 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 8, chapters 8 to 14. Chapter 8. The terrible severity of the punishment, however, made the soldiers more obedient to their general, and not only did it lead to greater attention being paid to the pickets and sentry duties and the ordering of the outposts, but when they went into battle for the final contest, this severity proved to be of the greatest service. The battle was exactly like one fought in a civil war. There was nothing in the Latin army different from the Roman, except their courage. Changes in the Roman military system. At first, the Romans used the large round shield called the clipeus. Afterwards, when the soldiers received pay, the smaller oblong shield called the scutum was adopted. The phalanx formation, similar to the Macedonian of the earlier days, was abandoned in favor of the distribution into companies, manipuli, the rear portion being broken up into smaller divisions. The foremost line consisted of the hastati, formed into 15 companies, drawn up at a short distance from each other. These were called the light-armed companies, as whilst 1/3 carried a long spear, hasta, and short iron javelins, the remainder carried shields. This front line consisted of youths in the first bloom of manhood, just old enough for service. Behind them were stationed an equal number of companies, called principes, made up of men in the full vigor of life, all carrying shields and furnished with superior weapons. This body of 30 companies were called the antepilani. Behind them were the standards under which were stationed 15 companies, which were divided into 3 sections, called vexillae. The first section in each was called the pilus, and they consisted of 180 men to every standard, vexillum. The first vexillum was followed by the triarii, veterans of proved courage, the second by the rorarii, or skirmishers, younger men and less distinguished, the third by the Acensi, who were least to be depended upon, and were therefore placed in the rearmost line. When the battle formation of the army was completed, the hastati were the first to engage. If they failed to repulse the enemy, they slowly retired through the intervals between the companies of the principes, who then took up the fight, the hastati following in their rear. The triarii, meantime, were resting on one knee under their standards, their shields over their shoulders, and their spears planted on the ground with the points upwards, giving them the appearance of a bristling palisade. If the principes were also unsuccessful, they slowly retired to the triarii, which has given rise to the proverbial saying when people are in great difficulty, quote, "Matters have come down to the triarii," end quote. When the triarii had admitted the hastati and principes through the intervals separating their companies, they rose from their kneeling posture, and instantly closing their companies up, they blocked all passage through them, and in one compact mass fell on the enemy as the last hope of the army. The enemy, who had followed up the others as though they had defeated them, saw with dread a now and larger army rising apparently out of the earth. There were generally 4 legions enrolled, consisting each of 5,000 men, and 300 cavalry were assigned to each legion. A force of equal size used to be supplied by the Latins. Now, however, they were hostile to Rome. The 2 armies were drawn up in the same formation, and they knew that if the maniples kept their order, they would have to fight, not only vexilla with vexilla, hastati with hastati, principes with principes, but even centurion with centurion. There were amongst the triarii 2 centurions, one in each army. The Roman, possessing but little bodily strength, but an energetic and experienced soldier; the Latin, a man of enormous strength and a splendid fighter, very well known to each other because they had always served in the same company. The Roman, distrusting his own strength, had obtained the consul's permission before leaving Rome to choose his own subcenturion to protect him from the man who was destined to be his enemy. This youth, finding himself face to face with the Latin centurion, gained a victory over him. Chapter 9. Defeat of the Latins, Self-Devotion of Decius. The battle took place near the base of Mount Vesuvius, where the road led to Vesurus. Before leading out their armies to battle, the consuls offered sacrifice. The haruspex, whose duty it was to inspect the different organs in the victims, pointed out to Decius a prophetic intimation of his death. In all other respects, the signs were favorable. Manlius's sacrifice was entirely satisfactory. Quote, "It is well," unquote, said Decius, quote, "if my colleague has obtained favorable signs." End quote. They moved forward to battle in the formation I have already described, Manlius in command of the right division, Decius of the left. At first, both armies fought with equal strength and equal determination. After a time, the Roman hastati on the left, unable to withstand the insistency of the Latins, retired behind the principes. During the temporary confusion created by this movement, Decius exclaimed in a loud voice to Marcus Valerius, quote, "Valerius, we need the help of the gods. Let the Pontifex Maximus dictate to me the words in which I am to devote myself for the legions." End quote. The Pontifex bade him veil his head in his toga praetexta and rest his hand, covered with the toga, against his chin, then, standing upon a spear, to say these words, quote, "Janus, Jupiter, Father Mars, Quirinus, Bellona, Lares, ye novenciles and indigetes, deities to whom belongs the power over us and over our foes, and ye too, divine Manes, I pray to you, I do you reverence, I crave your grace and favor that you will bless the Roman people, the Quirites, with power and victory, and visit the enemies of the Roman people, the Quirites, with fear and dread and death. In like manner as I have uttered this prayer, so do I now, on behalf of the commonwealth of the Quirites, on behalf of the army, the legions, the auxiliaries of the Roman people, the Quirites, devote the legions and auxiliaries of the enemy, together with myself, to the divine Manes and to earth." End quote. After this prayer, he ordered the lictors to go to Titus Manlius and at once announced to his colleague that he had devoted himself on behalf of the army. He then girded himself with the Gabinian cincture and in full armor leaped upon his horse and dashed into the middle of the enemy. To those who watched him in both armies, he appeared something awful and superhuman, as though sent from heaven to expiate and appease all the anger of the gods, and to avert destruction from his people and bring it on their enemies. All the dread and terror which he carried with him threw the front ranks of the Latins into confusion, which soon spread throughout the entire army. This was most evident, for wherever his horse carried him they were paralyzed, as though struck by some death-dealing star. But when he fell, overwhelmed with darts, the Latin cohorts, in a state of perfect consternation, fled from the spot and left a large space clear. The Romans, on the other hand, freed from all religious fears, pressed forward as though the signal was then first given, and commenced a great battle. Even the Rorarii rushed forward between the companies of Antepilani, and added strength to the Hastati and Principes, whilst the Triarii, kneeling on their right knee, waited for the consul's signal to rise. Chapter 10. When Manlius heard the fate of his colleague, he honored his glorious death with tears no less than with the due meed of praise. Meanwhile, the battle proceeded, and in some quarters the weight of numbers was giving the advantage to the Latins. For some time Manlius was in doubt whether the moment had not come for calling up the Triarii, but judging it better for them to be kept fresh till the final crisis of the battle, he gave orders for the Acensi at the extreme rear to advance to the front. When they came up, the Latins, taking them for the opposing triarii, instantly called up their own. In the desperate struggle they had tired themselves out and broken or blunted their spears, but as they were still driving the enemy back by main force, they imagined that the battle was decided and that they had reached their last line. Then it was that the consul said to his triarii, quote, "Rise up now, fresh and vigorous, against a wearied foe. Think of your country and your parents and wives and children. Think of your consul lying there dead, that ye might win the victory." End quote. They rose up fresh and resplendent in their armor, as though a new army had suddenly sprung up, and after letting the Antepilani retire through them, they raised their battle shout. The front ranks of the Latins were thrown into disorder, the Romans thrust their spears into their faces, and in this way killed the main support of their army. They went on without being touched, through the remaining companies as though through a crowd of unarmed men, and they marked their advance with such a slaughter that they left hardly a fourth part of the enemy. The Samnites, too, who were drawn up close to the lowest spurs of the mountain, were threatening the Latins on their flank, and so adding to their demoralization. The chief credit for that successful battle was given by all, Romans and allies alike, to the two consuls, one of whom had diverted unto himself alone all the dangers that threatened from the gods supernal and the gods infernal, whilst the other had shown such consummate generalship in the battle itself, that the Roman and Latin historians who have left an account of it are quite agreed that whichever side had had Titus Manlius as their commander must have won the victory. After their flight, the Latins took refuge in Menturnae. Their camp was captured after the battle, and many were killed there, mostly companions. The body of Decius was not found that day, as night overtook those who were searching for it. The next day it was discovered, buried beneath a heap of javelins, and with an immense number of the enemy lying round it. His obsequies were conducted by his colleague in a manner befitting that glorious death. I ought to add here that a consul or dictator or praetor, when he devotes the legions of the enemy, need not necessarily devote himself, but may select anyone he chooses out of a legion that has been regularly enrolled. If the man who has been so devoted is killed, all is considered to have been duly performed. If he is not killed, an image of the man, 7 feet high at least, must be buried in the earth, and the victim slain as an expiatory sacrifice. On the spot where such an image has been buried, no Roman magistrate must ever set his foot. If, as in the case of Decius, the commander devotes himself but survives the battle, he can no longer discharge any religious function, either on his own account or on behalf of the state. He has the right to devote his arms, either by offering a sacrifice or otherwise, to Vulcan or to any other deity. The spear on which the consul stands, when repeating the formula of devotion, must not pass into the enemy's hands. Should this happen, a suovet aurelia must be offered as a propitiation to Mars. Chapter 11. Although the memory of every traditional custom relating to either human or divine things has been lost through our abandonment of the old religion of our fathers in favor of foreign novelties, I thought it not alien from my subject to record these regulations in the very words in which they have been handed down. In some authors I find it stated that it was only after the battle was over that the Samnites who had been waiting to see the results came to support the Romans. Assistance was also coming to the Latins from Lanuvium, whilst time was being wasted in deliberation, but whilst they were starting, and a part of their column was already on the march, news came of the defeat of the Latins. They faced about and re-entered their city, and it is stated that Milionius, their praetor, remarked that for that very short march they would have to pay a heavy price to Rome. Those of the Latins who survived the battle retreated by many different routes and gradually assembled in the city of Vescia. Here the leaders met to discuss the situation, and Numisius assured them that both armies had really experienced the same fortune and an equal amount of bloodshed. The Romans enjoyed no more than the name of victory. In every other respect, they were as good as defeated. The headquarters of both consuls were polluted with blood. The one had murdered his son, the other had devoted himself to death. Their whole army was massacred, their Hastatian principes killed. The companies both in front of and behind the standards had suffered enormous losses. The Triarii, in the end, saved the situation. The Latin troops, it was true, were equally cut up, but Latium and the Volsci could supply reinforcements more quickly than Rome. If, therefore, they approved, he would at once call out the fighting men from the Latin and Volscian peoples and march back with an army to Capua, and would take the Romans unawares. A battle was the last thing they were expecting. He dispatched misleading letters throughout Latium and the Volscian country, those who had not been engaged in the battle being the more ready to believe what he said, and a hastily levied body of militia, drawn from all quarters, was got together. This army was met by the consul at Trifanum, a place between Sinuessa and Menturnae. Without waiting even to choose the sites for their camps, the two armies piled their baggage, fought and finished the war, for the Latins were so utterly worsted that when the consul with his victorious army was preparing to ravage their territory, they made a complete surrender, and the Campanians followed their example. Latium and Capua were deprived of their territory. The Latin territory, including that of Privernum, together with the Falernian, which had belonged to the Campanians as far as the Volturnus, was distributed amongst the Roman plebs. They received 2 jugera a head in the Latin territory, their allotment being made up by 3/4 of a jugerum in the Privernate district. In the Falernian district they received 3 entire jugera, the additional quarter being allowed owing to the distance. The Laurentes, amongst the Latins and the aristocracy of the Campanians, were not thus penalized because they had not revolted. An order was made for the treaty with the Laurentes to be renewed, and it has since been renewed annually on the 10th day after the Latin festival. The Roman franchise was conferred on the aristocracy of Campania, and a brazen tablet recording the fact was fastened up in Rome in the temple of Castor, and the people of Campania were ordered to pay them each, they numbered 1,600 in all, the sum of 450 denarii annually. Chapter 12. The war having been thus brought to a close, and rewards and punishments having been meted out to each according to their deserts, Titus Manlius returned to Rome. There seems good reason for believing that only the older men went out to meet him on his arrival, the younger part of the population showing their aversion and detestation for him, not only then, but all through his life. The Antiates made incursions into the territories of Ostia, Ardea, and Solonia. Manlius's health prevented him from prosecuting this war, so he nominated Lucius Papirius Crassus as dictator, and he named Lucius Papirius Cursor as his master of the horse. No important action was taken by the dictator against the Antiates, though he had a permanent camp in their country for some months. This year had been signalized by victories over many powerful nations, and still more by the noble death of one consul, and the stern, never-to-be-forgotten exercise of authority on the part of the other. It was followed by the consulship of Titus Aemilius Mamercinus and Quintus Publilius Pilo. They did not meet with similar materials out of which to build reputation, nor did they study the interests of their country so much as their own, or those of the political factions in the Republic. The Latins resumed hostilities to recover the domain they had lost, but were routed in the Phoenician plains and driven out of their camp. There Publilius, who had achieved this success, received into surrender the Latin cities who had lost their men there, whilst Aemilius led his army to Paedum. This place was defended by a combined force from Tibur, Praeneste, and Velitrae, and help was also sent from Lanuvium and Antium. In the various battles the Romans had the advantage, but at the city itself, and at the camp of the allied forces which adjoined the city, their work had to be done all over again. The consul suddenly abandoned the war before it was brought to a close, because he heard that a triumph had been decreed to his colleague, and he actually returned to Rome to demand a triumph before he had won a victory. The Senate were disgusted at this selfish conduct, and made him understand that he would have no triumph until Paedum had either been taken or surrendered. This produced a complete estrangement between Aemilius and the Senate, and he thenceforth administered his consulship in the spirit and temper of a seditious tribune. As long as he was consul, he perpetually traduced the Senate to the people, without any opposition from his colleagues, who himself also belonged to the plebs. Material for his charges was afforded by the dishonest allocation of the Latin and Falernian domain amongst the plebs, and after the Senate, desirous of restricting the consul's authority, had issued an order for the nomination of a dictator to act against the Latins, Aemilius, whose turn it then was to have the fasces, nominated his own colleague, who named Junius Brutus as his master of the horse. He made his dictatorship popular by delivering incriminatory harangues against the Senate, and also by carrying 3 measures which were directed against the nobility and were most advantageous to the plebs. One was that the decisions of the plebs should be binding on all the Quirites. The second, that measures which were brought before the assembly of centuries should be sanctioned by the patricians before being finally put to the vote. The third, that since it had come about that both censors could legally be appointed from the plebs, one should in any case be always chosen from that order. The patricians considered that the consuls and the dictator had done more to injure the state by their domestic policy than to strengthen its power by their successes in the field. Chapter 13. The consuls for the next year were Lucius Furius Camillus and Gaius Manius. In order to bring more discredit upon Aemilius for his neglect of his military duties the previous year, the Senate insisted that no expenditure of arms and men must be spared in order to reduce and destroy Paedum. The new consuls were peremptorily ordered to lay aside everything else and march at once. The state of affairs in Latium was such that they would neither maintain peace nor undertake war. For war their resources were utterly inadequate, and they were smarting too keenly under the loss of their territory to think of peace. They decided, therefore, on a middle course, namely, to confine themselves to their towns, and if they were informed of any town being attacked, to send assistance to it from the whole of Latium. The people of Tibur and Praeneste, who were the nearest, reached Paedum, but the troops from Aricium, Lanuvium, and Veliternae, in conjunction with the Volscians of Antium, were suddenly attacked and routed by Manius at the river Astura. Camillus engaged the Tiburtines, who were much the strongest force, and, though with greater difficulty, achieved a similar success. During the battle, the townsmen made a sudden sortie, but Camillus, directing a part of his army against them, not only drove them back within their walls, but stormed and captured the town, after routing the troops sent to their assistance, all in one day. After this successful attack on one city, they decided to make a greater and bolder effort, and to lead their victorious army on to the complete subjugation of Latium. They did not rest until, by capturing or accepting the surrender of one city after another, they had effected their purpose. Garrisons were placed in the captured towns, after which they returned to Rome to enjoy a triumph which was by universal consent accorded to them. An additional honor was paid to the two consuls in the erection of their equestrian statues in the Forum, a rare incident in that age. Before the consular elections for the following year were held, Camillus brought before the Senate the question of the future settlement of Latium. Quote, "Senators," end quote, he said, quote, "our military operations in Latium have by the gracious favor of the gods and the bravery of our troops been brought to a successful close. The hostile armies were cut down at Pedum and the Astura. All the Latin towns and the Volscian Antium have either been stormed or have surrendered, and are now held by your garrisons. We are growing weary of their constant renewal of hostilities. It is for you to consult as to the best means of binding them to a perpetual peace. The immortal gods have made you so completely masters of the situation that they have put it into your hands to decide whether there shall be henceforth a Latium or not. So far, then, as the Latins are concerned, you can secure for yourselves a lasting peace by either cruelty or kindness. Do you wish to adopt ruthless measures against a people that have surrendered and been defeated? It is open to you to wipe out the whole Latin nation and create desolation and solitude in that country, which has furnished you with a splendid army of allies which you have employed in many great wars. Or do you wish to follow the example of your ancestors and make Rome greater by conferring her citizenship on those whom she has defeated? The materials for her expansion to a glorious height are here at hand. That is assuredly the most firmly based empire, whose subjects take a delight in rendering it their obedience. But whatever decision you come to, you must make haste about it. You are keeping so many peoples in suspense, with their minds distracted between hope and fear, that you are bound to relieve yourselves as soon as possible from your anxiety about them, and, by exercising either punishment or kindness, to preoccupy minds which a state of strained expectancy has deprived of the power of thought. Our task has been to put you in a position to take the whole question into consultation. Your task is to decree what is best for yourselves and for the Republic." End quote. Chapter 14. The leaders of the Senate applauded the way in which the consul had introduced the motion, but as the circumstances differed in different cases, they thought that each case ought to be decided upon its merits, and with the view of facilitating discussion, they requested the consul to put the name of each place separately. Lanuvium received the full citizenship and the restitution of her sacred things, with the proviso that the temple and grove of Juno Sospita should belong in common to the Roman people and the citizens living at Lanuvium. Aricium, Nomentum, and Pedum obtained the same political rights as Lanuvium. Tusculum retained the citizenship which it had had before, and the responsibility for the part it took in the war was removed from the state as a whole and fastened on a few individuals. The Veliternians, who had been Roman citizens from old times, were in consequence of their numerous revolts severely dealt with. Their walls were thrown down, their senate deported and ordered to live on the other side of the Tiber. If any of them were caught on this side of the river, he was to be fined 1,000 asses, and the man who caught him was not to release him from confinement till the money was paid. Colonists were sent on to the land they had possessed, and their numbers made Velitrae look as populous as formerly. Antium also was assigned to a fresh body of colonists, but the Antiates were permitted to enroll themselves as colonists if they chose. Their warships were taken away, and they were forbidden to possess any more. They were admitted to citizenship. Tibur and Praeneste had their domains confiscated, not owing to the part which they, in common with the rest of Latium, had taken in the war, but because, jealous of the Roman power, they had joined arms with the barbarous nation of the Gauls. The rest of the Latin cities were deprived of the rights of intermarriage, free trade, and common councils with each other. Capua, as a reward for the refusal of its aristocracy to join the Latins, were allowed to enjoy the private rights of Roman citizens, as were also Fundi and Formiae, because they had always allowed a free passage through their territory. It was decided that Cumae and Suessula should enjoy the same rights as Capua. Some of the ships of Antium were taken into the Roman docks, others were burnt, and their beaks, rostra, were fastened on the front of a raised gallery which was constructed at the end of the forum, and which from this circumstance was called the rostra. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 8, Chapters 15 to 22. Chapter 15, Hostilities on the Samnite Frontiers. Gaius Sulpicius Longus and Publius Aelius Paetus were the new consuls. The blessings of peace were now enjoyed everywhere, a peace maintained not more by the power of Rome than by the influence she had acquired through her considerate treatment of her vanquished enemies, when a war broke out between the Sidicines and the Auruncans. After their surrender had been accepted by the consul Manlius, the Auruncans had kept quiet, which gave them a stronger claim to the help of Rome. The Senate decided that assistance should be afforded them, but before the consuls started, a report was brought that the Auruncans had been afraid to remain in their town, and had fled with their wives and children to Sessa, now called Aurunca, which they had fortified, and that their city with its ancient walls had been destroyed by the Sidicines. The Senate were angry with the consuls, through whose delay their allies had been betrayed, and ordered a dictator to be nominated. Gaius Claudius Regilensis was nominated accordingly, and he named as his master of the horse Gaius Claudius Hortator. There was some difficulty about the religious sanction of the dictator's appointment, and, as the augurs pronounced that there was an irregularity in his election, both the dictator and the master of the horse resigned. This year Minucia, a Vestal, incurred suspicion through an improper love of dress, and subsequently was accused of unchastity on the evidence of a slave. She had received orders from the pontiffs to take no part in the sacred rites and not to manumit any of her slaves. She was tried and found guilty, and was buried alive near the Colline Gate, to the right of the high road in the Campus Celeratus, the accursed field, which, I believe, derives its name from this incident. In this year also Quintus Publilius Philo was elected as the first plebeian praetor against the opposition of the consul Sulpicius. The Senate, after failing to keep the highest posts in their own hands, showed less interest in retaining the praetorship. 16. The consuls for the following year were Lucius Papirius Crassus and Caeso Duilius. There was war with the Ausonians. The fact that it was against a new enemy rather than a formidable one made it noticeable. This people inhabited the city of Cales, and had joined arms with their neighbors, the Sidicines. The combined army of the two cities was routed in a quite insignificant engagement. The proximity of their cities made them all the sooner seek a safety in flight which they did not find in fighting. The Senate were none the less anxious about the war, in view of the fact that the Sidicines had so frequently either taken the aggressive themselves or assisted others to do so, or had been the cause of hostilities. They did their utmost, therefore, to secure the election of Marcus Valerius Corvus, the greatest commander of his day, as consul for the 4th time. Marcus Attilius Regulus was assigned to him as his colleague. To avoid any chance of mistake, the consuls requested that this war might be assigned to Corvus without deciding it by lot. After taking over the victorious army from the previous consuls, he marched to Cales, where the war had originated. The enemy were dispirited through the remembrance of the former conflict, and he routed them at the very first attack. He then advanced to an assault upon their walls. Such was the eagerness of the soldiers that they were anxious to bring up the scaling ladders and mount the walls forthwith, but Corvus perceived the difficulty of the task and preferred to gain his object by submitting his men to the labors of a regular siege, rather than by exposing them to unnecessary risks. So he constructed an auger and brought up the Venii in the turrets close to the walls, but a fortunate circumstance rendered them unnecessary. Marcus Fabius, a Roman prisoner, succeeded in eluding his guards on a festival, and, after breaking his chains, fastened a rope from a battlement of the wall and let himself down amongst the Roman works. He induced the commander to attack the enemy while they were sleeping off the effects of their wine and feasting, and the Ausonians were captured, together with their city, with no more trouble than they had previously been routed in the open field. The booty seized was enormous, and after a garrison was placed in Cales, the legions were marched back to Rome. The Senate passed a resolution allowing the consul to celebrate a triumph, and in order that Attilius might have a chance of distinguishing himself, both the consuls were ordered to march against the citizens. Before starting, they nominated, on the resolution of the Senate, Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus as dictator, for the purpose of conducting the elections. He named Quintus Publilius Philo as his master of the horse. The consuls elected were Titus Veturius and Spurius Postumius. Although there was still war with the citizens, they brought forward a proposal to send a colony to Cales, in order to anticipate the wishes of the plebs by a voluntary act of kindness. The Senate passed a resolution that 2,500 names should be enrolled, and the free commissioners appointed to settle the colonists and allocate the holdings were Caeso Duilius, Titus Quinctius, and Marcus Fabius. 17. The new consuls, after taking over the army from their predecessors, entered the enemy's territory and carried their depredations up to the walls of their city. The citizens had got together an immense army, and were evidently prepared to fight desperately for their last hope. There was also a report that Samnium was being roused into hostilities. A dictator was accordingly nominated by the consuls on the resolution of the Senate. Publius Cornelius Rufinus. The master of the horse was Marcus Antonius. Subsequently, a religious difficulty arose through an informality in their nomination, and they resigned their posts. In consequence of a pestilence which followed, it seemed as though all the auspices were tainted by that informality, and matters reverted to an interregnum. There were 5 interreges, and under the last one, Marcus Valerius Corvus, the consuls elected were Gaius Cornelius, for the second time, and Gnaeus Domitius. Matters were now quiet, but a rumor of a Gaulish war created as much alarm as an actual invasion, and it was decided that a dictator should be appointed. Marcus Papirius Crassus was nominated, his master of the horse being Publius Valerius Publicola. Whilst they were raising a stronger levy than was usual in wars near at hand, the reconnoitering parties that had been sent out reported that all was quiet amongst the Gauls. For the last 2 years there had been suspicions of a move meant in Samnium in favor of a change of policy, and as a measure of precaution the Roman army was not withdrawn from the citizen territory. The landing of Alexander of Epirus near Paestum led the Samnites to make common cause with the Lucanians, but their united forces were defeated by turn in a pitched battle. He then established friendly relations with Rome, but it is very doubtful how far he would have maintained them had his other enterprises been equally successful. In this year a census was taken, the censors being Quintus Publilius Philo and Spurius Postumius. The new citizens were assessed and formed into 2 additional tribes, the Maesian and the Scaptian. Lucius Papirius, the praetor, secured the passage of a law by which the rights of citizenship without the franchise were conferred on the inhabitants of Acerrae. These were the military and civil transactions for the year. 18. Roman matrons guilty of poisoning. Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Titus Valerius were the new consuls. I find in the Annals Flaccus and Potitus variously given as the consul's cognomen, but the question is of small importance. This year gained an evil notoriety, either through the unhealthy weather or through human guilt. I would gladly believe, and the authorities are not unanimous on the point, that it is a false story which states that those whose deaths made the year notorious for pestilence were really carried off by poison. I shall, however, relate the matter as it has been handed down to avoid any appearance of impugning the credit of our authorities. The foremost men in the state were being attacked by the same malady, and in almost every case with the same fatal results. A maidservant went to Quintus Fabius Maximus, one of the curule aediles, and promised to reveal the cause of the public mischief if the government would guarantee her against any danger in which her discovery might involve her. Fabius at once brought the matter to the notice of the consuls, and they referred it to the Senate, who authorized the promise of immunity to be given. She then disclosed the fact that the state was suffering through the crimes of certain women. Those poisons were concocted by Roman matrons, and if they would follow her at once, she promised that they should catch the poisoners in the act. They followed their informant and actually found some women compounding poisonous drugs and some poisons already made up. These latter were brought into the forum, and as many as 20 matrons, at whose houses they had been seized, were brought up by the magistrate's office. 2 of them, Cornelia and Sergia, both members of patrician houses, contended that the drugs were medicinal preparations. The maidservant, when confronted with them, told them to drink some that they might prove she had given false evidence. They were allowed time to consult as to what they would do, and the bystanders were ordered to retire that they might take counsel with the other matrons. They all consented to drink the drugs, and after doing so fell victims to their own criminal designs. Their attendants were instantly arrested and denounced a large number of matrons as being guilty of the same offence, out of whom 170 were found guilty. Up to that time there had never been a charge of poison investigated in Rome. The whole incident was regarded as a portent, and thought to be an act of madness rather than deliberate wickedness. In consequence of the universal alarm created, it was decided to follow the precedent recorded in the Annals. During the secessions of the plebs in the old days, a nail had been driven in by the dictator, and by this act of expiation men's minds, disordered by civil strife, had been restored to sanity. A resolution was passed accordingly that a dictator should be appointed to drive in the nail. Gnaeus Quinctilius was appointed, and named Lucius Valerius as his master of the horse. After the nail was driven in, they resigned office. 19. Revolt and recovery of Privernum and Fundi. Lucius Papirius Crassus and Lucius Plautius Vinox were thereupon elected consuls, the former for the second time. At the beginning of the year, deputations came from Fabrataria and Lucca, places belonging to the Volscians, with a request to be received into the protection of Rome, whose overlordship they would faithfully and loyally acknowledge if they would undertake to defend them from the Samnites. The Senate acceded to their request and sent to warn the Samnites against violating the territory of these 2 cities. The Samnites took the warning, not because they were anxious for peace, but because they were not yet ready for war. This year a war commenced with Privernum and its ally Fundi. Their commander was a Fundin, Vitruvius Bacchus, a man of great distinction not only in his own city, but even in Rome, where he had a house on the Palatine, which was afterwards destroyed and the site sold, the place being thenceforth known as the Bacchae Prata. Whilst he was spreading devastation far and wide through the districts of Setia, Norba, and Cora, Lucius Papirius advanced against him and took up a position not far from his camp. Vitruvius had neither the prudence to remain within his lines in presence of an enemy stronger than himself, nor the courage to fight at a distance from his camp. He gave battle whilst his men were hardly clear of their camp, and thinking more of retreating back to it than of the battle or the enemy, was with very little effort put to a decisive defeat. Owing to the proximity of the camp, retreat was easy, and he had not much difficulty in protecting his men from serious loss. Hardly any were killed in the actual battle, and only a few in the rear of the crowded fugitives as they were rushing into their camp. As soon as it grew dark, they abandoned it for Privernum, trusting to stone walls for protection rather than to the rampart round their camp. The other consul, Plautius, after ravaging the fields in all directions and carrying off the plunder, led his army into the territory of Fundi. As he was crossing their frontier, the Senate of Fundi met him, and explained that they had not come to intercede for Vitruvius and those who had belonged to his party, but for the people of Fundi. They pointed out that Vitruvius himself had cleared them from all responsibility by seeking shelter in Privernum, and not in Fundi, though it was his city. At Privernum, therefore, the enemies of Rome were to be looked for and punished, for they had been faithless both to Fundi and Rome. The men of Fundi wished for peace. Their sympathies were wholly Roman, and they retained a grateful sense of the boon they received when the rights of citizenship were conferred upon them. They besought the consul to abstain from making war upon an unoffending people. Their lands, their city, their own persons, and the persons of their wives and children were and would continue to be at the disposal of Rome. The consul commended them for their loyalty, and sent dispatches to Rome to inform the Senate that the Fundans were firm in their allegiance, after which he marched to Privernum. Claudius gives a different account. According to him, the consul first proceeded against the ringleaders of the revolt, of whom 350 were sent in chains to Rome. He adds that the Senate refused to receive the surrender because they considered that the Fundans were anxious to escape with the punishment of poor and obscure individuals. 20. Whilst Privernum was invested by 2 consular armies, one of the consuls was recalled home to conduct the elections. It was in this year that the carceres were erected in the Circus Maximus. The trouble of the war with Privernum was not yet over when a most alarming report of a sudden movement amongst the Gauls reached the Senate. Such reports were not often treated lightly. The new consuls, Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus and Gaius Plautius, were immediately ordered to arrange their respective commands on the very day they assumed office, namely July 1st. The Gaulish war fell to Mamercinus, and he allowed none of those who were called up for service to claim exemption. It is even asserted that the mob of mechanics and artisans, a class utterly unfit for warfare, were called out. An immense army was concentrated at VIII to check the advance of the Gauls. It was thought better not to march any further in case the enemy took some other route to the city. After a thorough reconnaissance had been made, it was ascertained after a few days that all was quiet as far as the Gauls were concerned, and the whole force was thereupon marched to Privernum. From this point there is a twofold story. Some state that the city was stormed and Vitruvius taken alive. Other authorities aver that before the final assault the townsmen came out with a caduceus and surrendered to the consul, whilst Vitruvius was given up by his own men. The Senate, when consulted as to the fate of Vitruvius and the Privernates, instructed the consul to demolish the walls of Privernum and station a strong garrison there, and then to celebrate his triumph. Vitruvius was to be kept in prison until the consul returned, and then to be scourged and beheaded. His house on the Palatine was to be razed, and his goods devoted to Simo Sancus. The money realized by their sale was melted down into brazen orbs, which were deposited in the chapel of Sancus opposite the temple of Quirinus. With regard to the Senate of Privernum, it was decreed that every senator who had remained in that city after its revolt from Rome should be deported beyond the Tiber on the same conditions as those of Velitrae. After his triumph, when Vitruvius and his accomplices had been put to death, the consul thought that as the Senate was satisfied with the punishment of the guilty, he might safely refer to the matter of the Privernates. He addressed the House in the following terms: Since the authors of the revolt, senators, have been visited by the immortal gods and by you with the punishment they deserved, what is your pleasure with regard to the innocent population? Although it is my duty to ask for opinions rather than to give them, I should like to say that in view of the fact that the Privernates are neighbors of the Samnites, with whom peaceful relations are now upon a most uncertain footing, I am anxious that as few grounds of complaint as possible should exist between us and them. The question was not an easy one to settle, for the senators were governed largely by their temperaments, and some advised a harsh, others a gentler course. The general divergence of opinion was widened by one of the Privernate envoys, who was thinking more of the state of things in which he had been born than of his present plight. One of the senators who was advocating sterner measures asked him what punishment he thought his countrymen deserved. He replied, "The punishment which those deserve who assert their liberty." The consul saw that this spirited reply only exasperated those who were already adverse to the cause of the Privernates, and he tried to get a softer answer by a more considerate question. "Well," he said, "if we spare you now, what sort of a peace may we hope to have with you for the time to come?" "A real and lasting one," was the reply, "if its terms be good, but if they are bad, one that will soon be broken." On hearing this, some of the senators exclaimed that he was using open threats, and that it was by such language that even those states which had been pacified were incited to renew hostilities. The better part of the Senate, however, put a more favourable construction on his reply, and declared that it was an utterance worthy of a man, and a man who loved liberty. Was it, they asked, to be supposed that any people, or for that matter any individual, would remain longer than he could help under conditions which made him discontented? Peace would only be faithfully kept where those who accepted it did so voluntarily. They could not hope that it would be faithfully kept where they sought to reduce men to servitude. The Senate was brought to adopt this view mainly by the consul himself, who kept repeating to the consulars, the men who had to state their opinions first, in a tone loud enough for many to hear, "Men whose first and last thought is their liberty deserve to become Romans." Thus they gained their cause in the Senate, and the proposal to confer full citizenship on the Privernates was submitted to the people. 22. The new consuls were Publius Plautius Proculus and Publius Cornelius Scopula. The year was not remarkable for anything at home or abroad, beyond the fact that a colony was sent to Fregellae, which was in the territory of Siticum and had afterwards belonged to the Volscians. There was also a distribution of meat made to the people by Marcus Flavius on the occasion of his mother's funeral. There were many who looked upon this as the payment of a bribe to the people, under the pretext of honoring his mother's memory. He had been prosecuted by the Aediles on the charge of seducing a married woman, and had been acquitted, and this was considered in the light of a dole given in return for the favour shown him at the trial. It proved also to be the means of his gaining office, for at the next election he was made a tribune of the plebs, in his absence and over the heads of competitors who had personally canvassed. War with Paeoliopolis. Paeoliopolis was a city not far from the present site of Neapolis. The two cities formed one community. The original inhabitants came from Cumae. Cumae traced its origin to Chalcis in Euboea. The fleet in which they had sailed from home gave them the mastery of the coastal district which they now occupy, and after landing in the islands of Ineria and Piphicusae, they ventured to transfer their settlements to the mainland. This community, relying on their own strength and on the lax observance of treaty obligations which the Samnites were showing towards the Romans, or possibly trusting to the effect of the pestilence which they had heard was now attacking the city, committed many acts of aggression against the Romans who were living in Campania and the Falernian country. In consequence of this, the consuls, Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Quintus Publilius Philo, sent the Fetials to Paeoliopolis to demand redress. On hearing that the Greeks, a people valiant in words rather than in deeds, had sent a defiant reply, the people, with the sanction of the Senate, ordered war to be made on Paeoliopolis. The consuls arranged their respective commands. The Greeks were left for Publilius to deal with. Cornelius, with a second army, was to check any movement on the part of the Samnites. As, however, he received intelligence that they intended to advance into Campania in anticipation of a rising there, he thought it best to form a standing camp there. End of section 13. Section 14 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 8, Chapters 23 to 29. Chapter 23, War declared against Samnium. Both consuls sent word to the Senate that there were very slender hopes of the Samnites remaining at peace. Publilius informed them that 2,000 troops from Nola and 4,000 Samnites had been admitted into Paeoliopolis, more under pressure from Nola than from any great desire for their presence on the part of the Greeks. Cornelius sent the additional information that orders for a general levy had been issued throughout Samnium, and attempts were being openly made to induce the neighboring communities of Privernum, Fundi, and Formiae to rise. Under these circumstances, it was decided to send ambassadors to the Samnites before actually commencing war. The Samnites sent an insolent reply. They accused the Romans of wanton aggression, and absolutely denied the charges made against themselves. They declared that the assistance which the Greeks had received was not furnished by their government, nor had they tampered with Fundi and Formiae, for they had no reason to distrust their own strength if it came to war. Moreover, it was impossible to disguise the deep irritation which the Samnite nation felt at the conduct of the Roman people in restoring Fregellae after they had taken it from the Volscians and destroyed it, and placing a colony on Samnite territory which the colonists called Fregellae. If this insult and injury were not removed by those responsible for it, they would themselves exert all their strength to get rid of it. The Roman ambassadors invited them to submit the questions at issue to arbitration before their common friends, but the Samnites replied, "Why should we beat about the bush? No diplomacy, no arbitration can adjust our quarrel. Arms and the fortune of war can alone decide the issue. We must meet in Campania." To which the Roman replied, "Roman soldiers will march not whither the enemy summons them, but whither their commander leads them." Publilius meantime had taken up a suitable position between Paeoliopolis and Neapolis in order to prevent them from rendering each other the mutual assistance they had hitherto given. The time for the elections was close at hand, and it would have been most inexpedient for the public interest to recall Publilius, as he was ready to attack the place and in daily expectation of effecting its capture. An arrangement was accordingly made with the tribunes of the plebs to propose to the people that at the expiration of his term of office Publilius should continue to act as proconsul till the war with the Greeks was brought to a close. The same step was taken with regards to Cornelius, who had already entered Samnium, and written instructions were sent to him to nominate a dictator to hold the elections. He nominated Marcus Claudius Marcellus, and Spurius Postumius was named by him master of the horse. The elections, however, were not held by that dictator, doubts having been raised as to whether the proper formalities had been observed in his nomination. The augurs, when consulted, declared that they had not been duly observed. The tribunes characterized their action as dishonest and iniquitous. How, they asked, could they know that there was any irregularity? The consul rose at midnight to nominate the dictator. He had made no communication to anyone either officially or privately about the matter. There was no one living who could say that he had seen or heard anything which would vitiate the auspices. The augurs sitting quietly in Rome could not possibly divine what difficulty the consul may have met with in the camp. Who was there who could not see that the irregularity which the augurs had discovered lay in the fact that the dictator was a plebeian? These and other objections were raised by the tribunes. Matters, however, reverted to an interregnum, and owing to the repeated adjournment of the elections on one pretext after another, there were no fewer than 14 interregna. At last Lucius Aemilius, the 14th interrex, declared Gaius Potilius and Lucius Papirius Mugellanus duly elected. In other lists I find cursor. 24. Death of Alexander of Epirus. The foundation of Alexandria in Egypt is stated to have taken place this year, 327 BC, and also the assassination of Alexander of Epirus at the hands of a Lucanian refugee, an event which fulfilled the oracular prediction of the Dodonian Jupiter. When he was invited by the Tarentines into Italy, he received a warning to beware of the water of Acheron and the city of Pandosia, for it was there that the limits of his destiny were fixed. This made him cross over into Italy all the sooner, that he might be as far as possible from the city of Pandosia and Epirus and the river Acheron, which flows from Molossus into the infernal marshes and finally empties itself into the Thesprotian Gulf. But, as often happens, in trying to avoid his fate he rushed upon it. He won many victories over the nationalities of southern Italy, inflicting numerous defeats upon the legions of Bruttium and Lucania, capturing the city of Heraclea, a colony of settlers from Tarentum, taking Potentia from the Lucanians, Sipontum from the Apulians, Consentia and Terina from the Brutii, and other cities belonging to the Messapians and Lucanians. He sent 300 noble families to Epirus to be detained there as hostages. The circumstances under which he met his death were these. He had taken up a permanent position on 3 hills not far from the city of Pandosia, which is close to the frontiers of the Lucanians and Brutii. From this point he made incursions into every part of the enemy's territory, and on these expeditions he had as a bodyguard some 200 Lucanian refugees, in whose fidelity he placed confidence, but who, like most of their countrymen, were given to changing their minds as their fortunes changed. Continuous rains had inundated the whole country and prevented the 3 divisions of the army from mutually supporting each other, the level ground between the hills being impassable. While they were in this condition, 2 out of the 3 divisions were suddenly attacked in the king's absence and overwhelmed. After annihilating them, the enemy invested the 3rd hill, where the king was present in person. The Lucanian refugees managed to communicate with their countrymen, and promised, if a safe return were guaranteed to them, to place the king in their hands alive or dead. Alexander, with a picked body of troops, cut his way with splendid courage through the enemy, and meeting the Lucanian general, slew him after a hand-to-hand fight. Then, getting toward those of his men who were scattered in flight, he rode towards the ruins of a bridge which had been carried away by the floods, and came to a river. Whilst his men were fording it with very uncertain footing, a soldier, almost spent by his exertions and his fears, cursed the river for its unlucky name, and said, "Rightly thou art called Acheros." When these words fell on his ear, the king at once recalled to mind the oracular warning, and stopped, doubtful whether to cross or not. Sotimus, one of his personal attendants, asked him why he hesitated at such a critical moment, and drew his attention to the suspicious movements of the Lucanian refugees, who were evidently meditating treachery. The king looked back and saw them coming on in a compact body. He at once drew his sword and spurred his horse through the middle of the river. He had already reached the shallow water on the other side, when one of the refugees some distance away transfixed him with a javelin. He fell from his horse, and his lifeless body with the weapon sticking in it was carried down by the current to that part of the bank where the enemy were stationed. There it was horribly mutilated. After cutting it through the middle, they sent one half to Consentia and kept the other to make sport of. Whilst they were pelting it at a distance with darts and stones, a solitary woman ventured among the rabble, who were showing such incredible brutality, and implored them to desist. She told them amid her tears that her husband and children were held prisoners by the enemy, and she hoped to ransom them with the king's body, however much it might have been disfigured. This put an end to the outrages. What was left of the limbs was cremated at Consentia by the reverential care of this one woman, and the bones were sent back to Metapontum. From there they were carried to Cleopatra, the king's wife, and Olympias, his sister, the latter of whom was the mother, the former the sister, of Alexander the Great. I thought it well to give this brief account of the tragic end of Alexander of Epirus, for although fortune kept him from hostilities with Rome, the wars he waged in Italy entitle him to a place in this history. 25. Commencement of the Second Samnite War, alliance with the Lucanians and Apulians. A Lytisternium took place this year, 326 BC, the fifth since the foundation of the city, and the same deities were propitiated in this as in the former one. The new consuls, acting on the orders of the people, sent heralds to deliver a formal declaration of war to the Samnites, and made all their preparations on a much greater scale for this war than for the one against the Greeks. New and unexpected succours were forthcoming, for the Lucanians and Apulians, with whom Rome had up to that time established no relations, came forward with offers to make an alliance, and promised armed assistance. A friendly alliance was formed with them. Meantime, the operations in Samnium were attended with success. The towns of Aliphae, Calliphae, and Ruthrium passed into the hands of the Romans, and ever since the consuls had entered the country, the rest of the territory was ravaged far and wide. Whilst this war was commencing thus favourably, the other war against the Greeks was approaching its close. Not only were the two towns Paeoliopolis and Neapolis cut off from all communications with each other by the enemy's lines, but the townsfolk within the walls were practically prisoners to their own defenders, and were suffering more from them than from anything which the outside enemy could do. Their wives and children were exposed to such extreme indignities as are only inflicted when cities are stormed and sacked. A report reached them that succours were coming from Tarentum and from the Samnites. They considered that they had more Samnites than they wanted already within their walls, but the force from Tarentum composed of Greeks they were prepared to welcome, being Greeks themselves, and through their means they hoped to resist the Samnites and the Nolans no less than the Romans. At last surrender to the Romans seemed the less of the two evils. Charolas and Nymphius, the leading men in the city, arranged with one another the respective parts they were to play. One was to desert to the Roman commander, the other to remain in the city and prepare for the successful execution of their plot. Charolas was the one who went to Publilius Philo. After expressing the hope that all might turn out for the good and happiness of Paeoliopolis and Rome, he went on to say that he had decided to deliver up the fortifications. Whether in doing this he should be found to have preserved his country or betrayed it depended upon the Roman sense of honor. For himself he made no terms and asked for no conditions, but for his countrymen he begged rather than stipulated that if his design succeeded, the people of Rome should take into consideration the eagerness with which they sought to renew the old friendly relations, and the risk attending their action rather than their folly and recklessness in breaking the old ties of duty. The Roman commander gave his approval to the proposed scheme, and furnished him with 3,000 men to seize that part of the city which was in the occupation of the Samnites. Lucius Quinctius, a military tribune, was in command of this force. 26. Nymphius at the same time approached the Samnite praetor, and persuaded him, now that the whole of the Roman fighting force was either round Paeoliopolis or engaged in Samnium, to allow him to sail round with the fleet to the Roman seaboard, and ravage not only the coastal districts, but even the country close to the city. But to ensure secrecy, he pointed out that it would be necessary to start by night, and that the ships should be at once launched. To expedite matters, the whole of the Samnite troops, with the exception of those who were mounting guard in the city, were sent down to the shore. Here they were so crowded as to impede one another's movements, and the confusion was heightened by the darkness and the contradictory orders which Nymphius was giving in order to gain time. Meantime, Charles had been admitted by his confederates into the city. When the Romans had completely occupied the highest parts of the city, he ordered them to raise a shout, on which the Greeks, acting on the instructions of their leaders, kept quiet. The Nolans escaped at the other end of the city and took the road to Nola. The Samnites, shut out as they were from the city, had less difficulty in getting away, but when once out of danger, they found themselves in a much more sorry plight. They had no arms, there was nothing they possessed which was not left behind with the enemy. They returned home stripped and destitute, an object of derision not only to foreigners, but even to their own countrymen. I am quite aware that there is another view of this transaction, according to which it was the Samnites who surrendered, but in the above account I have followed the authorities whom I consider most worthy of credit. Neapolis became subsequently the chief seat of the Greek population, and the fact of a treaty being made with that city renders it all the more probable that the re-establishment of friendly relations was due to them. As it was generally believed that the enemy had been forced by the siege to come to terms, a triumph was decreed to Publilius. Two circumstances happened in connection with his consulship which had never happened before, a prolongation of command and a triumph after he had laid down his command. 27. Revolt of the Lucanians. This was followed almost immediately by a war with the Greeks on the eastern coast. The Tarentines had encouraged the people of Palaeopolis through their long resistance with vain hopes of succor. When they heard that the Romans had got possession of the place, they severely blamed the Palaeopolitans for leaving them in the lurch, as though they were quite guiltless of having behaved in a similar manner themselves. They were furious with the Romans, especially after they found that the Lucanians and Apulians had established friendly relations with them, for it was in this year that the alliance had been formed, and they realized that they would be the next to be involved. They saw that it must soon become a question of either fighting Rome or submitting to her, and that their whole future in fact depended upon the result of the Samnite War. That nation stood out alone, and even their strength was inadequate for the struggle, now that the Lucanians had abandoned them. They believed, however, that these could still be brought back and induced to desert the Roman alliance, if sufficient skill were shown in sowing the seeds of discord between them. These arguments found general acceptance among a people who were fickle and restless, and some young Lucanians, distinguished for their unscrupulousness rather than for their sense of honor, were bribed to make themselves tools of the war party. After scourging one another with rods, they presented themselves with their backs exposed in the popular assembly, and loudly complained that after they had ventured inside the Roman camp, they had been scourged by the consul's orders, and were within an ace of losing their heads. The affair had an ugly look, and the visible evidence removed any suspicion of fraud. The assembly became greatly excited, and amidst loud shouts insisted upon the magistrates convening the Senate. When it assembled, the senators were surrounded by a crowd of spectators, who clamored for war with Rome, whilst others went off into the country to rouse the peasantry to arms. Even the coolest heads were carried away by the tumult of popular feeling. A decree was passed that a fresh alliance should be made with the Samnites, and negotiations were opened with them accordingly. The Samnites did not feel much confidence in this sudden and apparently groundless change of policy, and the Lucanians were obliged to give hostages and allow the Samnites to garrison their fortified places. Blinded by the imposition that had been practiced on them, and by their furious resentment at it, they made no difficulty about accepting these terms. Shortly afterwards, when the authors of the false charges had removed to Tarentum, they began to see how they had been hoodwinked, but it was then too late. Events were no longer in their power, and nothing remained but unavailing repentance. 28. This year, 326 BC, was marked by the dawn, as it were, of a new era of liberty for the plebs. Creditors were no longer allowed to attach the persons of their debtors. This change in the law was brought about by a signal instance of lust and cruelty upon the part of a moneylender. Lucius Papirius was the man in question. Gaius Publilius had pledged his person to him for a debt which his father had contracted. The youth and beauty of the debtor, which ought to have called forth feelings of compassion, only acted as incentives to lust and insult. Finding that his infamous proposals only filled the youth with horror and loathing, the man reminded him that he was absolutely in his power, and sought to terrify him by threats. As these failed to crush the boy's noble instincts, He ordered him to be stripped and beaten. Mangled and bleeding, the boy rushed into the street and loudly complained of the usurer's lust and brutality. A vast crowd gathered, and on learning what had happened, became furious at the outrage offered to one of such tender years, reminding them as it did of the conditions under which they and their children were living. They ran into the Forum, and from there in a compact body to the Senate House. In face of this sudden outbreak, the consuls felt it necessary to convene a meeting of the Senate at once, and as the members entered the house, the crowd exhibited the lacerated back of the youth, and flung themselves at the feet of the senators as they passed in one by one. The strongest bond in support of credit was there and then overthrown through the mad excesses of one individual. The consuls were instructed by the Senate to lay before the people a proposal that no man be kept in irons or in the stocks, except such as have been guilty of some crime, and then only till they have worked out their sentence, and further, that the goods and not the person of the debtor shall be the security for the debt. So the Nexi were released, and it was forbidden for any to become Nexi in the future. 29. War with the Vestinians. The Samnite War, the sudden dejection of the Lucanians, and the fact that the Tarentines had been the instigators were quite sufficient in themselves to cause the senators anxiety. Fresh trouble, however, arose this year through the action of the Vestinians, who made common cause with the Samnites. The matter had been a good deal discussed, though it had not yet occupied the attention of the government. In the following year, however, the new consuls, Lucius Furius Camillus and Junius Brutus Scaeva, made it the very first question to bring before the Senate. Though the subject was no new one, yet it was felt to be so serious that the senators shrank from either taking it up or refusing to deal with it. They were afraid that if they left that nation unpunished, the neighboring states might be encouraged to make a similar display of wanton arrogance, while to punish them by force of arms might lead others to fear similar treatment and arouse feelings of resentment. In fact, the whole of these nations, the Marsi, the Paeligni, and the Marrucini, were quite as warlike as the Samnites, and in case the Vestinians were attacked, would have to be reckoned with as enemies. The victory, however, rested with that party in the Senate who seemed at the time to possess more daring than prudence, but the result showed that fortune favors the bold. The people, with the sanction of the Senate, resolved on war with the Vestinians. The conduct of that war fell by lot to Brutus, the war in Samnium to Camillus. Armies were marched into both countries, and by carefully watching the frontiers, the enemy were prevented from effecting a junction. The consul who had the heavier task, Lucius Furius, was overtaken by a serious illness and was obliged to resign his command. He was ordered to nominate a dictator to carry on the campaign, and he nominated Lucius Papirius Cursor, the foremost soldier of his day. Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus being appointed master of the horse. The two distinguished themselves by their conduct in the field, but they made themselves still more famous by the conflict which broke out between them, and which almost led to fatal consequences. The other consul, Brutus, carried on an active campaign amongst the Vestinians without meeting with a single reverse. He ravaged the fields and burnt the farm buildings and crops of the enemy, and at last drove him reluctantly into action. A pitched battle was fought, and he inflicted such a defeat on the Vestinians, though with heavy loss on his own side also, that they fled to their camp, but not feeling sufficiently protected by fosse and rampart, they dispersed in scattered parties to their towns, trusting to their strong positions and stone walls for their defence. Brutus now commenced an attack upon their towns. The first to be taken was Cutina, which he carried by escalade after a hot assault by his men, who were eager to avenge the heavy losses they had sustained in the previous battle. This was followed by the capture of Singilia. He gave the spoil of both cities to his troops as a reward for their having surmounted the walls and gates of the enemy. End of section 14. Section 15 of the History of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 2, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 8, chapters 30 to 40. Chapter 30. The Samnite War. Conflict between the dictator and his master of the horse. The advance into Samnium was made under doubtful auspices. This circumstance did not portend the result of the campaign, for that was quite favourable, but it did foreshadow the insane passion which the commanders displayed. Papirius was warned by the Pulerius that it would be necessary to take the auspices afresh. On his departure for Rome for this purpose, he strictly charged the master of the horse to keep within his lines and not to engage the enemy. After he had gone, Quintus Fabius learnt from his scouts that the enemy were showing as much carelessness as if there were not a single Roman in Samnium. Whether it was that his youthful temper resented everything being dependent on the dictator, or whether he was tempted by the chance offered him of a brilliant success, at any rate, after making the necessary preparations and dispositions, he advanced as far as Imbrinium, for so is the district called, and fought a battle with the Samnites. Such was the fortune of the fight that had the dictator himself been present, he could have done nothing to make the success more complete. The general did not disappoint his men, nor did the men disappoint their general. The cavalry made repeated charges, but failed to break through the massed force opposed to them, and, acting on the advice of Lucius Cominius, a military tribune, they removed the bits from their horses and spurred them on so furiously that nothing could withstand them. Riding down men in armor, they spread carnage far and wide. The infantry followed them and completed the disorder of the enemy. It is said that they lost 20,000 men that day. Some authorities whom I have consulted state that there were 2 battles fought in the dictator's absence, and each was a brilliant success. In the oldest writers, however, only 1 battle is mentioned, and some annalists omit the incident altogether. In consequence of the vast number slain, a large amount of spoil in the shape of armor and weapons was picked up on the battlefield, and the master of the horse had this collected into a huge heap and burnt. His object may have been to discharge a vow to some deity, but if we are to trust the authority of Fabius, he did this to prevent the dictator from reaping the fruits of his glory, or carrying the spoils in his triumph and afterwards placing his name upon them. The fact also of his sending the dispatches announcing his victory to the Senate and not to the dictator would seem to show that he was by no means anxious to allow him any share in the credit of it. At all events, the dictator took it in that light, and whilst everybody else was jubilant at the victory which had been won, he wore an expression of gloom and wrath. He abruptly dismissed the Senate and hurried from the Senate House, repeatedly exclaiming that the authority and dignity of the dictator would be as completely overthrown by the master of the horse as the Samnite legions had been if this contempt of his orders were to remain unpunished. In this angry and menacing mood, he started with all possible speed for the camp. He was unable, however, to reach it before news arrived of his approach, for messengers had started from the city in advance of him, bringing word that the dictator was coming bent on vengeance, and almost every other word he uttered was in praise of Titus Manlius. 31. Fabius immediately summoned his troops to assembly, and appealed to them to show the same courage with which they had defended the Republic from a brave and determined foe, in protecting from the unrestrained ferocity of the dictator the man under whose auspices and generalship they had been victorious. He was coming, maddened by jealousy, exasperated at another man's merits and good fortune, furious because the Republic had triumphed in his absence. If it were in his power to change the fortune of the day, he would rather that victory rested with the Samnites than with the Romans. He kept talking about the contempt of orders as though the reason why he forbade all fighting were not precisely the same as that which makes him vexed now that we have fought. Then, prompted by jealousy, he wanted to suppress the merits of others and deprive of their arms men who were most eager to use them, so as to prevent their being employed in his absence. Now he is exasperated and furious because the soldiers were not crippled or defenseless, though Lucius Papirius was not with them, and because Quintus Fabius considered himself master of the horse and not the lackey of the dictator. What would he have done if, as often happens amid the chances of war, the battle had gone against us, seeing that now, after the enemy has been thoroughly defeated, and a victory won for the Republic, which even under his unrivaled generalship could not have been more complete, he is actually menacing the master of the horse with punishment? He would, were it in his power, treat all with equal severity, not only the master of the horse, but the military tribunes, the centurions, the men of the rank and file. Jealousy, like lightning, strikes the summits, and because he cannot reach all, he has selected one man as his victim, whom he regards as the chief conspirator, your general. If he should succeed in crushing him and quenching the splendor of his success, he will treat this army as a victor treats the vanquished, and with the same ruthlessness which he has been allowed to practice on the master of the horse. In defending his cause, they will be defending the liberty of all. If the dictator sees that the army is as united in guarding its victory as it was in fighting for it, and that one man's safety is the common concern of all, he will bring himself to a calmer frame of mind. His closing words were, "I entrust my fortunes and my life to your fidelity and courage." His words were greeted with universal shouts of approval. They told him not to be dismayed or depressed. No man should harm him while the legions of Rome were alive. 32. Not long after this, the dictator appeared, and at once ordered the trumpet to sound the assembly. When silence was restored, an usher summoned Quintus Fabius, the master of the horse. He advanced and stood immediately below the dictator's tribunal. The dictator began, "Quintus Fabius, inasmuch as the dictator possesses supreme authority, to which the consuls who exercise the old kingly power, and the praetors who are elected under the same auspices as the consuls, alike submit, I ask you whether or not you think it right and fitting that the master of the horse should bow to that authority. Further, I ask you whether, as I was aware that I had left the city under doubtful auspices, I ought to have jeopardized the safety of the Republic in the face of this religious difficulty, or whether I ought to have taken the auspices afresh, and so avoided any action till the pleasure of the gods was known. I should also like to know whether, if a religious impediment prevents the dictator from acting, the master of the horse is at liberty to consider himself free and unhampered by such impediment. But why am I putting these questions? Surely, if I had gone away without leaving any orders, you ought to have used your judgment in interpreting my wishes and acted accordingly. Answer me this rather. Did I forbid you to take any action in my absence? Did I forbid you to engage the enemy, in contempt of my orders, whilst the auspices were still indecisive, and the sanctions of religion withheld? You dared to give battle, in defiance of all the military custom and discipline of our ancestors, in defiance of the will of the gods. Answer the questions put to you, but beware of uttering a single word about anything else. Lictor, stand by him." Fabius found it far from easy to reply to each question in detail, and protested against the same man being both accuser and judge in a matter of life and death. He exclaimed that it would be easier to deprive him of his life than of the glory he had won, and went on to exculpate himself and bring charges against the dictator. Papirius, in a fresh outburst of rage, ordered the master of the horse to be stripped and the rods and axes to be got ready. Fabius appealed to the soldiers for help, and as the lictors began to tear off his clothes, he retreated behind the triarii, who were now raising a tumult. Their shouts were taken up through the whole concourse. Threats and entreaties were heard everywhere. Those nearest the tribunal, who could be recognized as being within view of the dictator, implored him to spare the master of the horse, and not with him to condemn the whole army. Those furthest off, and the men who had closed round Fabius, reviled the dictator as unfeeling and merciless. Matters were rapidly approaching a mutiny. Even those on the tribunal did not remain quiet. The staff officers who were standing round the dictator's chair begged him to adjourn the proceedings to the following day, to allow his anger to cool and give time for quiet consideration. They urged that the youthful spirit of Fabius had been sufficiently chastened and his victory sufficiently sullied. They begged him not to push his punishment to extremities, or to brand with ignominy not only a youth of exceptional merit, but also his distinguished father and the whole Fabian house. When they found their arguments and entreaties alike unavailing, they asked him to look at the angry multitude in front, to add fire to men whose tempers were already inflamed, and to provide the materials for mutiny was, they said, unworthy of a man of his age and experience. If a mutiny did occur, no one would throw the blame of it upon Quintus Fabius, who was only deprecating punishment. The sole responsibility would lie in the dictator, for having in his blind passion provoked the multitude to a deplorable struggle with him. And as a final argument, they declared that to prevent him from supposing that they were actuated by any personal feeling in favor of Fabius, they were prepared to state on oath that they considered the infliction of punishment on Fabius, under present circumstances, to be detrimental to the interests of the state. 33. These remonstrances only irritated the dictator against them instead of making him more peaceably disposed towards Fabius, and he ordered them to leave the tribunal. In vain the ushers demanded silence. Neither the dictator's voice nor those of his officers could be heard owing to the noise and uproar. At last night put an end to the conflict as though it had been a battle. The master of the horse was ordered to appear on the following day. As, however, everybody assured him that Papirius was so upset and embittered by the resistance he had met with that he would be more furious than ever, Fabius left the camp secretly and reached Rome in the night. On the advice of his father, Marcus Fabius, who had been thrice consul as well as dictator, a meeting of the Senate was at once summoned. Whilst his son was describing to the senators the violence and injustice of the dictator, suddenly the noise of the lictors clearing the way in front of the Senate house was heard, and the dictator himself appeared, having followed him up with some light cavalry as soon as he heard that he had quitted the camp. Then the contention began again, and Papirius ordered Fabius to be arrested. Though not only the leaders of the Senate, but the whole house sought to deprecate his wrath, he remained unmoved and persisted in his purpose. Then Marcus Fabius, the father, said, "Since neither the authority of the Senate nor the years which I, whom you are preparing to bereave of a son, have reached, nor the noble birth and personal merits of the master of the horse whom you yourself appointed, and entreaties such as have often mitigated the fierceness of human foes, and pacified the anger of offended deities, since none of these move you, I claim the intervention of the tribunes of the plebs, and appeal to the people. As you are seeking to escape from the judgment which the army has passed upon you, and which the Senate is passing now, I summon you before the one judge who has at all events more power and authority than your dictatorship. I shall see whether you will submit to an appeal to which a Roman king, Tullus Hotilius, submitted." He at once left the Senate house for the assembly. Thither the dictator also proceeded with a small party, whilst the master of the horse was accompanied by all the leaders of the Senate in a body. They had both taken their places on the rostra, when Papirius ordered Fabius to be removed to the space below. His father followed him, and turned to Papirius with the remark, "You do well to order us to be removed to a position from which we can speak as private citizens." For some time regular debate was out of the question. Nothing was heard but mutual altercations. At last the loud and indignant tones of the elder Fabius rose above the hubbub as he expatiated on the tyranny and brutality of Papirius. He himself, he said, had been dictator, and not a single person, not a single plebeian, whether centurion or private soldier, had ever suffered any wrong from him. But Papirius would wrest victory and triumph from a Roman commander, just as he would from hostile generals. What a difference there was between the moderation shown by the men of old and this new fashion of ruthless severity. The dictator, Quinctius Cincinnatus, rescued the consul Lucius Minucius from a blockade, and the only punishment he inflicted was to leave him as second in command of the army. Lucius Furius, after expressing his contempt for the age and authority of Marcus Fabius Camillus, incurred a most disgraceful defeat. But Camillus not only checked his anger for the moment and refrained from putting in his dispatches to the people, or rather to the Senate, anything reflecting on his colleague, but on his return to Rome, after the Senate had allowed him to choose from the consular tribunes one to be associated with him in his command, he actually chose Lucius Furius. Why, even the people themselves, who hold in their hands the sovereign power, have never allowed their feelings to carry them beyond the imposition of a fine, even where armies have been lost through the foolhardiness or ignorance of their generals. Never up to this day has a commander-in-chief been tried for his life because he was defeated. But now generals who have won victories and earned the most splendid triumphs are threatened with the rods and axes, a treatment which the laws of war forbid even to the vanquished. What, he asked, would his son have suffered if he had met with defeat, been routed and stripped of his camp? Could that man's rage and violence go beyond scourging and killing? It was owing to Quintus Fabius that the state was offering up joyous and grateful thanksgivings for victory. It was on his account that the sacred fanes stood open, and prayers and libations were being offered at the altars, and the smoke of sacrifice was ascending. How fitting it was that this very man should be stripped and torn with rods before the eyes of the Roman people, in sight of the Capitol and the citadel, in sight of the gods whom he invoked in 2 battles, nor invoked in vain. What would be the feelings of the army who had won their victories under his auspices and generalship? What grief would there be in the Roman camp? What exultation among the enemy? The old man wept bitterly as he uttered these protests and expostulations, ever and anon throwing his arms round his son and appealing for help to gods and men. 34. He had on his side the support of the august and venerable Senate, the sympathy of the people, the protection of the tribunes, and the remembrance of the absent army. On the other side were pleaded the unquestioned sovereign power of the Roman people and all the traditions of military discipline, the dictator's edict which had ever been regarded as possessing divine sanction, and the example of Manlius, who had sacrificed his affection for his son to the interests of the state. Brutus, too, urged the dictator, the founder of Roman freedom, had done this before in the case of his 2 children. Now fathers were indulgent and aged men, easy-going in matters that do not touch themselves, were spoiling the young men, teaching them to despise authority, and treating military discipline as of little importance. He declared his intention of adhering to his purpose. He would not abate a single jot of the punishment due to the man who had fought in defiance of his injunctions, while the auspices were doubtful and the religious sanction withheld. Whether the supreme authority of the dictator was to remain unimpaired did not depend on him. He, Lucius Papirius, would do nothing to weaken its power. He sincerely hoped that the tribunes would not use their authority, itself inviolable, to violate by their interference the sovereignty of the Roman government, and that the people to whom the appeal had been made would not extinguish in his case especially dictator and dictatorship alike. If it did, it will not be Lucius Papirius, but the tribunes, the corrupt judgment of the people that posterity will accuse in vain. When the bond of military discipline has once been broken, no soldier will obey his centurion, no centurion his military tribune, no military tribune his general, no master of the horse the dictator. No one will have any reverence or respect for either men or gods. No observance will be shown to the orders of commanders or the auspices under which they acted. Without obtaining leave of absence, soldiers will roam at will through friendly or hostile country. In total disregard of their military oath, they will abandon their standards when and where they choose. They will refuse to assemble when ordered. They will fight regardless of day or night, whether the ground were favorable or unfavorable, whether their commander had given orders or not, keeping no formation, no order. Military service, instead of being the solemn and sacred thing it is, will resemble wild and disorderly brigandage. Expose yourselves, tribunes, to all future ages as the authors of these evils. Make yourselves personally responsible for the criminal recklessness of Quintus Fabius. 35. The tribunes were dismayed and felt more anxiety now about their own position than about the man who had sought their protection. They were relieved from their heavy responsibility by the action of the people. The whole assembly appealed to the dictator and besought him with earnest entreaties that he would, for their sakes, forego inflicting punishment on the master of the horse. When the tribunes saw the turn matters had taken, they added their entreaties also, and implored the dictator to make allowance for human frailty, and to pardon Quintus Fabius for an error natural to youth, for he had already suffered punishment enough. And now the youth himself, and even his father, abandoning all further contention, fell on their knees and sought to turn aside the dictator's anger. At last, when silence was restored, the dictator spoke. "This, Quirites," he said, "is as it should be. Military discipline has conquered, the supreme authority of government has prevailed. It was a question whether either would survive this day's proceedings. Quintus Fabius is not acquitted of guilt in having fought against his commander's orders, but though condemned as guilty, he is restored as a free gift to the people of Rome, to the authority of the tribunes, who protected him not by exercising their legal powers, but by their intercession. Live, Quintus Fabius, happier now in the unanimous desire of your fellow citizens to defend you than in the hour of exultation after your victory. Live, though you dare to do what even your father, had he been in the place of Papirius, could not have pardoned. As for me, you shall be restored to favor whenever you please, but to the Roman people to whom you owe your life, you can make no better return than to show that you have this day learnt the lesson of submission to lawful commands in peace and in war." After announcing that he would no longer detain the master of the horse, he left the rostra. The joyful Senate, the still more joyful people, flocked round the dictator and the master of the horse, and congratulated them on the result, and then escorted them to their homes. It was felt that military authority had been strengthened no less by the peril in which Quintus Fabius had been placed than by the terrible punishment of young Manlius. It so happened that on each occasion on which the dictator was absent from the army, the Samnites showed increased activity. Marcus Valerius, however, the second in command, who was in charge of the camp, had the example of Quintus Fabius before his eyes, and dreaded the stern dictator's anger more than an attack from the enemy. A foraging party were ambushed and cut to pieces, and it was commonly believed that they could have been relieved from the camp had not the commanding officer been deterred by the peremptory orders he had received. This incident still further embittered the feelings of the soldiers, who were already incensed against the dictator, owing to his implacable attitude towards Fabius, and then to his having pardoned him at the request of the people, after having refused to do so on their intercession. 36. Defeat of the Samnites. After placing Lucius Papirius Crassus in command of the city, and prohibiting Quintus Fabius from any action in his capacity of master of the horse, the dictator returned to the camp. His arrival was not viewed with much pleasure by his own men, nor did it create any alarm amongst the enemy. For the very next day, either unaware of his presence, or regarding it of small importance whether he were present or absent, they marched towards the camp in order of battle. And yet so much depended upon that one man, Lucius Papirius, such care did he show in choosing his ground and posting his reserves, So far did he strengthen his force in every way that military skill could suggest, that if the general's tactics had been backed up by the goodwill of the troops, it was considered absolutely certain that the Samnite war would that day have been brought to a close. As it was, the soldiers showed no energy. They deliberately threw the victory away that their commander's reputation might be damaged. The Samnites lost a larger proportion of killed, the Romans had more wounded. The quick eye of the general saw what prevented his success, and he realized that he must curb his temper and soften his sternness by greater affability. He went round the camp accompanied by his staff, and visited the wounded, putting his head inside their tents and asking them how they were getting on, and commending them individually by name to the care of his staff officers, the military tribunes and prefects. In adopting this course, which naturally tended to make him popular, he showed so much tact that the feelings of the men were much sooner won over to their commander now that their bodies were being properly looked after. Nothing conduced more to their recovery than the gratitude they felt for his attention. When the health of the army was completely restored, he gave battle to the enemy, both he and his men feeling quite confident of victory, and he so completely defeated and routed the Samnites that this was the last occasion on which they ventured on a regular engagement with the dictator. After this, the victorious army advanced in every direction where there was any prospect of plunder, but wherever they marched they found no armed force. They were nowhere openly attacked or surprised from ambush. They showed all the greater alertness because the dictator had issued an order that the whole of the spoil was to be given to the soldiers. The chance of private gain stimulated their warlike spirits, quite as much as the consciousness that they were avenging the wrongs of their country. Cowed by these defeats, the Samnites made overtures for peace, and gave the dictator an undertaking to supply each of the soldiers with a set of garments and a year's pay. On his referring them to the Senate, they replied that they would follow him to Rome and trust their cause solely to his honor and rectitude. The army was thereupon withdrawn from Samnium. 37. The dictator made a triumphal entry into the city, and as he wished to lay down his office, he received instructions from the Senate before doing so to conduct the consular elections. The new consuls were Gaius Sulpicius Longus, for the second time, and Quintus Aemilius Serratanus. The Samnites did not succeed in obtaining a permanent peace, as they could not agree on the conditions. They took back with them a truce for 1 year. But even this was soon broken, for when they heard that Papirius had resigned, they were eager to renew hostilities. The new consuls, some authorities give Aulus instead of Aemilius for the second consul, had on their hands a fresh enemy, the Apulians, in addition to the revolt of the Samnites. Armies were dispatched against both. The Samnites were allotted to Sulpicius, the Apulians to Aemilius. Some writers assert that it was not against the Apulians that the campaign was undertaken, but for the protection of their allies against the wanton aggressions of the Samnites. The circumstances of that people, however, who were hardly able to defend themselves, make it more probable that they had not attacked the Apulians, but that both nations were united in hostilities against Rome. Nothing noteworthy took place. The districts of both Samnium and Apulia were laid waste, but neither in the one nor the other was the enemy met with. At Rome, the citizens were one night suddenly aroused from sleep by an alarm so serious that the Capitol, the citadel, the walls, and gates were filled with troops. The whole population was called to arms, but when it grew light, neither the author nor the cause of the excitement was discovered. The Appeal of Tusculum. In this year, Marcus Flavius, a tribune of the plebs, brought before the people a proposal to take measures against the Tusculans, by whose counsel and assistance the peoples of Velitrae and Privernum had made war against the people of Rome. The people of Tusculum came to Rome with their wives and children in mourning garb, like men awaiting trial, and went from tribe to tribe, prostrating themselves before the tribesmen. The compassion which their attitude called out went further to procure their pardon than their attempts to exculpate themselves. all the tribes, with the exception of the Polian tribe, vetoed the proposal. That tribe voted for a proposal that all the adult males should be scourged and beheaded, and their wives and children sold into slavery. Even as late as the last generation, the Tusculans retained the memory of that cruel sentence, and their resentment against its author showed itself in the fact that the Purpurian tribe, in which the Tusculans were afterwards incorporated, hardly ever voted for any candidate belonging to the Polian tribe. 38. The Samnites again defeated. Quintus Fabius and Lucius Fulvius were the consuls for the following year. The war in Samnium was threatening to take a more serious turn, as it was stated that mercenary troops had been hired from the neighboring states. The apprehensions created led to the nomination of Aulus Cornelius Arvina as dictator, with Marcus Fabius and Bustus as master of the horse. These commanders carried out the enrollment with unusual strictness and led an exceptionally fine army into Samnium. But although they were on hostile territory, they exercised as little caution in choosing the site for their camp as though the enemy had been at a great distance. Suddenly, the Samnite legions advanced with such boldness that they encamped with their rampart close to the Roman outposts. The approach of night prevented them from making an immediate attack. They disclosed their intention as soon as it grew light the next morning. The dictator saw that a battle was nearer than he expected, and he determined to abandon a position which would hamper the courage of his men. Leaving a number of watchfires alight to deceive the enemy, he silently withdrew his troops, but owing to the proximity of the camps, his movement was not unobserved. The Samnite cavalry immediately followed on his heels, but refrained from actual attack till it grew lighter, nor did the infantry emerge from their camp before daybreak. As soon as they could see, the cavalry began to harass the Roman rear, and by pressing upon them where difficult ground had to be crossed, considerably delayed their advance. Meantime the infantry had come up, and now the entire force of the Samnites was pressing on the rear of the column. As the dictator saw that no further advance was possible without heavy loss, he ordered the ground he was holding to be measured out for a camp. But as the enemy's cavalry was gradually enveloping them, it was impossible to procure wood for the stockade or to commence their entrenchment. Finding that to go forward and to remain where he was were equally out of the question, the dictator ordered the baggage to be removed from the column and collected, and the line of battle formed. The enemy formed also into line, equally matched in courage and in strength. Their confidence was increased by their attributing the retirement of the Romans to fear, and not, as was actually the case, to the disadvantageous position of their camp. This made the fight for some considerable time an even one, though the Samnites had long been unaccustomed to stand the battle shout of the Romans. We read that actually from 9 o'clock till 2 in the afternoon the contest was maintained so equally on both sides that the shout which raised at the first onset was never repeated. The standards neither advanced nor retreated. In no direction was there any giving way. They fought, each man keeping his ground, pressing forward with their shields, neither looking back nor pausing for breath. Their noise and tumult never grew weaker. The fighting went on perfectly steadily, and it looked as if it would only be terminated by the complete exhaustion of the combatants or the approach of night. By this time the men were beginning to lose their strength and the sword its vigor, whilst the generals were baffled. A troop of Samnite cavalry, who had ridden some distance round the Roman rear, discovered that their baggage was lying at a distance from the combatants, without any guard or protection of any kind. On learning this, the whole of the cavalry rode up to it, eager to secure the plunder. A messenger in hot haste reported this to the dictator, who remarked, "All right, let them encumber themselves with spoil." Then the soldiers one after another began to exclaim that their belongings were being plundered and carried off. The dictator sent for the master of the horse. "Do you see," he said, "Marcus Fabius, that the enemy's cavalry have left the fight? They are hampering and impeding themselves with our baggage." Attack them whilst they are scattered, as plundering parties always are. You will find very few of them in the saddle, very few with swords in their hands. Cut them down whilst they are loading their horses with spoil, with no weapons to defend themselves, and make it a bloody spoil for them. I will look after the infantry battle. The glory of the cavalry victory shall be yours. 39. The cavalry force, riding in perfect order, charged the enemy while scattered and hampered by their plunder, and filled the whole place with carnage. Incapable of either resistance or flight, they were cut down amongst the packages which they had thrown away, and over which their startled horses were stumbling. After almost annihilating the enemy's cavalry, Marcus Fabius led his cavalry by a short circuit round the main battle, and attacked the Samnite infantry from behind. The fresh shouting which arose in that direction threw them into a panic, and when the dictator saw the men in front looking round, the standards getting into confusion, and the whole line wavering, he called upon his men and encouraged them to fresh efforts. He appealed to the military tribunes and first centurions by name to join him in renewing the fight. They again raised the battle shout and pressed forward, and wherever they advanced they saw more and more demoralization amongst the enemy. The cavalry were now within view of those in front, and Cornelius, turning round to his maniples, indicated as well as he could by voice and hand that he recognized the standards and bucklers of his own cavalry. No sooner did they see and hear them than, forgetting the toil and travail they had endured for almost a whole day, forgetting their wounds, and as eager as though they had just emerged fresh from their camp after receiving the signal for battle, they flung themselves on the enemy. The Samnites could no longer bear up against the terrible onset of the cavalry behind them, and the fierce charge of the infantry in front. A large number were killed between the two, many were scattered in flight. The infantry accounted for those who were hemmed in and stood their ground. The cavalry created slaughter among the fugitives. Amongst those killed was their commander-in-chief. This battle completely broke down the resistance, so much so that in all their councils peace was advocated. It could not, they said, be a matter of surprise that they met with no success in an unblessed war, undertaken in defiance of treaty obligations, where the gods were more justly incensed against them than men. That war would have to be expiated and atoned for at a great cost. The only question was whether they should pay the penalty by sacrificing the few who were guilty, or shedding the innocent blood of all. Some even went so far as to name the instigators of the war. One name especially was generally denounced, that of Brutus Poppius. He was an aristocrat and possessed great influence, and there was not a shadow of doubt that it was he who had brought about the breach of the recent truce. The praetors found themselves compelled to submit a decree which the council passed, ordering Brutus Poppius to be surrendered, and all the prisoners and booty taken from the Romans to be sent with him to Rome, and further that the redress which the Fetials had demanded in accordance with treaty rights should be made as law and justice demanded. Brutus escaped the ignominy and punishment which awaited him by a voluntary death, but the decree was carried out. The Fetials were sent to Rome with the dead body, and all his property was surrendered with him. None of this, however, was accepted by the Romans beyond the prisoners, and whatever articles amongst the spoil were identified by the owners. So far as anything else was concerned, the surrender was fruitless. The Senate decreed a triumph for the dictator. 40. Some authorities state that this war was managed by the consuls, and it was they who celebrated the triumph over the Samnites, and further that Fabius invaded Apulia and brought away great quantities of spoil. There is no discrepancy as to Aulus Cornelius having been dictator that year. The only doubt is whether he was appointed to conduct the war, or whether, owing to the serious illness of Lucius Plautius, the praetor, he was appointed to give the signal for starting the chariot races, and after discharging this not very noteworthy function resigned office. It is difficult to decide which account or which authority to prefer. I believe that the true history has been falsified by funeral orations and lying inscriptions on the family busts, since each family appropriates to itself an imaginary record of noble deeds and official distinctions. It is at all events owing to this cause that so much confusion has been introduced into the records of private careers and public events. There is no writer of those times now extant who is contemporary with the events he relates, and whose authority, therefore, can be depended upon. End of section 15.